Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
What is up, party squirrels of the world? Happy to see you guys again. George will stick in the hizzy, Heather in the shizzy. Nightbot, are you awake? Nightbot, it's so cute. He has to have a little bit of sleep because it just takes so much energy being so cute all the time. Wake up, Nightbot. So cute. We love you. We'll be here eventually. Oh my God. How are you guys doing? I know there's been so much going on with Kohberger, but I know many of us have been in the world of the rose petals, as it were. We took a quick break on everything else in life to like literally do that for 2 weeks of sheer insanity, absolute sheer insanity. And so now there's like 50 bazillion new court filings, but shout out to Twiz for letting me know that today this unsealed transcript came out. So we are happy to be here going over that. Awesome. Love you guys. Shout out to Denise. Shout out to Leslie and Billy. We don't know where Nightbot is. Nightbot will be here eventually. And then there will be a flurry of oh, here he comes. Here he comes. Nightbot. So this was from like the intro. Make it make sense. Absolutely. Oh, here we go for George will stick. Excellent. All the commands. Awesome. Okay, I haven't even had a chance to read this yet because I've been teaching. So I'm really excited. This will be my first look, as they say. I need some chapstick. It got really cold here, guys. Last night it was like 7 degrees. Fun stuff. I have my little humidifier on over here for my orchids. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to post. I'll do this right now while I'm talking to you guys. I'm going to post. I took a couple pictures tonight because I was talking about my orchids recently. And for anyone who cares, which is probably literally nobody, in the Discord, we have an orchids thread, and I haven't put anything in there recently. So I was like, I need to update this and put a couple recent pictures of the orchids there. So I'll just put those in there now. So we got a couple pictures for anyone who cares and wants to see what the orchids are up to. And you can see the little humidifier in the picture. It's like colorful and it has like steam or whatever coming out of it. That's so that they get a little bit of, I mean, it's good to have anyway for my violin because like when that thing is off, it would be probably like 18% humidity in here because it's so cold and dry, which is not good for the violin or the guitars or any of the instruments. It's not good for the orchids. So anywho, there we go. Orchids are there for anyone who cares in the Discord. So, oh, really? Do you love orchids, Denise? Do you have orchids? We could talk orchids. Shout out to Justice for MKXC. Happy to see you again, my friend. It's 9 in Cleveland. Right now it's 20. Today was warmer. It's 23 right now here. So yeah. How many orchids do you have? Are they Phalaenopsis? How are they? We could talk orchids. You should definitely take a look then at the orchids thread in the Discord there and see my recent collection of what did I count them? I counted them the other day. I think it was 17. Awesome. Shut up. Denise is bragging, saying it was 80 degrees there today. Yeah. Well, that sounds awesome. Denise is going to take a look. So they're in various stages. I've got some that are in active growth. I've got some that are in bloom and have been in bloom. I've got one was in spike, but now it's got a couple blooms and another bud that's waiting to bloom. And they're all in there. You know, I've got little ones, big ones, all kinds of them there. They're doing their orchid thing. They're living their best lives. They're so silly. You guys are so funny. Oh, the other thing too, brain. since we haven't talked to BK in a while, and it kind of worked out because there was like nothing coming out. Like we were just waiting for more court filings. And I was like, you know what? The timing worked out because then we got to delve into the depths of insanity with the rose petal case. And so I had been working on stuff with BK related to this case, right? Prior to, and I was like, well, I'm waiting to wait for the next court filings to come out before we'll do that stuff as well. And then that was like 2 weeks ago. But basically, I put together a bunch of stuff related to our previous talks on the cameras and all that. And I don't even remember now. I made a bunch of stuff. But basically, I'll tell you guys what I did. I called a bunch of places. As I want to do, this tends to be something that happens with every case, making phone calls left and right. And so we will take a look at those as well. Let me see if I've got them here. I'm just going to pull this up. I called some local places, got some inside information on the situation with cameras or lack thereof in relevant places. I think I made a document. I'm trying to even remember. I was doing like hardcore work on this, and then we went into South Carolina for insanity time. So let me see here. Okay, yeah, I have 2 videos I had made. Okay, so we will do those too. That will be fun. So let me, okay, I'm just gonna pull this over here, have it ready to go. Okay, but we are gonna start with some of these documents. So 22 seconds. Oh my God. I didn't even see it. Where was the 22 seconds? Let's see here. Curious, Denise, what do you think of my orchids? Do you love them? Do you want to know all their names? We did this the other night. Remember, Future was here and she was like, I hope there's not a quiz. Okay, so we will find out what Denise thinks about the orchids. But anyway, all right, so first we're going to start with this. So this is the order redacting portions of the transcript. Because as always, there's going to be shit redacted, right? I mean, we're lucky that I'm glad it's unsealed. I'm not complaining. Twizzle's quickie stick. Okay. This matter, ICAR 32. Oh, we've spent a lot of time reading over that one. Okay, so as per ICAR 32, so this is what's saying the redactions saying they're appropriate, right? So 1, references to the name of a witness and roommate of the victims. 2, inquiries by defendant related to his Franks motion, which the state objected to and was sustained. Names of the defendant's distant relatives identified through IGG. And 4, individuals who are identified as potential relatives of defendant through Othram's Laboratories IG. You guys know how excited, again, I haven't had time to go through all of these yet. I'm so excited because you guys know how much we have delved so far deep into the stuff with the IGG. And I'm hoping to learn. Y'all can if you want to let me know. I'm wondering about that mysterious third party that we learned about, right? Mysterious third party. I assume that's going to be somewhere, but we will get there when we get there. Okay. Court finds the redactions are appropriate. They're going to make those redactions. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Hold on. That's not. Okay. They find the redactions are appropriate to categories 1, 3, and 4 pursuant to ICAR 32, subsection G1, in that the individual's names are exempt from public disclosure and public release would constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy. In addition, these redactions are warranted under ICAR 32, given that these individuals' privacy interests predominate the interest over the public's. Redaction of the names is the least restrictive measure. Okay, so he says it's fee 5. But then this is what's interesting. Does not find it appropriate to redact the information category 2. So what was category 2? Category 2 was inquiries by defendant related to his Franks motion, which the state objected to and was sustained. So this is interesting. I always try to be fair. And I have to say, as far as it goes with Judge Hippler, guys, remember how he kind of scolded everybody right before those hearings when he was like, look, we're no longer going to just be stipulating to things being sealed. This has gone too far. It was a bridge too far. Shout out Judge Newman. And instead, I need to go through it and make sure that I think it's, and we're gonna not just go ahead and stipulate to these things anymore, right? And so going along those lines, I appreciate that he's actually saying, hey, I don't find that this should be redacted. And here's what's crucial here too. The redaction here would be redactions of things that the state objected to in the Franks motion or inquiries related to the Franks motion. So in other words, he's like, nah, we're not going to redact that. That's what he's saying so far. So I appreciate that he's not just like, sure, we'll redact whatever they want. Okay. That's if we can say one thing positive when there's going to be things that are maybe not so positive or well critical. Okay. Like, thanks for not redacting everything. Okay. The fact that the court sustained the state's objection to defense counsel's inquiries does not make the line of inquiry confidential or otherwise subject to sealing. Great. Further, the portion of the transcript in question does not reveal any new or other evidence. So that, look. Consequently, this portion of the state's motion is denied in all caps. Excellent. Good. At least we got one thing. That is denying from the state here. Okay, so then we go on to the next one, as we are wont to do. So this is the order sealing the state's proposed redactions. And actually, there's like nothing interesting there. It's just, there it is. Okay, so then moving right along, this is the good part, right? Guys, are you excited? I'm excited. I haven't seen this yet. Like I said, woo! We're going to get to it. 175 pages. Oh boy. Okay. All right. We will be here for the next 10 years. Get comfy, guys. Make sure you stay hydrated. Wait, where's my coffee? Hold on. My coffee's in the other room. BRB, 2 seconds. I have like I don't know how many ounces. It's like 32 ounces. Does it say? A huge ass. We'll just call it that. A huge ass tumbler that I drink coffee out of all day, every day. Okay. Oh, that's good that Heather's the Pitbull Pottymus is using that. Good. Denise, what did you think of the orchids? You're making me nervous that you're like, are you like, oh, those orchids are shitty? No, they're not. I think they're doing great. Okay. So maybe I zoomed in a bit far here. So this is from, okay, let me just set the stage. So this is from January 23rd. You guys remember that day, right? We were all waiting on pins and needles. When are they going to turn the cameras on, right? And Denise was fucking there that day, by the way, guys, boots on the ground. She was there and she was hanging out with the Gonsalves family. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Denise. Excellent. Please feel free to share pictures of your orchids. That's why that thread is there. If you actually scroll back, you'll see Super Planner Girl, shout out to Super Planner Girl, also was sharing pictures of her orchids. And there's also some other, it doesn't have to be orchids. I think Kit Smith shared some pictures of some roses. So any flowers welcome. We don't discriminate here, as y'all know. All flowers are welcome, plants. So anyone that wants to share, feel free. So hi, Steve. Welcome. Don't hate me. Are you the Steve that's, because we have many Steves. Are you the Steve that's in Canada or the Steve that's in New York, Long Island, near where Rex Heuermann lived? Or are you a third Steve? I can't remember. We have many Steves. Twiz has a Lego flower. That counts. That counts. Share the pictures. Oh, man. And for anyone who's like, what's this about these orchids? What the hell is all the fuss about? And you want to take a look, here's the link for the South Dakota. Okay, I actually didn't know that because I would have remembered that because that's where Meg P is. So now I will remember. Because I've always wanted to go to South Dakota. I hope to make it there someday. So awesome. See, I knew we had, I was like, maybe we have three. We have at least 3 Steves. I think we do. Cool. So shout out to South Dakota. Shout out to the Black Hills as well. Okay, so yes, so Denise was there that day. All right. So appearances for the state, we got 9. Well, we all these people we got at the end Sunday. Every time I do it, it gets funnier. Well, if it's funny at all in the first place, my impression of her, like a old witch kind of voice, if you will. Okay. And then we probably, well, not to sidetrack, but I was bummed to learn about with the Pro Hoc Vice. I did take a look at that. I was bummed to learn that Jay Logsden is not going to be participating in the trial because I freaking love Jay Logsden. It's a bummer. Oh, look at this nice index we have. Wonderful. Okay. Very good. All right. The court. Well, let me highlight so you guys can follow along. Let's just see. Good. Okay. The court. Let's go on the record and state v. Kohberger, blah, blah, blah. Present in the courtroom today are the people. Is Mr. Logsden here? Yes, he is, Your Honor. For the state, we have Mr. Logsden. Okay, he's just introducing them. We have a number of people in the courtroom, which is funny because we know that Denise was not allowed in. Are they all part of counsel team or witnesses that are to be called today? Okay. Both, Your Honor. Doesn't he know who the counsel are, though? That's why that was a weird question to me, because, like, we know the public couldn't go in. So, like, he knows who the count. Anyway, I guess it could be counsel for other people. Like, you know, we know there was, like, a victim advocate person there and something. Okay, the court. Outside of those two categories, that's everybody. Ms. Taylor, everybody here is a consultant or witness. Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure who's on the prosecutor's side. Okay. Mr. Thompson says, Miss Allen. Ah, there it is. There it is. Miss Allen is from the Attorney General's office and Miss Workman is our victim witness coordinator. There we go. The court. All right. Before we get going this morning, I understand the first portion of today's hearing will be to put on evidence related to the IGG suppression and Franks issue. In terms of witnesses, what are we doing in terms of excluding and or exceptions to exclude based on experts? Miss Taylor. No, there's no, you can't, there's no limit. You know, the funding, right, would be a limitation, but that would be like, that's not, we didn't see anything about that. I think it's just letting him know that he's just not going to be, you know, and maybe he wouldn't have been anyway. I don't know. You know, he seems to be, so far he's been doing a lot of the heavy hitting with a lot of the motions, as you guys know, and like providing a lot of the case law and handling a lot of that. So maybe that's sort of what they were hoping to utilize him for. And, you know, not because in trial, you know, it's going to be people who are going to be questioning the witnesses. And maybe that's just something that, I mean, they didn't need him for. I don't know. Denise, feel free to let us know your thoughts too, right? Like as to why they wouldn't have him participate in the trial with the addition of, oh my God, why am I a little bit? Becca Barlow. Yeah. Okay. So, Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that the witnesses may be inside the courtroom for the entirety of the proceeding. The state has their witness that's a remote witness, and that's fine for that person to listen in. The court, so that person is appearing remotely. Mr. Nye, yes, Your Honor, that's correct. The court, do we have them up? The clerk, they are not connected. Oh, great technology. They're not connected. Did you give them a link? Did you ask for a link? Mr. Nye, yeah, they know they let us know they received the link, but we're okay getting started, Your Honor. He doesn't need to be here. The court, I was told by my law clerk that the defense intends to refer to exhibits that they don't have copies here today for the court. Uh-oh. Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, there was a stipulation that all of the exhibits that were attached to the IGG motion and the Franks motion would be admitted. I'm happy to give the court my copies. That was about 1,000 pages worth of stuff. So I did not print and haul down an extra copy, but I'm happy to give the court my copy if the court wants a hard copy. Yeah, that would be even a slightly larger than Wendy's divorce binder. You guys remember Wendy's hefty divorce binder that you could murder somebody with if you hit them over the head and cause blunt force trauma? Let's get some emojis in the chat for that one, fans. That was 800 pages. So this is 1,000 pages. So slightly larger binder. Got some heft to it. The court, I've got a copy in the file. The only problem is trying to find out what you're talking about quickly if you're referring to a distinct item within that. Typically, I'm providing copies of the specific exhibits witnesses go over. I'll do my best, but like I'm adding here. I'm not making any promises. That's me. That's not in the transcript. Ms. Taylor, I'm happy to provide the court my copy or use the Elmo. We love Elmo. So the court can see the display. The court, all right, we'll do what we can in the future. If you know what exhibits you're going to be talking about in particular, you should have 2 copies available for the court. Thank you. I will, Your Honor. The court, anything to take up before we get started? Mr. Nye, no. All right, they're saying let's get on with it then. The defense may call their first witness. Oh my God. What? I don't think we knew. Did we know? I don't think we knew that Payne, oh my God, was testifying at this. Did we know that? Like, was that on the, I don't know that was on the record. Huh. Okay. Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, defense will call Payne. The court, just to make sure we're not live, right, Sandra? The court. Do you solemnly swear? Okay, she's swearing him in. She says he's going to tell the truth. May I approach the podium? Yes. Okay. He's be sworn. And here we go. Direct examination. All right. By Ms. Taylor. Question. Good morning. Oh God. I need to have like a different voice. I can't do a Payne voice. Okay. Question. Good morning. Answer. Good morning, ma'am. Question. I'll just do it that way. Will you state your full name, please? Answer. Payne. Question. How is your last name spelled? Answer. Payne. Well, he didn't spell his name wrong. That's a plus. Question, what do you do for a living? Answer, I'm the detective corporal at Moscow PD currently. Question, how long have you been at Moscow Police Department? Answer, almost 7 years now. Question, prior to Moscow Police Department, did you have any law enforcement experience? Yes. Or sorry, answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what was that? Answer, I was in the military police corps, the U.S. Army for 3 years prior to coming to Moscow PD. Question, are you post-certified? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Do you guys know what that means? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, in the course of your responsibilities with Moscow Police, were you handling an investigation involving homicides at 112 King Road? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what was your role? Answer, I was assigned lead detective after about the first 24 hours in that case. Well, at least he's answering this better than he did at prior hearings when it was like a shit show. Judge is rude to Ann Taylor. Yeah, I would say for sure. Yes, agree with that also. Yeah, judge. So let me go put these in order. So judge hates Logsden. Judge hates defense. Judge is rude to, yes. By the way, Denise, I was asking you for a second here if you wanted to weigh in on why Jay Logsden will not be participating in trial. I was saying, because Twiz had a question, I was saying that there's not a limitation as far as you can only have 3 attorneys. There could be a limitation in terms of when it's like court appointed or public defender in terms of like financially. But that doesn't seem to be the case here because he's just not going to be participating at trial. So I just was wondering if you had any thoughts on that. And I was saying maybe potentially they weren't ever intending to have him participate in trial, questioning witnesses. Maybe they just wanted him for all this heavy lifting beforehand, but I don't know. Curious what you think. Okay, so question, and does that mean you have responsibility for the case and the evidence? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, okay. As such, did you participate in a search for a suspect? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and when was the first time you heard Bryan Kohberger's name? Answer, the first time I heard Bryan Kohberger's name was December 19th, 2022. Question, and what was that a result of? Answer, that was a result of investigative genetic genealogy that was being undertaken by the FBI. We had a phone call that evening and we were told Bryan Kohberger's name. Question, and before that, Mr. Kohberger was not on your radar? Answer, no, ma'am. Before December 19th, was the FBI cast team member co-located with you? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, how long had he been co-located with you? Answer, I don't remember exactly, but it had been several weeks at that point. Question, that was Nicholas Balance. Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what other FBI team members were co-located with you? Answer, goodness, a lot. We had technical assistant Maria Tyndall, S.A. Jacobson, and numerous other FBI special agents that were there to assist. Oh, okay. What is post? I've never heard of that. What is post certified? Thank you for that, though. I don't know what that means. Can't stand him. Oh, you're saying the judge can't stand Jay Logsden, and so they figured it would hurt Bryan Kohberger if he was participating. Is that your thoughts? So in other words, it would be like a strategic move, is what that sounds like, right? Not because of financial constraints or whatever, but a strategic move because you know that Judge Hippler doesn't like him. Okay, so by the time it was December 19th and you first heard of Bryan Kohberger's name, had you reviewed videotapes? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, how many hours of videotapes do you think you reviewed? Answer, I don't remember. A lot. I can't give you an accurate representation. Okay. Question, in those videotapes, did you focus in on any particular ones that were of interest to you? Answer, yes, ma'am. In particular would be are you talking about addresses that were, how would you like me to refer to them? Question, how you nicknamed the cameras? Answer, so the first was from 1122 King, 1112. Wait, did you get the address wrong? Or is that a typo? You guys heard me automatically start to say it correctly, and then I was like, wait, what? King Road. It was a surveillance camera, an exterior surveillance camera on a house that was immediately to the northeast of. So, okay, so now it's correct. So he must have just misspoke the first time. Weird. 1122 King Road. There was some footage from a Linda Lane camera. I forget the address off the top of my head. There was footage from the A&W, which is at the corner of Lauder and South Main on Highway 95, or Highway 95. There was footage from an address on Indian Hills. There was also footage from a Ridge Road camera, and that's how we referred to them basically by those names. Question, with those references in mind and keeping December 19th in mind, which of those cameras were your focus before you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name? Answer, I would say all of them were of importance before that. Question, and it was later that the other cameras, that other cameras became important. Is that right? Answer, those were the main ones we relied upon for the vehicle, for vehicles in particular, is what those ones were. Question, I'm going to return to that in just a minute, but I just want to talk about interviews. Oh boy. Did you interview any people in relation to the case before December 19th? Oh boy. Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and did other officers interview people? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, were some of the people roommates of the people at 1122 King? Answer, yes, ma'am. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, Denise also weighing in further here. Logsden is all about making new laws and updating judges, all about no changes and stay with current laws. Yeah, you think, okay, right, that makes sense. Oh, of course, right, no, that obviously, peace officer, standard training, right, of course, that makes sense. Okay, right, that's right. I always forget that you are a cop. That's so insane. Shout out to P Fox, happy to see you again. Oh, what are your orchids doing right now? I can totally help you with that. The main thing is like, so you probably already know, right, that when they lose their blooms, that doesn't mean that they're dead, right? Because some people would think that. So they're going through their phase, and then they're going to be in active growth, and they might produce another flower spike. Okay, one of my orchids, Venus, produced another flower spike immediately, which is funny because typically it's supposed to be on like a yearly cycle. That's common. But Venus just decided to be ahead of everybody and already is in bloom again after producing another flower spike, but still also producing new leaves and roots, which is crazy. But the important thing is, regardless of what phase of life your orchid is in, you want to always be just checking the roots to see when they need water. I can elaborate further, but people might hate me. Oh yeah, Top Chat is the worst, guys. Okay, so and it's funny too, because what you also have to go in. Why would you do that? Right, it's Trader Joe's, right? Best places. I was literally saying this. I don't think you were there for that the other night, Denise, but I was literally saying Trader Joe's is the best place to buy orchids for anyone who's wanting an orchid. Far and away the best place to buy orchids. That's why I have so many, because I love Trader Joe's, and also I started becoming an orchid person, sort of. And yes, Trader Joe's. Putting them in the yard stuff. Wait. Putting them in the yard? What? Why are you putting them in the yard? Why do you put them in the yard? I don't understand. Uh-oh. Denise. Oh, dear. Instead, what you have to do is rearrange your house so you have enough space. That's what I did. Like the room I'm standing in and the pictures in the Discord, everything was different in this room, and I rearranged everything so I could have room for the orchids, because you want to put them at a certain window. So anyway, basically, you have to rearrange your house and your life so that you can make room for the orchids. That's what you do. They can't be outside. What are you doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Yeah, no, they're indoor plants with only unless you've got a greenhouse. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Putting them in the yard. Okay. Orchids, well, okay, many flowers can. Orchids need a very specific environment because they hail from they're from like Thailand, okay? So like the climate they're used to is like that humid, tropical, like hot, climate, but not super hot, like hot, like in other words, between 60 and like 80 degrees type of thing, right? With higher humidity. But the key thing is like orchids, they grow on trees. They're not terrestrial. That's the cool thing. They don't grow into dirt or in soil. Well, there's a couple orchids that are more like different species that do, but for the most part, right? Your Phalaenopsis, which is your most common orchid, they grow on the sides of trees. And so they have all these crazy ass roots and they attach themselves to the bark of a tree and they grow sideways. Isn't that insane? They grow freaking sideways. And so the crucial thing is when you think about that, well, okay, the leaves are not meant to collect rain where rain will, or water where it will sit in the crown, because when they're living in their normal life, that water would fall out. But when you want to grow them at your house, they're in a pot. So then they're upright. So that changes the dynamics of everything. So in other words, one of the first things I thought when Denise said she put them outside was I thought, well, the temperature might be right, but if they're getting rained on or if they're in soil, like if they're outside, but they're on a porch where it's covered and you live in the right type of climate, there's people that do that, right? But you have to live in the right type of climate. But the covered porch would be, or something with a cover, because you can't let rain or water get into the crown. Anyway. So, okay. Yes, we will have orchid training. Yes, that would be awesome. We can totally do that. And I was going to say too, Twiz and I were talking earlier, who's asking me why I don't have memberships. And I said, people have kind of like asked me before about it. And, I just was saying like, I don't know. I didn't have any like ideas for memberships. And so if you guys have any suggestions of things that if anybody is like, yeah, we'd love that. And you like have suggestions for things that could be, people do like members only live streams. One thing I mentioned is like, there's like custom emoji and we've got all these emoji from the Discord we could use. But we could do anything. And for anyone who's like, I was thinking one of the things that got me thinking about this is like, we could do like members only and like talk about other things like orchids, for example. I don't know. It's just a thought. Just let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that. That's odd. That is odd. I feel like though, I've noticed that too. Sometimes if it's like I'm watching a live stream, I'll be automatically put in top chat and other times not. I don't know what it is. It might just be random, but weird that, right. And so the funny thing with me is I've killed every type of plant I've ever owned. And that was why it was like the running joke in my family that like, I can't do plants. And then I kept this one plant alive that my brother gave me for Christmas a couple years ago called a jade plant. And that's when I was like, okay, I finally kept my first plant alive. And that's when I was like, okay, because you guys know me, if it's the hardest challenge in the world, I want it. And orchids are considered to be the most difficult plant to keep alive. Like they're notoriously difficult to keep alive. And it's like the thing is like the orchids die, right? And even my mom, who's really good with plants and has all kinds of plants and grows vegetables and all this, she couldn't keep an orchid alive. And like, I never have heard of anyone being able to keep an orchid alive. But I kept seeing these orchids at the Trader Joe's, and that's what started it all. I got my first one. I was like, I'm going to keep this orchid alive because they can live for like 15, 20, 30 years. And because that's the overachiever and all that in me. And so then, but you have to it's like having a child. It's like, you have to learn all about the orchid and what to do. So it's like the whole thing. But then when you learn about it, and then especially if you frequent a Trader Joe's, you're going to be likely wanting more orchids, and then you want to keep them alive. And anyway, so I made it my goal to figure out how to keep them alive. And now I have 17 of them and they are all thriving. So, yeah, I don't know why even Top Chat exists. I don't think anyone knows why Top Chat exists. Literally. Twiz is confirming he's never killed a plant. Excellent. We like that. Okay. So All right, Brett Payne's interviews. That's where we are. So question, sorry. Did you review other officers' work as well? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, did you have regular meetings with the other officers about the status of the investigation? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, did you have any role in deciding to pursue IGG? Answer, yes, ma'am. It was a collaborative decision amongst the command team to go that route, but yes, I was a part of that. Question, were you part of the discussions during the process of the identification? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, were you aware that Othram Laboratories began the work on the investigative genetic genealogy? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what kinds of information did you receive from Othram Laboratories? Answer, I don't remember what was received from Othram directly. I knew that they were conducting their specific type of work. I don't remember exactly what they provided to us. Question, did you receive some documents from them? Answer, yes, ma'am. Okay, do you know how many documents you received from them? Answer, I do not. I don't like any of this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Not even one little bit. Question, was it one time or more than one time? Answer, I don't remember. Yeah, this is not, I don't like this at all. All right. Question, were you part of the discussion to take the work from Othram and go to the FBI? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, why was that decision made? Answer, from my understanding, granted, this is my first encounter with IGG. So again, as a collaborative discussion, we decided that because the Idaho State Police Lab and Othram essentially exhausted their resources, this is how I understood it, that we would move to the FBI because they had more resources available to pursue this particular avenue. That's where I get confused. Well, what he's referencing is the backdooring because, I mean, that's what he has to be referencing. It's not like anybody could do better at things. It's just literally, that's the backdooring. That's what I think he's referencing. Ah, wonderful. Question, do you know what more resources the FBI had? Answer, the only thing I'm privy to was that they had more databases that they could compare the sample to. That was the extent of my knowledge. Question, do you have familiarity with databases and the rules that apply to those? Answer, no, ma'am. Question, I'll save those questions. What was your communications with the FBI about IGG? Answer, so our communications were just via telephone. The sample that was sent out to the FBI, sent to the FBI, I don't remember the date it was given over to them, but after that, there was very few conversations, and if they happened at all, they were just telephonic, advising us that the process was still in the works, and they would let us know when or if they had anything of interest for us. Question, do you know what files or documents went to the FBI from Othram? Answer, I do not remember. Question, did you receive documents from the FBI? Answer, in relation to IGG? Question, yes. Answer, I believe after the fact, after we received Kohberger's name, we did receive documents, but I don't remember what they were. This is crazy. Question, do you know how many documents related to IGG you received from the FBI? Answer, no, ma'am. I believe as part of discovery, it was in thousands of pages, but that's the best of my knowledge. Question, thank you for that. All right, so once you have Mr. Kohberger identified, what's your understanding of what that meant to his name? Answer, just in relation to the overall investigation, is that question, yes. Answer, so the only thing that was given to us was Bryan Kohberger's name. That was it. It was conveyed to us by the FBI that it was to be taken as no more than a tip. That was it, just the tip. So once we received his name, we set about doing basically an independent verification of whether or not he was involved in this crime. So remember, so he's like saying, he's framing this, okay, as like, we have this name, but like, he's framing this as if it's not like, here's your suspect, right? He's framing this as if here's your tip, go do more work, right? And remember, we've spent a lot of time looking at those charts, the flow charts, right? And even on the flow chart where the way it shows how you're supposed to conduct this type of thing with IGG, after every step, the next step says more investigative work. So like when you get a lead, right, a tip, the next step is more investigative work, right? But the thing is that we know prior to this, the FBI was already following Kohberger in Pennsylvania. Question, I'm going to talk to you about that a little bit more, but do you know why the FBI connected Bryan Kohberger to the case? Excellent question. Answer, so December 20th, if memory serves, we had a secondary meeting with the FBI via Teams, if memory serves, Jesus. And they simply walked us through the family tree, how they did that. Now, I don't remember the details of all that. It was an in-depth conversation that, to be honest, is above my head. Well, I don't doubt that. But they essentially worked their way through the family tree and arrived at a conclusion that Bryan Kohberger was a person that we should look into as a tip. That's the extent of my knowledge of how they did that. Question, how was Bryan Kohberger, the name you received as a tip, linked to the case? Answer, he wasn't until after December 19th. Question, what item of evidence did they link Bryan Kohberger to? Answer, I'm not sure what you're asking. As far as just before December 19th, is that what you're referring to? Question, yeah, we didn't have one at that point. Question, why did you become interested in learning the identity of Bryan Kohberger? Answer, not quite sure I understand your question. We were interested in anyone who would have been involved in this. I completely understand what she's asking. She's trying to get to the point that right here, there it is, the DNA from the knife, right? Because her prior question is, what item of evidence, right, did they link him to? Because they have an item of evidence with DNA that they send off for IGG, and then they end up with a name, right? A tip. So this is not a tough question. Obviously, the answer is knife sheath, right? Not sure I understand your question. We were interested in anyone who would have been involved in this. The DNA from the knife sheath was obviously, okay, the one thing we had that we thought was a very strong piece of evidence in this case. Accurate, the one thing, right? So it, and as far as we know, still the one thing, as far as we know. A strong piece of evidence in this case. So it was that particular piece that we pursued as a potential avenue of identifying a suspect. Question, is it your understanding that the FBI's work said that it was Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the sheath? Answer, that is not my understanding. Question, what is your understanding? Answer, my understanding is that the FBI concluded that Bryan Kohberger was a possible source of DNA we should look into. They did not, to my knowledge, at any point say Bryan Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. That was never conveyed to me. Well, if that's true, that's good news to hear, if that's true. Question, on December 20th, when that happened, when he's somebody you should look into, what did you do? Answer, we had already started looking into him from the previous evening. So that day, December 23, we began going through basically all sort of standard investigative procedures that we've been doing throughout the investigation of various leads, to include basic DMB searches, NCIC offline returns, NCIC searches. We have a database called TLO. This could be a wrapper. Which is a credit-based search we use to find basic information. So we started doing all those things looking for information on Mr. Kohberger. And remember, again, at this point, the FBI has already like fucking got him in Pennsylvania. Question, what you found is that he didn't have a criminal history. Is that right? Answer, correct. Question, oh, okay. Talk to me about going to Pennsylvania for the trash pull. Dad trash. Anyone who's new here, we call it the dad trash, just to be clear. Whenever we're talking about the DNA, because there's, different DNA, dad trash. Dad trash is the DNA that was connected to the dad from the trash. Dad trash. Answer, well, I was not in Pennsylvania for the trash pull. Wait, I thought he said he was. I thought he said he was. Maybe he said he was still on his way. I remember that came up at a different point. Question, I'll ask somebody else later. All right, after you see Bryan Kohberger's name and he hasn't been on your radar at all before, is that correct? Or is that right? Answer, correct. All right, you had pursued is not a word. You had pursued interviews and surveillance video. Had you pursued evidence found inside the scene at 1122 King? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what efforts did you make to pursue unknown male B? Answer, you have to be more specific. I don't remember exactly where unknown male B came from. Question, if I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the second and the first floor, does that help jog your memory? Answer, yes, ma'am. Excellent. I hope we're going to learn more, because again, this is my first look. I hope we're going to learn more about what the fuck happened to those samples, because the question everybody had was like, hey, hang on, what happened? Were these tested? Did they do IGG? Like, what's the deal? Question, why did you not pursue that person? Answer, at that point in time, we had already received Mr. Kohberger's name. And from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. What? What? Okay, back up. So, all right, here's the thing. So, essentially, right? Okay, was there a date on here? So, essentially, now we know there was more than once they went in that house, right? Does anybody in the chat know? Has it been said yet? So that I don't try to go looking for it. Has it been said yet? Because some of you guys might know. Has it been said yet? And maybe the hearings on the 23rd or 24th, like what date, like when they had they found these unknown male samples, right? What are they, B and C? Did the handrail and the glove, was that at subsequent searches at the house? Because I know there was more than one, or was that the same day? Well, rather, regardless of which first, second, third, my question is was it the same day as the knife sheath? That's what matters here, right? For what I'm thinking. Like, in other words, did they find all that blood at the same time? Knife sheath, handrail, glove. Does anybody know? And that's the other thing. Like I said earlier too, I was like, well, I figure we're going to get into the middle. Remember the mysterious third party, which is when the doubling, right? From what we've heard so far, the doubling happened via that mysterious third party, Ann Taylor said. And then it was, I guess, already doubled by the time the FBI got it. But that hasn't come up yet here. The backdooring is the databases, right? So like, that's what we saw. We saw the backdooring of the databases, but like it was weird that they didn't go ahead and go in chronological order, right? So what's the deal with that middle thing? But wait, did they get all of them at the same time? Is my question. Oh, Denise changed your picture. Like, were they all collected at the same day? Or was it different subsequent trips to the house? Because if they were all collected on the same day, I've got problems here that I was going to talk about, but I don't want to get all worked up or whatever. If they were collected later, it'd be different. Yeah, I mean, so, okay. So here's what I was saying though. So the point that she's making, again, this is with working with an assumption that they collected all these at the same time, right? If they collected them all at the same time, right? Then what she's saying is, so you've got the knife, you've got the handrail, and you've got the glove, and they don't know shit, right? And then they come back and they've got these unknown male samples, right? And they're all equally unknown, right? So her question is, why did you not pursue that person? As in, what made you pursue the person? What made you pursue the knife sheath male, right? The unknown male. I don't remember what letter they gave that one, but the knife sheath unknown male DNA, right? And so this is why I was saying, at that point in time, we had already received his name. Huh? Like, what he's saying here is like, they can only do one piece of evidence at a time. You guys see what I'm saying? Look at this. He's saying, from what my understanding was, and it's funny that he couches it with this, because this doesn't make any fucking sense. And his understanding sucks, I think. Entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one. Remove what? Remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. So I'm sorry, but there's no fucking way. With every case where there's DNA evidence, there's usually, every investigation, right, guys, there's like multiple pieces of evidence and they're testing them for DNA, and usually they find things, right? He's saying that they can only test one piece at a time, where they test it and then they enter it in a CODIS. And not to mention, the CODIS didn't result in a match. It didn't result in a match. It will remove. This is beyond me. I mean, yeah, this is this dumbest thing. This is huge, because what it's saying is like, and that's why I made a distinction that, like, if they found those other pieces later, to where like they hadn't finished processing them, and then they got they didn't, I don't know, but he's not even saying that. I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he's not even saying that. He's giving this other reason why they went straight for the knife sheath DNA into IGG. Wow. Wow. Welcome back, Jack. Hey, that rhymed. Huh, cool. I mean, right? Only room for one in CODIS. Right. But again, that wouldn't make any sense even if it did result in a CODIS match. Why? Guys, dude, what's wrong? What about cases where there's more than one suspect, right? Like, there's so many cases like that where there's more than one person at the crime scene, right? So even if you get a match in CODIS, how would they be solving these cases then where there's like more than one suspect, where they in a suspect that is in CODIS with a match, right? So even if it was a match, this makes no sense. But it wasn't a match to anything in CODIS. So what space is it taking up? Wow. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There's plenty of crimes where there's like many people involved in there and they could have criminal records, you know, and it's like, huh? Yeah, it's insane. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. I was just talking about you. Dude, were your ears ringing? I was just talking about you because we were talking about orchids, and Denise here also has orchids. And I was just saying how I just put some pictures in the orchid thread with updates of my orchids. So you should check those out. Orchid update. Right? This is crazy. Like, you guys, I'm going to read it one more time just to make sure. Cause like, this is so insane that it strains credulity that anyone would even say this because it's so insane that they would say this. So, okay, let's just go again. Question. If I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the second and the first floor, does that help jog your memory? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question. Why did you not pursue that person? Answer, at that point in time, we already received Mr. Kohberger's name. How? Like, we know how you received his name, but I mean, how? Like, in other words, it's like they just sat on this other DNA. That's what that is. They just sat on the other DNA, right? Because it's like, we only needed to test one thing, and then we're going to not test the other things. Like, okay. Wow. And from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. Again, it didn't even result in a match. But even if it did, that makes literally no sense. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's just do this the right way. I'm glad I replaced my goat battery recently, so it'll live through this document. If it continues anything like this, I might wear it out again. All right. Right. So if memory serves, the discussion is we'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. Why would you not? This makes no sense. Why would you not test evidence that has DNA? It could be more than one person, right? It happens all the fucking time. What is happening? We'll hold off. We have other evidence with blood that has DNA, and we're just going to hold off. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm just going to sing and try to like not blow up. Oh my God. You guys, what? What? Yeah. Shout out to Tonka. Glad to see you again. Look at this. I mean, right? I don't know if they make them yet, but they might need to start doing that. Welcome to Too Fast. Welcome back, rather. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay. Oof. Wow. We'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. What is going on? Why would you not test it? Not to mention, well, I guess they know it's not the same unknown male. I was going to say, like, not to mention, what if it matches the same person who's on the knife sheath? But Anyway, I guess that's why I guess they know it's not the same person. But the other thing, right, is like, even with what little they knew at the time, their mind should have been and probably was thinking that there was more than one person involved. I know they didn't say, I know publicly whatever they said because for completely different reasons, to try to make people not worry. But like, common sense would be like, yeah, you remember, everybody's like, yeah, 4 people are killed in a short period of time, probably more than one person, right? Just normal thinking. So the logical thing would be to expect, oh my God. So like, if you get more than one unknown male DNA, like, dude, I don't know. This is insane. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time. Question. I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Good luck with that. Were you not aware of unknown male B until, okay, there we go. So that's what I was getting at, right? Because like, was there some reason that the dates were different? Were you not aware of unknown male B until after December 19th when you knew Bryan Kohberger's name? No. Oh, well, okay, never mind. Answer, no, ma'am. I was aware of that before, yes. So then this still makes no sense. Question, how about unknown male D? Answer, again, you're going to have to be more specific. What? Question, if I told you unknown male D came from a lab report from a sample of blood on some gloves, blood on the glove, outside the house, does that refresh your memory? Answer, yes, ma'am, it does. Question, you're aware of that too? Answer, yes, ma'am. P Fox, let me know if you want a custom command so that Nightbot will do things. Question, I want to back up and talk about the affidavits. I think you told me in a prior hearing that you were the person that wrote Exhibit A or the affidavit in support of the search warrants when it came to looking for things about Bryan Kohberger. Did I understand that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and that affidavit, when you began, was that on or about December 23rd to get records? Answer, as far as when I started writing the affidavit, is that what you're referring to? Question, the first search warrant that applied to Bryan Kohberger. Answer, I believe it was December 23rd, yes. Question, when did you begin writing that affidavit? Answer, I began writing that affidavit long before. Huh? Okay. It'd been a running affidavit because at the beginning of it, there's the walkthrough of the crime scene. There's numerous things. It was a living document, so we just add information to it. I'd say that document started, I don't know, I couldn't go to exact date, a couple weeks prior to that, even before we knew Mr. Kohberger's name. And that's, that's normal. That's normal because they're gonna know the facts of like the address of the house and all that shit right before, I mean, most cases, unless there's somebody who just immediately walks up and is like, it was me. Question, help me understand what parts were added after you knew Mr. Kohberger's name. Good question. Answer, well, to walk down the line best I can. So obviously there's the initial component, which is the crime scene, the testimony from the roommates. Then after that, it shifts to, I believe the first mention of the first component was that Bryan Kohberger was pulled over by Corporal Duke on a traffic stop. What? Wait, what? Oh, okay. So things after they knew his name. Okay. He was also contacted by WSU police. His vehicle was ran by WSU PD officers. Then after that, we included trying to walk down through the thing without it in front of me. Then we included the vehicle information that was about the white Elantra. And after that, we included his residence and that it had hit LPRs, or that his vehicle had been seen on LPRs between Moscow or Pullman, and Pennsylvania. License plate readers, right? LPRs. And then there was the component about where he lived in Pennsylvania. Question, let's go back to that time before you started adding the traffic stop. That affidavit contains some information that you gained from other officers. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, okay, you didn't write large parts of that affidavit. Is that also right? Answer, I took a lot of language from experts and other officers and agents. That's correct. Question, are you aware your affidavit, your living document, was claimed by other people as their own original document? Not giving you credit, but claimed as their own. Are you aware of that? Answer, yes, ma'am. Are you aware of that? You will probably know because Nicholas Balance was co-located with you. Did the two of you continually work on language to satisfy what the prosecutor wanted to see for probable cause? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, did you and Nicholas Balance produce a map? Oh, God. Oh, God. Not this. Or map. Possible route of travel for your suspect. Oh, maps. Answer, yes, ma'am. Miss Taylor, in your honor, I am at defendants 1A. I can either put it up here or approach the court with the map. And what's funny is in the hearing, there's a part where Ann Taylor's ref says, oh, and she says, those maps we looked at earlier today. And now we know it is the same maps from the affidavit, which is what I figured because they mentioned the blue squiggly line. Too Fast has been here before. There was one for you? I don't think you ever, I don't know that you ever, I don't remember you requesting a command Too Fast. So for anyone, okay, for anyone that wants a custom command, y'all let me know what you want and not what other people say they want, you guys. So for Too Fast, PFox, anybody else, y'all let me know. I don't remember making one for you Too Fast. I could be wrong. And if you want to see the commands, it's plural. Okay, so the maps. The court, can I see what you're referring to? There's been a lot of Exhibit A's in this case. Just as housekeeping, you had mentioned you stipulated to the admission of sounds like a large chunk of records of thousands of pages. Ms. Taylor, yes, Your Honor. It's a stack of exhibits that came behind the amended Franks motion from the defense. The court, okay, and you want me to search through that stuff to find what you want me to rely on? Oh, God. But they already talked about this. She said she would give him her copy. Ms. Taylor, I don't. I'm happy to give, there it is. Happy to give you my copy. Yeah, we already covered this. Judge Hippler, the court, no, I don't mean that. Okay. As you know, I entered an order in this case that I'm not going to scour the record to find things that support your claims in this case. You have to cite them in particularity. And so I get concerned when I'm told I'm going to get a large document to be admitted that doesn't sound like it's going to focus on the actual hearing or much of it. Ms. Taylor, well, Your Honor, I do have quite a few more questions for this detective. I'm trying to be mindful of my role here with him as far as Franks and his work in IGG, but it's time for me to argue Franks. What I plan to do was to argue from the exhibits, identify them for the court, and hand the court my copy. So I don't expect the court to thumb through all the D1, D2s. I just didn't bring another 1,000 pages with me to the court. I understand. My concern wasn't so much, let me drink a sip of water. Water time. Third tries a charm. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anybody. Right. Tonka has one. Yes, yes. Oh my God. By the way, Heather, I don't even know what was happening, but Twiz messaged me earlier and said that you were, I don't know what you guys were doing, but whatever you were doing, he said that you were like, well, what was it? You were like just quoting Wendi or something, or, you know, talking about Wendi. And like, I responded with like, oh, I was like, oh, Wendi. Like, I was like, Wendi and her stupid, delicious lunch or something like that. And then I was like, fucking Fievel. And then he was like, wait, are you there or something? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, what? And apparently that was like something that you said. And it was like at the same time. And then I was like, yeah, Heather and I have special brain powers with each other, it seems like. Oh my God, wait, is there going to be sperm coming up in this? No way. No way. No. The command. So for example, PFox, I would do for your command, they have to be the letters together, but the response can be whatever you want. It can be emojis. Like, let me do this, for example, Black Widow's command. Here it comes. That's what she said. Jesus. So that's a quote from, she's Irish. And so it can be whatever you want. And it can be, I don't think there's even like a character limit, honestly. Well, the character limit would be probably for what YouTube allows, but, right? I know. But how old are you? I mean, I'm just wondering, when you were talking about Wendi, was this relevant, or were you just talking about Wendi? Because I love it either way. But hold on, real quick.
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
Okay. Just had to. Okay, so okay, you got it. I'll send a note tonight, bot. Oh, you snapped out and quoted Wendi. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Let me just tell Nightbot, hey Nightbot, can you do me a little favor? Yes, that's Nightbot. Can you make a new command, please? Of course. Trying to, okay. Here we go. Almost done. Okay. Anyone wants to do exclamation point PFox in the chat and check it out? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so right. So he doesn't want to go looking for the documents. I think we read that part. If you're going to refer to specific documents. Okay, Ms. Taylor. Oh, I absolutely understand that, Your Honor. And by the way, too fast. No, I don't remember making one for you. And I'll tell you why. I know I would remember, because it would be, I think, one of the only commands that would start with a number and then letters. So I would remember. I feel like I would remember that. Maybe you dreamed it, you know? Maybe you dreamed it. I don't know. But we can make one for you now. Okay, so Ms. Taylor, I absolutely understand that, Your Honor. These were all put in so that counsel would be advised to the court. The fact that I admit this group of documents does not mean that it is something that can be relied on absent you actually using it. Huh? Ms. Taylor, absolutely, I understand that, Your Honor. I don't expect the court to read my mind. Thank you for that. Oof. Question. Detective, I'm going to attempt to put this map up here. Is that the map you and Nick Balance came up with to help with probable cause? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, thank you. I'm going to leave that there for just a minute. I'm going to ask you some other questions. I want to back up to the part of the first affidavit. This is asking for AT&T records. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and this AT&T record, is that the first set 48 hours of AT&T records? Answer, yes, ma'am. I believe so. And are these AT&T records related to a phone Mr. Kohberger had? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, all right. And so in doing this affidavit, you have this working document. I'm going to start with DM. Oh boy, here's a great question. If I say DM, do you know who I'm talking about? If he said no, I would have died. Answer, yes, ma'am, I do. Well, at least he can answer that, definitively. Question, and is she one of the roommates? Is that right? The court, we're sealed. You can use the name. It doesn't matter anyway. Miss Taylor, I can use the name, trying to get a habit. I think maybe what she meant there was like, it's a habit to say DM, maybe. By Miss Taylor. Dylan Mortensen, who is she? Oh, answer, she was one of the surviving roommates. Okay, it's so silly that it still redacted her name. Anyway, whatever. Question, how many times was Dylan, I'm just going to say Dylan, okay? And how many times was Dylan interviewed by law enforcement at the time you wrote this December 23rd report? Answer, if memory serves, it was 4, I think, 3 or 4. Question, in the affidavit, you wrote a statement that she had heard Kaylee go upstairs, yell, someone's there, and run back downstairs. Is that correct? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and you used the words she thought she heard. Do you remember that? Miss Jennings, Your Honor, I'm going, no, what? Stop it. Stop. What the, I was so, I read out loud. I saw Miss Jennings and I read it out loud. And as I was reading it, I was like, oh, I must be misreading something, because why is Miss Jennings talking? Okay. Great. All right, Miss Jennings, I'm gonna try to do her voice. That at the end of the day, Miss Jennings, Your Honor. Well, you guys might not be able to understand what I'm fucking saying if I do that, so I'll just read it normally. And I'm gonna put her on the screen when I'm reading. Well, hold on. Would you guys rather be able to see the transcript where I'm reading what she's saying, or would you rather this? Let me know. Right now, I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Miss Jennings, Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm objecting based on the scope of what this testimony is supposed to be. My understanding is that it was limited solely to the issue of Franks and IGG. Let me see what you guys are saying. Are you talking about the goat or me squawking to be Ashley Jennings? That is so funny. I don't know, but do you remember what it was? That is odd. Yeah, I haven't seen Meg P yet. Dream memory. I have those all. Heather, we could. Yeah. I wrote a whole song about it actually, because it's so crazy. Like when you dream things that. Anyway, I'm not okay. Oh, so you're saying so you would have had to been sleep searching. So you saw, that's so funny. I mean, things could happen, maybe. That's so funny. Yeah, sleep searching. Yeah, I don't know the time. You asked someone for a protractor. Yeah, I've got some crazy stories. So, okay, still waiting to hear too fast what you would like your command to be. And guys, do you want me to? I'll just read the transcript. You guys know I'm sure we'll pull up her thingy enough times, Miss Jennings. I mean, okay, the court. I was just about to ask the question. I don't recall the statements of Dylan being a subject of a motion to suppress, separate from the Franks issue. Am I correct about that, Ms. Taylor? That is correct, Your Honor. The court. Okay, so we're not at a Franks hearing on that issue. The only issue we are at a Franks hearing on is the IGG. Ms. Taylor, all right, well, let me rephrase. Let me start from a different place. The court also sustain the objection. Oh, okay, I see, because it was a different, right, okay. But Ms. Taylor, question, let's go to the part of your affidavit for December 23rd, ATT1, the part where you put in things particular to Bryan Kohberger. You put in that affidavit a traffic stop, I believe, from August in Moscow, Idaho. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. The traffic stop, question. Traffic stop, that was on your radar before December 19th when you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name. Answer, no, ma'am. Question, the next thing you relied on was a traffic stop at WSU. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, was that traffic stop on your radar before you knew Bryan? And what she's doing here is she's proving, right, that the IGG is how they got to him. Because remember, they kept trying to say that wasn't the case, which is just, it is what it is. I don't understand why they thought that would work. So she's going through everything and proving it, even though we already knew it anyway. Too fast. Let me know what you want your command to be. I feel terrible because you thought you had one. It makes me so sad. Or you can do like DB, because when DB was here last time, and he said he's going to have to really stop and think about it because it was like the biggest, most important choice or decision of his life or something. It was really fucking funny. Okay, so she's going through everything. So answer, yes, ma'am. Question, was that the traffic stop? Was the traffic stop on your radar before you knew of his name? No, ma'am. Question, you put in information about front license plates being missing from Pennsylvania cars. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, the 11, now it's back to 1112. Maybe, I don't know if it's a typo or if people are just mispronouncing it. Anyway, video did not show enough of the vehicle that you could see whether it had a front license plate. Is that right? Answer, that sounds correct. Yes. Question, so it was after you learned of Bryan Kohberger's name that became part of your affidavit. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, let's talk about the vehicle identification for a minute before I run back down through the rest of that affidavit after Bryan was identified. When you worked with Special Agent Immel to identify a vehicle, was there more than one vehicle he identified? Oh boy. Answer, I don't believe there was. If memory serves, it was just the Hyundai Elantra. Question, would you agree that he was most comfortable with the years 2011 to 2013? I knew that. I saw this coming. I saw it coming. I was like, yup. Miss Jennings. Object, Your Honor. For the same reasons, I don't understand the scope related to IGG. Miss Taylor, Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a little leeway on this one. I think it will be clear in about 2 more questions. It is a sealed proceeding. I'll be arguing at Frank's court. I don't want to pollute the record. So approach. Bench conference. They come back. Miss Taylor, they looked for 2011 to 2013. It was their BOLO. It was after Bryan was identified by IGG, they expanded the search. The court. That relates to what, Miss Taylor? It's going to relate to Frank's, but it has to do with it's Fruit of the Poisonous Tree, obviously. I see this. How are we confused? How are we confused? But it has to do with IGG when they identified him. Yes, obviously. I have 2 more questions along this line. The court, you have the separate Frank's motion regarding the scope of the car search. Why is he confused, dude? Miss Taylor, absolutely. The court. We're not here for that today. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. We're here for the IGG. Right, that's the point. I get the idea that if the IGG is suppressed, the warrants based on IGG is suppressed, that affects a lot of other things, right? But I don't think you need to get into the evidence of that at this point because it's part of the you know what I think it is, personally? I think it's him wanting to keep more information from coming out on the record. This is my, hold on. Well, it's not speculation. It's my personal opinion. However, because I don't have a personal opinion thing, I just have a speculation thing. I'm going to run that. But here, and also just because it's cute. So where is it? Where are you? Okay. Again, not speculation, but my personal opinion. And I thought this the first time, the first objection, but I didn't say it because I was like, well, you know, let me just wait and see. Again, a benefit of the doubt. But now it's become more clear to me that my initial thought was right in terms of my opinion of what is happening here. What I think is happening here is that, and given everything that has come out with everything being denied, right? That sadly, and I'm not alone on this. Shout out to lawyer, you know, by the way, for this as well. It seems pretty clear now. No one knew what he was going to do back then, right? But now that we've seen these documents, and again, we will go through them in due time, right? I wanted to start with this because this just came out and this is super, you know, big news, right? So, but it is now clear that, unfortunately, it seems like Judge Hippler never intended to do anything other than deny this stuff from the get-go, regardless. Like, he's almost just going through the motions, pun, motions, didn't even do that on purpose, just to make it look like he's da-da-da. And, you know, the thing is like, we all got really excited when he was like, oh, can you please make sure you put the right specific thing? We were like, oh, good, right? That seems like a positive thing. But it seems like he never really was going to give it a fair shot anyway. And so with that in mind, I think that if he's already thinking ahead, and he shouldn't be doing this, by the way, but if he's already thinking ahead and like, I'm just going to deny all this shit anyway, right? I'm not going to give them a Franks. I'm not going to da-da-da, right? Then potentially, this is my opinion of what I think is going on with him here. Again, just my opinion. That the reason because he's interjecting here, and what he's saying is like, basically, he does not want more information to come out, and he's trying to say, well, it's not the right time. It's connected to these other things, right? Because he's already of the mindset that they're not going to have subsequent hearings because he's not going to grant any of it, right? And then therefore, if anything else is discussed here today at this hearing in relation to the IGG would just get more information out on the record available to the public, right? Things like what, you know, it was like DM and the shit about the car. Because again, if these objections aren't sustained, then we would get more information. Or if he granted any of the Frank stuff, right, then also, again, we would get more information about those specific things. But he does not, I think, my opinion again, he does not want any of this stuff to be, and the thing is this, right? If he hadn't already made up his mind, he would know that it would be talked about anyway later, right? And then, you know, so you guys see what I'm saying? Let me look and see what y'all are saying in the chat. Too Fast is asking for help from Heather. Right. Yep. I agree, Tonka, with that. Yep. Shout out to Ali Alaska. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back again, Toes. We have more than one Toes that joins us, but welcome back to Toes Transparency Over Every Speculation. Yes. Welcome. I'm just reading through what y'all are saying. You guys are really funny. Heather, did you think of a good command for a too fast yet? Oh, okay. It's the same Toes. Thank you. I was wondering about that. I was like, that would be pretty crazy. You are very welcome. There was something else I was going to say. Dude, this is, so, I know what I was going to say. And I was going to say this, that, so Peter Tragos covered, he does his little videos, tries to keep them under an hour, but went a little over an hour. But he did a video with some of the stuff from like Frank's and stuff, but it's really funny because if for anyone that watches him regularly, or okay, let me say this, for anyone who doesn't watch him regularly, you may not know how he generally talks about judges or attorneys. And so what I can say is this. I was watering my orchids yesterday and I was listening. So I wasn't even watching, I was listening. I had it like an earbud in and I was listening to some of that recent video he did where he just went through a little bit, right? Real quick. And right from the get-go, I was like, holy shit. I was like, huh. Right from the get-go, I got this impression from him. I'm like, I know his style so well. I know how he's always very, very, very diplomatic, right? Diplomatic, respectful. Right from the get-go, I was like, he hates this judge. He didn't hate this judge. I mean, you know what I mean? It was sort of like, there wasn't maybe a good enough reason to like, because we didn't know what this judge was going to do, right? Like when I say hates this judge, what I mean is it's not like hates him as a person, right? But like, dude, he started out the whole live stream saying something along the lines of probable cause is a fucking joke. I'm paraphrasing. He doesn't ever curse. But that's what that was what it was. He was like, probable cause is a fucking joke. It shouldn't be, but it is. And he said, and that's why when I'm arguing to a jury, I argue beyond a reasonable doubt. He said, it's because probable cause is a fucking joke, which is, it shouldn't be, but that's because it is, right? And that a magistrate will just put a rubber stamp on anything. It's because of that I make sure that the jury understands, like, and he's talking about like with voir dire, right? But also in trial, that beyond a reasonable doubt is even more important. Because essentially it's like, if you don't have a good filter for shit to come in, right? It's like the less stringent those standards are for shit to come in at trial, the more you have to, the higher that other standard needs to be beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So, but from there, it goes on where he goes on like, dude, my read on that, I think he thinks Judge Hippler is more biased than Judge Bev. That's saying a lot. But anyway, I was just going to say because, the reason I'm even bringing it up is because again, he also was of the opinion that Judge Hippler already had made his mind up ahead of time before any of this happened, which is not what you're supposed to do at all. It pissed him off and it pisses me off. That's all. I'm probably missing things in the chat as I just like stand here in anger or whatever. Are we going with You Are So Pretty for Too Fast? Oh my God. Amazing. Love that. Mises. That's why. Anyway. Okay. Hold on. Let me just do this real quick because now I said Mises, which is, what was it from? There's like the Muppet Christmas Carol movie. No more cheeses for us, Mises. Anyway, house. So, right. That's what I'm saying. It's terrible to think of any judge being right. And I think it's because it's my interpretation was like the read he's getting on Judge Hippler at this point now with what came out with all those, he was, again, I don't remember which things he was reading. It was probably just from like the denying the Franks, but it was like clear to him, because like when you're an attorney, it's like you get used to being able to kind of get an idea, feel for the judge at some point. And it's like, I think, and it makes sense to me, right? Once you see that the judge had a mindset going into it, like, I'm just going to deny it all, because I think they have the right guy. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to deny it all and just fuck constitutional rights. It's like, oh, okay. Right. And now it's like, so that's the judge that we're dealing with here. You know what I mean? Again, because he is always so diplomatic and gives, and is and he tries to be so careful with if he's going to say something critical of a judge. Like, I was floored. I was watering my orchids and literally my jaw dropped to the floor many times during that live stream. I was like, I literally was like, I've thought to myself, I've never seen Peter like this. Like, he was, and again, if you don't watch him, you probably would be like, oh, he's, but if you watch him, you pick up on all, how he usually is. That for him was like unhinged in my opinion. It was like unhinged on it. Like, really. I think maybe he's been at that same level with stuff about Delphi, but maybe not even, I don't know. Anyway, it's just crazy. So, Right. I know. It's just because I thought I said moose and then it made me think of Mises and then it became moosies or whatever I said. I don't even remember what I said. Shout out to Tie Knots. Welcome back. Did we confirm well, they're going away. Did we confirm the "you're so pretty"? I don't know what that's from, but if that's the command that we're going with for Too Fast. But what Peter Tragosler, was kind of saying is like, what is the point? Like, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit, right? Like, what is the point? And he was saying the same thing as it pertains to the DOJ interim policy. It's like, what is the point of making this if we don't have to follow it? What is the point of setting these standards for probable cause if we don't have to follow it? He's like, it's the same reason why I get worked up and other people get worked up. And he's like, this is just fucked. He didn't say fucked. I say fucked, but oh, that's fun. So, what else was I going to say? I interrupted myself with my own train of thought. That happens sometimes. What was it? Hold on. Oh, I know what it was. I got this. I'm going to talk about this for just a second, guys. Here's the thing. That I haven't heard anybody really talk about, but this is the thing that I think is the problem. And I think about this all the time. Here's the thing. So there's an issue with the way it works in this country is that, there's two things that are completely opposed, right? Two things that are opposed that can't both be true at once. Okay. That in this country, the way our country functions have to be true at once, but it's impossible. And here's what that is. It's that when a crime happens, right? People want to believe that law enforcement has the right person. And what do I mean by that? I'm talking about from like just the general public, right? It's like, what would happen, right? So don't think about trial, don't think about juries, think about just like the general public. Keep trials, set trials aside for a second. What would happen, okay, if we lived in a society where every time there was a crime committed, we thought that like they either didn't catch the suspect or they have the wrong suspect. And again, try to not think of it in terms of the injustice for the wrong suspect, but think of it of like In other words, unsafe, right? Unsafe to live in, right? If every time there was a crime and it's like, oh, well, the law enforcement like is useless, almost as if it's like, imagine there was no law enforcement at all. And like, and a crime happens and then it's like anybody could be killing anybody and whatever, right? It's like, it'd be an absolute disaster. And what would happen to society if the public felt like police never couldn't solve a crime, right? So the thing is that in terms of just functioning in society, when a crime first happens, and if you're in that community, right, you hope they have the right person, because otherwise it's like, well, we're not safe, right? So the general public is expected to start out, if you look at one community, take any community, you're expected to be like, okay, yep, like law enforcement's competent, like and again, I'm saying competent in terms of like from the perspective of if you're somebody who's like, oh no, is it safe where I live, right? Like that it's safe, they have the person, you know what I mean? Or like they can, or even you could think of it as like, yeah, they can put out the fire, you know what I mean? They can like stop the bank robber, whatever it is, right? And then the same people are expected to then show up at a trial as a jury and throw all that aside, set all that aside and go the completely opposite route. When the two things are they're directly opposed. They directly oppose each other. It's not possible for law enforcement to usually have the right guy, right? Or girl or group of people or whatever it is. And then also expect people to assume they don't when they get on a jury, right? And the state has to prove it. You see what I mean? And that's the problem, because everything leading up to a trial operates under this assumption, tries to look like it doesn't, but operates under the assumption that law enforcement has the right guy. And that's the reason I'm saying that, so that all ties back to what I was saying about Judge Hippler. That Judge Hippler, it's clear that he's like, yep, they have the right guy, da-da-da. So I'm going to go through the motions and just deny everything and like not even really like in other words, there's legitimate issues. And Peter Trago said as much. There's legitimate issues. And Peter Trago's pointed out the circular reasoning in Judge Hippler's ruling. And he's like, this is, again, he doesn't curse. But I'm paraphrasing. He's basically like, this is fucked up. And it is. And he says that, he referenced like the reason that a judge would do this is because they're just like, yeah, he has the right guy. So who cares? Who cares if we really, follow the rules of like, and look at the standard of probable cause and da-da-da, like who cares? They have the right, you know what I mean? And that speaks to what I was just saying, which is these two things that are directly opposed at each other, right? And that leading up to trial, there's like these things that no one's actually following. It's just formality, blah, 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 right? Probable cause. And like, really, you're just like, just pass, get it to trial, right? And don't bother. And that's based on like, if you're Judge Hippler, right? Assuming they have the right guy, which is directly opposed to how it's supposed to work in this country. It's the opposite. You see what I mean? And imagine if you're on a jury and you really believe in, beyond a reasonable doubt and that the state has to prove their case. I mean, if you really believe that should change your mindset when you go back into your daily life when there's a crime committed. Let's say there's something, your neighbor's house gets robbed and somebody gets hurt or whatever, right? Then you should think to yourself, if there's an arrest made, you should think, well, the real guy could still be out there and I'm not safe. And then what do? Do you guys see what I'm saying? I don't know the solution, but it's a problem. So, Too Fast, did you confirm that you want your command to say you are so pretty? Okay. All right. So we're here. I get the idea that if the IGG is suppressed, the warrants based on IGG suppressed, that affects a lot of other things, right? But I don't think you need to get into the evidence of that at this point, right? Because he doesn't want it to come. He doesn't want anything else to come out. That's my opinion. Because as part of the Franks, there's a separate Franks motion on that, Ms. Taylor. There absolutely is. The next question I'm going to get to in the affidavit after the IGG was the police in Pullman running the car, and he has laid it out in the affidavit after the IGG without stating it. So I'm doing the IGG part with him now. That car is a different year than the one with the Bolo is for. So as far as I'm going, that's as far as I'm going to go with the car at this hearing. The court counsel. Oh God, Miss Jennings. I don't understand. I don't understand what that has to do with the IGG. I don't understand why you are even here. Just go away. That's me. That's not the transcript. It's part of a Frank's hearing related to the vehicle identification. I understand her timeline, but I think that point has already been made. Ms. Taylor. This was when I was allowed to explore this witness since he's already here, and we've paid for him to come here. Paid for him to come here? They had to pay. What? Huh? A different witness? I don't understand what she's referencing. The court. Yeah, but I didn't open up everything to Frank's because we couldn't get into, right. Again, he's kind of confirming what I said about my opinion that he has here because he already, right here, right? I didn't open up everything to Frank's because he doesn't want them to be able to get more shit on the record is what I'm saying. Because we couldn't get into all the other things that I understood we could get into the entirety of Frank's on IGG, which is why I allowed it. And that's what we're going to stick to today. Yep. I think it's a pretty... Yes, I also looked into Hippler's background, and that's right. That's what I remember reading that as well. Ms. Taylor, IGG flows, it makes everything the court. Well, I'm not suggesting we get into other Frank issues that sprung in part from IGG. Because those are separate based, right? And so I think we just need to talk about the specific IGG stuff today in terms of Frank's. There's not, what he's saying doesn't make any sense. He's just contradicting himself here. There's not a separate motion to suppress based solely on that and not the IGG, if I'm not mistaken, apart from the Frank's motions. Ms. Taylor, to suppress which? I'm not following. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not following either because what he's saying isn't making sense. The court, there are motions to suppress that are not Frank's related. Ms. Taylor, right. I'm not going there. The court, that's evidence we can put on today, but I thought we were going to do that later today. Ms. Taylor, absolutely. The court, there are various Frank's motions. This is not that hard. This is not that hard. That's what she said. There are various Frank's motions, one of which is to suppress. One of the Frank's motions is that there was a Frank's violation by not informing the magistrate of the use of IGG in violations as you allege them in obtaining the IGG. That's the issue we are doing today in terms of the evidence, and I want to stick to that. So getting into the car, which is separate, I understand your argument is the IGG led them to expand the search of the cars, but that's not the Frank's issue itself. The Frank's issue on IGG is the IGG itself, and it's limited to that. Ms. Taylor, all right. Bench conference concluded. I keep forgetting to look back over and see if anyone has confirmed if Too Fast wants that command of the beautiful thing or pretty, whatever it was. You are so pretty. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Confirmed. Excellent. Nightbot. Yes. Can you do me another favor? Sure. Oh, God. Can you guys imagine how horrible it was when I had laryngitis and I couldn't utter, never mind speaking, I couldn't make any sound for a solid week. And the days preceding and after, I could make some sounds. It was like being Ariel from The Little Mermaid and literally losing your, there's no, because I'm singing and talking and making noises all day, every day. It's what I do. And it was torture. Okay. So let's try this. So now a dream is here. This is the play, you guys. here with the Scroll Crew, this is where dreams become realities. And what am I referencing? Bam. If it was dreamed, it is now a reality. Oh, interesting. Yeah, literally no sound. Could not make even a squeak. Couldn't even make a raspy sound. And I didn't have a sore throat or anything. It was wild. I'd been sick previous to that, but like, it was like, I got better and then went mute. So. Okay. The court, I'm going to sustain. I mean, I knew he would, but still, I'm going to sustain the objection by Miss Taylor. Oh, God damn it. I need to make sure I don't stab my eye with this goat. Question, all the things in the warrant that became particular to Bryan Kohberger were not on your radar before you learned of his identity through IGG. Is that correct? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and you elected not to put the IGG identification in your probable cause affidavit. Is that right? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what led to that decision? Answer, the decision was a collaborative decision. We made that decision in an effort to independently verify the information that was provided to us as a tip from the FBI in much of the same way we would do any other tip in law enforcement. So it was not in any way meant to obfuscate any sort of information. It was simply, can we validate Mr. Kohberger's involvement in this incident or not? That was it. Question, as a group effort, you decided to intentionally leave that out of your affidavit? Answer, yes, ma'am. Ms. Taylor, given the limitation at this point, I think that's all my questions. Court, all right, on to cross. Fucking fuck. What's sleep paralysis? Okay, we're going to do swoop for cross.
There was a firefight! Bloodshed.
Okay. Those are from when I was covering the Ezra McCandless, Wisconsin v. Ezra McCandless. Okay. Cross-examination time, people, by Miss Jennings. Oh, God, I hate it already. just because it's, okay. Just because now I'm like, God damn it, fucking hell. Like the way she was in those hearings was so crazy. So crazy. I know you guys have all seen the compilation I made. I'm sure you guys have probably watched it more than once because when I made the video, I added the drinking game rules. Again, don't do it. If you do it, do water. You will die. Oh, interesting. Why would sleep paralysis happen? That's interesting. Okay. Good morning, question. Good morning, detective. I've only one. Oh, good. I've only one question for you. Let's go back to December 19th, December 20th, and the information that was provided to the team, correct? It was a team? Answer, yes, ma'am. And question is, who all was part of the team that was receiving this information telephonically from the FBI? Answer. So there was several of us. Yourself, Mr. Thompson was there, Prosecutor Santa, Darren Gilbertson from the Idaho State Police, Ed Jacobson from the FBI. I believe there were a couple other folks from the FBI and ISP in the room. I don't remember exactly who they were. And then myself. So just strangers. There were numerous people that were involved. Question, would it have been essentially the team leaders for the investigation? Answer, yes. Was this different than any other information sharing that occurred during this case? Answer, not at all. Question, there were routine team discussions? Answer, yes, ma'am. We had 2 official briefings every day of the investigation, morning and evening. So twice a day, we'd all wake up. And that was not just the command team. That was everyone who was actively on an interview and would come back to the police department, sit in the same room, and discuss the information that was learned from that day. So it was very common throughout this investigation for all of us to be in the same room and discussing the same information. Question, so you were not the only investigator receiving information from various sources? Answer, absolutely not. Question, so when we talk about this Exhibit A, that wasn't necessarily just your exhibit. Answer, no, ma'am, it was not. Question, wait, didn't she say she had only one question? I got all excited for nothing. Question. Now, related to the IG and the information you were provided by the FBI, in the information provided, did you receive any medical information about Bryan Kohberger? Answer, no, ma'am, we did not. Question. I don't have anything further. And then there's a redirect. Question. Ms. Jennings was just talking to you about the team, I guess, got together a couple times a day from November 13th until December 19th or 20th is our target time right now. Answer, yes, ma'am. Question. Who from the FBI was part of the daily meetings? Answer, like I said, S.A. Jacobson was there. Maria Tyndall was there. I believe Special Agent Rob Hilley was all. Why is it different every time he gives this answer? I noticed, I thought to myself, he's naming new people they didn't name on direct. But I was like, well, maybe he's forgotten the first time. But now I'm pointing it out because I'm like, well, this is the third time. And now we've got Rob Hilley. What? This, okay. I'm trying to think of other names. I don't remember any. Well, what about the ones you just said 2 seconds ago? There were others that were there. I just don't remember who they were. I apologize. Well, just look back to 2 seconds ago when you remembered other people. And then 10 minutes ago when you had other people. Question. That's okay. How about who else from the Moscow Police Department? Answer. So Captain Blaker was there. I believe usually Detective Vargas was there. Sometimes Chief Fry would sit in on those meetings. Oh, God. Most nights Chief Fry would sit in on those meetings. Captain Anthony Dollinger was in those meetings from MPD. I'm trying to think of all the others. Basically, the whole command team from MPD itself would be in those meetings. And then whoever else was available from the investigation section would also come in. Question. Who from ISP was there? Answer. Darren Gilbertson was there. I believe Detective Joe Lake was there most days. I can't remember who else was consistently there. I remember those two for sure. Lieutenant Mike Mooney was in those meetings. That was the three off the top of my head. Question. When was the first time you talked about the identification of Bryan Kohberger in those meetings? Answer. As far as we knew of him? Question. Yeah. Answer. December 19th. Question. How many hours of meetings do you think you'd had up until the identification of Bryan Kohberger? Oh, that's a good question. Answer. Goodness, many. I don't know. It was a lot. Question. Twice a day, every day? That's what she said. Answer. Yes, ma'am. Question. 7 days a week? That's also what she said. Answer. If not more than that, yeah. Did you add more days in a week? If so, how? I would love to know. Miss Taylor, that's it. There, thank you. That's it. Great. Okay, you can step down. Call your next witness. Rylene Nolan. They swear her in. Duly sworn. We'll do a swoop. Let's do the road trip crew.
It's a house.
First swoop. That was my very first swoop. Okay. So now we are on with Rylene Nolan. Okay. Direct examination. Question. Good morning. Answer. Good morning. Question. Will you please state your name? Okay. Well, I'm not going to go through that. I think you've done this before. Okay. Question. How are you employed? Answer. I'm employed as a forensic laboratory manager with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory. Oh, please tell us about them. Someone needs to talk about the mysterious middle party people. Not that they're party people. We don't really know them as people, so they could be. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But you guys know what I mean. The middle people where it doubled in size and all that, you know. Okay. I'm employed as a forensic laboratory manager with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory in Meridian, Idaho. Question. How long have you worked for Idaho State Police Forensics Laboratory? Answer. I've worked for Idaho State Police Forensic Services since November 2002. Question. Did you have prior experience similar? Answer. Prior to my employment with ISP, I did not. Question. How were you trained for your job? Answer. I have formal education. I was originally hired as a forensic scientist in the biology DNA unit. As such, I was required to have a degree in biology, biochemistry, or similar. I was required to have coursework in genetics. What I find that is interesting here. Okay. I'm not saying that she doesn't have these degrees, but what I find interesting is, like, as someone, like, I have degrees, and like, if somebody's like, if you're going to name your formal education, right? The normal thing that I would do, and like, I think everyone would do, the normal thing would be, I have a, bachelor's degree in violin performance from Appalachian State University. I have a master's degree in violin performance from Appalachian State University. I have my, I guess I could go back to high school because anyway, but whatever. You name your degree in your place. What's interesting is just, I'm not saying she doesn't have them, but this is weird wording, just being nitpicky, because it's like, as such, I was required to have a degree in biology, biochemistry. So I was required to have coursework in this and that. But she's not saying she actually has it. She's saying she was required to have it. She's not saying, anyway, it's just a weird answer. It's not the normal, it's not the natural way to answer that, which is just, that's all. And then I completed the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Specialized Training Program in well, having said that, I'm not saying this is happening. One could say it like this if you don't have degrees and you're trying not to perjure yourself, because technically, again, while she's trying to, or I don't know if she's trying to, while this will suggest that you have formal education, as she stated, and would suggest you have those degrees, it doesn't actually say that. It just says she was required. So anyway, yeah. And then I completed the Idaho State Police, and look at the difference though, right? This is what I'm saying. I completed the Idaho State Police Forensic Services. You see what I mean? That's the normal way you say it. You say, I did this thing here at this place. Anyway, specialized training program in biology screening, as well as DNA analysis, as well as DNA database analysis. And then I've completed hundreds of hours of continuing education over my years. Again, I've completed this thing, right? Again, it's just weird, Oh, do you play piano? That's cool. Yeah, usually if I'm playing violin from memory, my eyes will be, I'm not doing anything on purpose, but sometimes my eyes will be closed, sometimes they'll be open. But oftentimes they'll be closed, I think. I think they're usually closed because actually if I close them, I can usually kind of like pull the music up visually in my head. But that's cool. Do you have a favorite composer, or I don't know what type of music you play, but like that's super cool. I also have I do have a keyboard here. I mean, because it's not technically a piano, it's not acoustic piano, but I do have a keyboard here. In this room. Actually, you can see part of it in the orchid pictures in the Discord, by the way. It's to the right of the orchids. Okay. Are you a member of any professional organizations? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, which ones? Answer, I'm a member of the Northwest Association of Forensic Scientists, the American Association of Forensic Scientists, and this American Society of Crime Lab Directors. Oh, ASCLD. We know ASCLD. Question, are you part of a collaborative? Answer, yes. I'm a member of the National Technology and Validation Implementation Collaborative. God, what is that? Oh, question, what is that one about? Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. I'm not part of. Answer, that is a group comprised of laboratory management. Typically, it depends on which portion of or subsection of the collaborative, but that have gathered together to generate ideas for best practices and guidelines for new technologies coming into forensics. Interesting. Question, would IGG be new technology coming into forensics? Answer, that is one of the technologies. However, our group refers to it as fake. Forensic, right, we know. Question, fake. Okay, I'll try to remember that. That's the one I want to talk about today. So your group is talking about best practices for fake. Is that right? Answer, yes. It's one of our areas of focus, correct. Oh, that's cool. I have sheet music on my over here for the Bach, the aria from the Goldberg variations, the one that, bum bum ba-dum. I forget what the full title of it is, but it's over in my stack there. That's one of the ones I like to practice if I've ever played my keyboard. I also like to do Chopin. Anywho, so okay, question. Are you doing that because there are practices that are important in that discipline? Answer, we are doing that because it's a new technology coming into forensics world and not every laboratory manager has a background in DNA. We also have a group on firearms because not every laboratory manager has a background in firearms. And it's just a resource for those managers as they're looking to implement new technologies. Question, you mentioned best practices. Oh boy. Does that have anything to do with things that I might refer to as standards or procedures or protocols? Answer, no. What? How is that possible? That's literally what always that means. Great question. What does it mean then? Answer, best practice is a recommendation based on the current knowledge in the field. There are organizations. Why are we weaseling? Why are we weaseling? Tell me why we are weaseling. Tell me why we are weaseling. Now, yeah, I see what you guys are saying in the chat. Now it makes sense as to the Bicabarla. I wasn't sure. I didn't actually remember that she was an attorney, first of all, but I understand now why they are doing that. Okay. Best practice, right. There are organizations that come up with standards for different fields, but this group, that is not their purpose. Question, in your lab, do you have standards for and procedures and protocols? Answer, our laboratory does have what we call them analytical methods, as well as our quality system. What is happening? Question, analytical methods and quality. Right, thank you. Doesn't that mean the same fucking thing as procedures and protocols? I'm paraphrasing. Answer, yes. Question, what does that mean to you? She says it means the same thing? I am confused. She said yes. What? This would make more sense if the question was analytical methods and quality systems doesn't mean the same thing as procedures and protocols. And she did, because so I don't know. Is there a word missing? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't audible, but she said yes now. So I don't know. Answer, what that means to me, our laboratory is an accredited laboratory. So we have a set of accreditation standards that we must meet. In order to do that, we have set quality policies as well as the analytical methods for each discipline. We have set quality policies, but wait. Are we really going to say that policies is different from a procedure or a protocol or a standard? This is, okay. That ensures that we are consistently performing our scientific, she is describing literally what is the things that has been validated and shown to be proper for the testing that's being conducted. And it shows that we are meeting the national standards in which we are accredited. Literally the same thing, that best practices and whatnot. Okay. In addition, DNA has additional standards that they must meet, called the FBI's quality assurance standards for forensic casework laboratories, as well as forensic databasing laboratories. Question. I want to start with the first part of it. You mentioned, I think, that there's standards and protocols. My definition of them, that helps assume your work, so that nobody could look and see what you did and maybe get the same result and understand what you did. Do I understand that right? Answer, yes. It's the methods we follow. And yes, that would be one application someone could look and see what we did. Question. Now, you mentioned at the very end of what you told me before, DNA has something separate. Answer, correct. Question, what do you mean? Answer, because our laboratory is a participant in the national CODIS, right? We are subject to additional standards set forth by the FBI because they manage that database. Do the additional standards say don't show your work and don't have standards and make things weirdly disappear? I want to know. Question, what are those standards? Great. Answer. Those standards are known as the QAS standards. They cover everything from, when I listed the cases I had at the beginning, they decide classes I had at the beginning. They decide what classes a DNA analyst coming in should have, what education a DNA technical leader should have, what things need to be included in a validation study, how facilities need to be controlled. It covers the gamut of testing. Question, validation study, what does that mean? Answer, whenever a new chemistry, a new instrument, new procedure is coming online in the laboratory, we perform a study to ensure that chemistry, instrument, or procedure is working or receiving the expected results. Question, okay. And to be sure, you have to do that because you used CODIS. So I understand what she's asking this for, because I think what she's trying to get at is like, oh, well, this lady has just said there's additional stuff they have to do because of the thing with the CODIS, right? And that makes sense because of that. But the point would be when you send off DNA for one of these other places, right, to do their work, and then, the consumer and all that stuff, that doesn't have this additional standard. It's not put to the same additional extra whatever fuck standards, right? Yeah. Yep. Heather's okay. So you have to do it because you use CODIS, right? And answer, our DNA section has to do that because we use CODIS. The rest of our laboratory because of part of our accreditation standards. Question, tell me what CODIS is briefly. Answer, CODIS we know what CODIS is. I'm not going to read all this. I'll read this next part, though. In Idaho, the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab in Meridian is the only DNA lab in the state. There are no local labs in the state of Idaho. And the database contains different indices. There's a forensic index. Those are profiles obtained from items of evidence. There's an offender index. Those are samples from those convicted of qualifying offenses in your state as determined. Well, wait, in the state of Idaho, right? Okay. In my state, I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. I'm going to read it. Qualifying offenses in your state as determined by your state legislature. I thought we're talking about Idaho. If your state legislature allows arrestees, there's an arrestee index. What are we doing? We started with, here's specific to Idaho. In Idaho. What's interesting here is by changing the way she's wording this to like the tense, like she's not actually saying which indices that Idaho has, but she makes it seem like she's going to. This is wild. I'm sure Ian Taylor's going to pick up on that. I would hope so anyway. Look, yeah, if your state legislature allows arrestees, there's an arrestee index. There's also missing persons index and for remains. This is crazy. Question, do you have any special role with the CODIS database? Answer, currently I'm a CODIS user and that is my only role at the moment. Question, what was your role in the fall of 2022? Answer, CODIS user. Question, do you have any administrative responsibilities with CODIS? Answer, not currently. Question, have you in the past? Answer, in the past I've served as the alternate state administrator for Idaho. Huh? Question, for CODIS, DNA that goes into CODIS, what kind of profile is used? Answer, I'm understanding the question correctly. They always do this when they're just like being weaselly. It's not a confusing question. There's different types of DNA profiles, and what goes into CODIS is known as an SDR profile or short tandem repeat. Yeah, everyone knows this. My goat knows this. My dog knows this. But you're like, if I'm understanding it correctly. Sorry, that was the Ashley Jennings voice. Okay. Question, what kind of information is in a short tandem repeat or SDR? Answer, can I give a brief explanation about it? That's fine with me. Question, sure. Answer, so DNA is, oh God. Do you guys want me to read all this? Well, it's not that long, just one paragraph. Okay. So DNA is a substance found in the cells of our body. It acts as a blueprint. It tells our bodies what form to take and how to function. Between individuals is over 99% the same, and that's why we all have the same basic structure and our bodies function basically the same way. Unless you're fival, because you're half person, half fival. In forensics and in STRs, we are targeting that less than 1% that is unique to an individual, with the exception of identical twins. You know what would be interesting? I think I've mentioned this before, but I just want to throw it back out here. You know, it would be so crazy, right? Like if you've got identical twins and there's like a homicide or any other crime really where there's DNA involved, and then it's like you got identical twins, you know, what a conundrum, right? Then what do you do? With the exception of identical twins, and so areas of DNA that vary widely between individuals don't code for anything typically. So it doesn't tell us anything about a person. When I look at an SDR profile, I can tell you that if a person is genetically male or genetically female, and that is all. Question, do you know what a SNP profile is? Answer, I do. What is that? Answer, SNP profile is a single nucleotide polymorphism. So, oh my God, single repeat or specific repeat we're looking for. Okay, fine. Question, the SNP then, is that a closer look at a person's genome? Answer, I would like to state that I'm not an expert in SNPs. I'm not qualified in the SNP technology, and I've never been qualified in the SNP technology. With SDRs, depending on the chemistry, you're looking at anywhere from 13 to 25 plus locations. With SNPs, my understanding is in general, you're looking at a minimum of 10,000. Question, does that mean there's more information about a human contained in a SNP than there is in an SDR profile? Mr. Nye, Your Honor. Oh, and here we go. I'm going to object. At this point, this witness is not disclosed as an expert, and she just testified she's not an expert in SNP technology in court. I appreciate that with respect to her answer, and I will take that into account in the event the defense intends to rely on that testimony. I took it as a sort of background about her general knowledge. I'll allow it for now. I'm not taking it as expert testimony about a SNP beyond the basic understanding of what SNP is. Ms. Taylor, thank you. Question, do you remember my question? Answer, yes. Yes, I would assume if you're looking at a larger part of the human genome that you would be getting a larger amount of information about someone. Question, I have one more question about CODIS, and then I want to move to a different area. You mentioned that there's 4 indices that you talked about, a forensic index. Answer, correct. Question, what is that one used for? Answer, the forensic index is where profiles generated. Oh, it's funny. I made that joke right at the very beginning when this case first started. It was like, when people were being all stupid, like that was the only time I made a joke about it. I was like, oh, maybe what if it was an alien? Just because like people are dumb. But anyway, okay. That was like before there was even a suspect. You know what I mean? I was like, it was an alien. What is that one used for? Answer. The forensic index is where profiles generated from items of evidence can be uploaded. There are rules about what can be uploaded, though. It cannot match someone. Wouldn't it be crazy if it was and I was right? Just sorry. In an alternate world, maybe. Wouldn't that be funny? I will just say this. If anyone thinks it can't happen, go watch the fucking rose petal trial and then ask yourselves again, where is the limits of what could be happening in reality? It will make you rethink everything. And I have a playlist for it. For anyone that wants to look at it, watch it, check into it, take a look, whatever. Good night. Good night. Good night. Okay. What is that one used for? Answer. The forensic index is where profiles generated from items of evidence can be uploaded. Well, what's interesting, because remember, we just heard from Payne that they can only do one thing at a time. This is going to be interesting. That was the dumbest fucking thing I've literally ever heard. There are rules about what can be uploaded, though. It cannot match someone known to be the victim of a crime. It cannot match someone whose DNA should be in a place outside of a crime being committed. It cannot be taken directly from the suspect of a crime where you would reasonably assume their DNA would be present. It must be related to a crime and it must be believed to be from the putative perpetrator of that crime. So I already can see where this will go, which is that then they can try, they being the state, can try to be like, well, that's why, right? Remember when we said we could only do the one thing from the knife? It's because, and I'm going to go and argue both sides of this, that they're going to be like, well, yeah, because we didn't know it was connected to a crime, right? Blood on a glove, we don't know, right? Knife sheath, definitely. Blood on glove, we don't know. That's what that would be the state, right? And then the defense would probably argue, well, you didn't know if it was related or not, right? And also, I go back to the same thing. This is me like saying of like, if their answer would then be, okay, if their response would then be, well, we knew it wasn't related because we already had the perpetrator who did it. And then the follow-up response, if you're the defense, would be, well, how did you know it was only one person? So no matter what, there's a way to shut it down. But I'm seeing where they're going with the weasel room in this. Okay, I'm seeing where the weaseling will come in. But the thing is when every single thing is irrational, illogical, and contradicts itself, it's so easy to dismantle it. Question. So if I understand it, you use DNA, get an STR, and only under certain circumstances can you use CODIS. Do I understand that right? Answer, correct. Question. Okay, outside of CODIS, and I understand what that does. If you create a profile, a DNA profile of somebody, is that a separate thing you do in your lab, even if you're not going to run them through CODIS? Answer, yes. When we receive items of evidence or samples from known individuals, we generate a DNA profile from those. Question. Did you become involved in the homicide in Moscow from 2022? Answer. Involved as the manager of the laboratory in Meridian. I haven't actually done any work on any evidence in the case or issued any reports. Question. All right. Is it fair to say you did not go to the residence? And answer, correct. Question. As the lab manager, do you understand about what evidence has come into the lab from the case? Answer. There was a lot of evidence submitted. Interesting. I have general knowledge of items that have come in, but I did not provide you a detailed list off the top of my head. Or so I could not. Wow, that's surprising. Not. Question. That's okay. I won't ask you to. Answer. Thank you. As a lab manager, are you aware of different bits of testing that were done related to this case? Answer. In general, yes. Question. Are you aware of a profile called Unknown Male A? Oh boy, yes. Let's get some information. Please, 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 please. And by the way, if you guys aren't familiar with the way these goats work, it has a little like space between the goats like the goat is standing on like a tree stump, and then there's the goat, and there's like a little space in between there. And I have really small fingers and hands, and so my thumb, like I have my thumb there, and basically when I feel like I'm going to be goating a lot, I can just this is how I end up getting hurt. And guys have heard the story about how I've stabbed myself in the eye with the goat ears, which are sharp, because it's a plastic goat. So, but anyway, so when I feel like I'm going to be goating a lot, it's really funny. I can just wear it on my thumb like a huge ass goat thumb ring, and it's just for practical reasons. So it's ready to go. It's like literally ready to go at the push of a thumb, my thumb on the goat. And so I'm wearing the goat, but let's just hope I don't stab myself this time. Okay. All right. So answer: to my recollection, unknown male A came from a swab taken from a knife sheath that was submitted by Moscow Police Department. Question: are you aware of unknown male B? Answer: I believe that was another sample from hearing the previous testimony that was from in the house. She's referencing the testimony from Rep. Payne from before her. Question: I would only want you, right? I literally, that's why I said that. That's so funny. Question: I only want you to testify from your own base of knowledge. Right. That's important, right? And that's why I said that, because I'm like, how did she know that? And I was like, oh, right, yeah, Brett Payne. But yeah, interesting. Answer: from my own memory, I don't recall exactly where B was from. Well, like, did they tell you and you forgot, or did they not tell you? That's my question. Question: fair enough. Thank you for clarifying for me. Are you aware that IGG was used in this case? Answer: yes. Question: what was your role in that? Answer: my role specific to this case was facilitating the signing of a memorandum of understanding. Huh? Okay. Making sure all parties received it and had signed it. Those parties being the police agency, the prosecuting attorney's office, as well as a member of ISP's management team. And then when the preliminary report was received, my job was to look over it, ensure that it had all the required pieces in the report, and then to authorize payment of the invoice for that testing. Question: what role did you have with the laboratory that was going to perform the FIG work? Answer: as far as how we came to be in contract with them. So when ISP decided to pursue a contract with a laboratory that could perform the S&P testing that we talked about earlier, we're a state agency, so we just don't call up anybody and hire them. I would hope so. So we had to go through kind of a bid process. So part of my role was developing the scope of that work for that invitation to bid, as in what we expected the vendor to perform. And then when the bids came in, I was involved in the team that evaluated the documents that were submitted. And then ultimately the division of purchasing determined who won the bid. Question: did Idaho State Police Forensics have a contract with this laboratory? Othram. Answer: they were the winning bid. I had a feeling that was going to be the answer. Sorry, through that process. And so they were under contract with the Department of Purchasing. Correct. Interesting. Heather says, if Chelsea and I had an adult sleepover, someone would lose an eye. Both would probably, I think. Both. So, okay. I'm going to take a sip of water and a sip of coffee. Because I don't play favorites here. I stay hydrated, and I drink coffee all day long, as you guys know. Okay. All right. Question: is the contract with the Department of Purchasing that you perform these services and we pay you for them, essentially? Or does it have, it's so funny because I've talked about this on previous live streams whenever we pulled up the Othram Invoice and we looked at the timeline, and it's going to be interesting to see what we learn, if we learn anything, or if she just doesn't remember. Anyway, okay. Essentially, does it have more meat to it? That's what she said, to talk about some of the things that you were talking about, how you helped develop, I guess, the job description and what would be required. Answer: I'm really not familiar with Department of Purchasing's day-to-day operations or how they operate. My role was strictly developing that scope of work. We expect them to develop the profiles that can be uploaded to the public genealogy databases. What? Why would the Department of Purchasing be developing the profiles? I thought Department of Purchasing just decides on who wins the bid. I don't understand. Hang on. Oh my God. Adobe. The Division of Purchasing determined who won the bid. Right. Makes sense. Purchasing, right? Huh. I'm not really familiar with Department of Purchasing's day-to-day operations or how they operate. My role was strictly developing that scope of work. I don't understand. We expect them to develop the profiles that can be uploaded to the public genealogy databases. We expect them to provide us a written report. What? Or is she answering something for, hold on. Okay, now I understand. Let me just clarify. Okay, so because basically this was a compound question from Ann Taylor, okay? So there's like, she references here, right? So there's a contract with the Department of Purchasing that you perform these services and we pay you for them, essentially. And then here's the second part of the question. Basically, it's like, and then, or does it have more meat to it, da, da, da. So that's why. Okay, so now it makes sense. So basically what I'm saying is like, she's like, I don't know about the Department of Purchasing, right? So when she's saying what the expectation is, she's referencing Othram in this case, right? What the expectation is for their job that they're getting paid for. Okay, now it makes sense. We need the, somebody put it in the chat, exclamation point, sense. Okay, we expect them to develop the profiles that can be uploaded to the, now that makes sense, right? Not the Department of Purchasing, but Othram is going to do it, yes. We expect them to provide us a written report. We expect the report to contain certain things, to have a header, to have a date, to list the case number, have page numbers, those kinds of things. And remember, I remember Ann Taylor saying in the hearing that I can quote her verbatim, and we've been told that no such report exists. So we'll see. Question, outside that description of the scope of work and the requirements, did your lab have a separate contract with Othram that basically said you agree to do these things? And I know this is important too, right? Because maybe we're going to finally get to that mysterious third party, the mysterious third party people. Thank you, Twiz. I was literally looking at the chat, waiting for someone to do that. Thank you, Twiz. Thank you, Twiz. Okay. So, okay. Question. Outside that description of the scope of work and the requirements, did your lab have a separate contract with Othram that basically said you agree to do these things? Answer. We had that. We had that. They won the bid from the Division of Purchasing, and that's the state contract for performing that work. Question. You mentioned a memorandum of understanding. Yeah, it's a weird fucking thing. You helped facilitate to be signed by the parties, the party people. I'm just going to start calling everything that. Was Othram, it's just funny. Was Othram one of the parties that signed that? Answer. No. This is a memorandum between the law enforcement agencies, the prosecuting attorney's office, and the laboratory. Question. And in that memorandum of understanding, that indicated that the interim Department of Justice, the Department of Interim Policy applied. Is that right? Oh. Answer, I believe it did. I don't have the exact text memorized. No one asked you to, bitch. I'm sorry. Now I can't, I can only call Wendi a bitch. That's my rule. It's not even a rule. It's literally just what has happened. But now I just did it again. Don't do it again. Don't be Britney Spears. Save it for Wendi. That's me talking to myself. Answer, yes. Question, Your Honor. If I have just a moment to gather that, it's not being offered as an exhibit. The court just refreshing. Ms. Taylor, it's to aid in her memory. The court show it to state's counsel. And then question, does looking at that refresh your memory as to whether the DOJ interim policy applied? Answer, it does say in the first paragraph that it did apply. Ms. Taylor, and Your Honor, I'm going to refer to Defense Exhibit D19 and hear and ask the witness be shown, and then I'll provide the court my copy. Court, when was this filed? Ms. Taylor, that would have been filed with the amended Frank's memorandum. On the bottom of the page, I'm sorry, court, I've got thousands of filings. I have to go by the date and to find things. Thousands of filings reminds me of a command from back in the day. Probably, God, when this command, if I'm remembering the command correctly, let's just see if it pops up. Yay. This is, whenever this command was made, I probably had like 12 commands, which is crazy to think about. That was back in the day. So, okay. Thousands of things. Miss Taylor, I think it was November 18th or 20th. At the bottom of the page, however, you can see some numbers in red, and those numbers were numbered to make it easier to find. The court, I just need to find it in the computer first. All right, found it in my printed documents. Question, is that the DOJ interim policy? Answer, yes. Okay, we've covered that. Question, and in section 7, I believe it's section 7 or page 7. Answer, investigative caution, that section. Question, let me ask you the question. Are you familiar with the provision in the policy that says if there's a prosecution case, if somebody is arrested and there's a prosecution case, all items, and I have harped on this back when we first were covering that. That feels like a long time ago, but it wasn't really that long ago. All items in the forensic investigative genealogy should be preserved for court purposes. Haha, look, guys, see? I mean, not you guys know. I just don't know how. I just. Answer. I believe that it is part of, I don't think it's in section 7. It might be, dude. Okay. You know that the point isn't like, did you get the section correct? I believe that is part of preserving. Question, okay, what I want to know is what did Othram preserve? Answer, I don't know. Question, what did you get back? Answer, we received a preliminary report. In other cases, we will sometimes get back the DNA extract that was sent to them. I don't recall if we got that back in this case. Anything our laboratory returns, we return to the submitting agency. So basically, in terms of the DOJ interim policy, we know that they violated, we already had learned about the databases, right? They violated that. But it wasn't just that, right? Because again, now they violated, was there anything they didn't violate, right? Because they violated the part that is crucial, right? To show your work part. Oh my God. Okay. I don't recall if we got that back in this case. Anything our laboratory receives, we return to the submitting party. Question, will validation be part of that? Validation studies. Answer, I wouldn't assume so. I wouldn't assume that would be part of this. No. Question, would bench notes be important? Court, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What notes? Ms. Taylor, bench notes, lab bench notes. The court, thank you. The witness. For our laboratory, we designate those as part of our case record. I'm not familiar with what Othram designates as part of their case record. Ms. Taylor, so I guess that means you don't have any of those. Answer, no, only the preliminary report. Question, all right. I will move to a different area of questioning, and it's about the requirements with Othram. Sorry. No, that's right. It's about the requirements with Othram. You mentioned the goal was to create profiles and create a report, but to search public databases. Answer, correct. There are public genealogy databases that will allow entry of law enforcement samples, and that is part of the scope of work. They were required to enter it into those databases. Question, and are you aware there are databases that do not allow law enforcement to search? Woo! Answer, yes. Question, were you part of the work after Othram began their work to try to do an investigation? Answer, I was not. As far as, I guess I'm unclear. Oh no. We received evidence submitted to the laboratory before, during, and after for all sections. Is that what you're referring to? Question, let me rephrase my question. I think that question was too broad. While Othram was doing their work, were you part of any work to help Othram? For instance, did you get any documents that you did some research on to try to help Othram? I mean, I know, but still, but what's the point then, right? And that's what Peter Trago said. I'm going to read this because, yes, we're getting close to pages that I quit, then snapped, then became Wendi. And Twiz followed up with, at least you had a delicious lunch.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening?
I ate a lunch. Like, I had a whole delicious lunch. Yesterday, I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night. Hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendi made another new friend? Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know? Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm going to die.
Why would that just come up?
Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a whole hawk. Bitch, how old are you? I love that. Like, I love the double Heather, like, Inception-y comments on the screen too. It's so funny. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep going. Frodo's looking at me like he wants to go outside. Okay, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna have to take a break to let him out in a second. Okay. Heather, I'm with, yes, it's just as funny. I think it gets funnier. It is. Yes, it is amazing. It is so fucking funny. And honestly, it's like, it's, it's so good. It's so good. Yes. Heather's laughing a fuck ton. Oh man. Okay. Whew. Okay. She's rephrasing her question. While Othram was doing their work, were you part of any work to help Othram? For instance, did you get any documents that you did some research on to try to help Othram? Answer, no. Were you aware that Othram was just stopped from doing any further work at some point? Answer, I was aware of that. Question, and was this before they produced any result? Answer, no. We received a preliminary report. Wait. And was this before they were produced? I was aware of that. And was this before they produced any result? Answer, no. We received a preliminary report. I recall receiving that because that's how I know I can approve payment of the invoice. So I know we received that prior to them being told they were stopped. It's really funny because like, when we were early on in doing all the DNA stuff or IGG stuff, and I say early on, I mean like a couple months ago or whatever, we were going all through all that, and we had the Othram Invoice, and like one of the things that I had been trying to figure out, because as I was trying to put together a calendar timeline for you guys, was like trying to figure out, we still don't know, right? But trying to figure out like when would they have been finished with the IGG, and of course we didn't even know how many steps were done and whatever, right? Othram hadn't even really been said out loud, I don't think. I think it was referenced in one of the documents. But anyway, no, I guess it had been, but it was still, it was funny because Othram was referenced, right? That was from June of 2023. But in documents that were coming out at the end of 2024, they still weren't saying Othram. They were still calling it a private lab. So that's where we were at that point, okay, with Othram. So we had the Othram invoice, and we were trying to figure out, we looked at the 20th and we looked at the 29th, right? Because the invoice was billed on the 20th and due the 29th. And I was like figuring out, okay, well, usually if they bill the invoice, you're done with the work, right? And due on the 29th is like, that's how long you have to pay it. So, and then the 19th is where everything blew up, right? And all the things happened. And so that made sense. And so all this time I was like, what happened on the 19th? And I'm just refreshing my own memory here. I'm refreshing my recollection, as it were, because this is really interesting, because part of the question was like, were they completed with their work or not, right? Because I wanted to put it on my fucking calendar timeline. So, okay. I recall receiving that because that's how I know we can approve the payment of the invoice. So we received that prior to them being told they were stopped. Prior to them being told, yeah. I mean, I think what she's trying to say here is like, she received that before Othram was told to stop. Well, let me just keep reading. See if this makes any more sense or less sense. As it makes more sense, it'll probably make less sense, actually. So both. Question, were you part of the, oh my God, Adobe. Can we not be freaking out though? Adobe is like, oh my God, what is happening? Okay. Question, were you part of the decision to stop them? Answer, I was not. Question, how did you find out about it? Answer, I found out about it in an email from my laboratory system director. Question, do you remember when that happened? Answer, I don't recall. Question, does the forensics lab continue to contract with Othram? Answer, yes. Question, if Othram had a file that would have had validation studies and bench notes, anything they did on the case, who would have received that? Answer, again, validation studies would be odd to associate with individual cases, so I don't assume they do that. Again, I'm not familiar with their procedures. And as far as who would receive documents, usually it would be, I would assume, the agency which received that preliminary report. Let's not be assuming now. Question, you mentioned you're not familiar with their procedures. Answer, not in detail, no. Question, what procedures are you familiar with? Answer, for Othram. Question, yes. Answer. As part of the bid process, all of the bidders were required to submit, I believe they were required to submit their procedures. And it was essentially just looking over them to say, yes, they have a procedure in place for extracting DNA. As in, they're not just like sticking a swab inside of a whatever cucumber and then saying, here you go. I mean, what are we talking about here? Yes, they have a procedure in place for doing S&Ps. So yes, they meet the minimums for the invitation to bid. But again, I'm not qualified in that technology, so I wouldn't have studied them or rendered an opinion on them. Right? I know. Question. I won't ask for your opinion on them, but I won't ask you to quote them to me, but you saw those. Answer. Yes. At the very beginning of the bid process. Question. Let's switch gears. In the case we are here for today, do you recall there being a trash pull? Oh, wow. We're just changing topic. Dad trash. Wow. Right. And that's the thing. Like I said, I made a joke about just don't stick a thing in a cucumber of like, that's, you know, it's like literally a procedure for extracting DNA. Like, yeah, obviously that seems like it would go without saying. If you're going to bid to like do IGG for a company, like a state or whatever, hopefully you know how to extract DNA. I mean, like first things first, I'm the realist. Drop this and let the whole world feel it. And I'm still in the minute business. I would hold you down. They're gonna give lessons in physics. Sorry, that just happened. Transition into rapping. Let's do that. I'll keep reading. You guys are so fucking funny. Okay. All right. What was I doing? Oh, yes, this. So yeah, cucumbers. All right. Yes. Okay. And then they're switching gears. Dad trash. I'm sorry. What? Oh, a trash pull. She needs to be calling it dad trash just because that's the best name ever for it. The witness. I recall receiving evidence from a trash pull. Correct. Question. What role did you have in deciding anything about the trash pull? Answer. Nothing about the trash pull occurring. I do recall there being a brief. I can't remember if it was a phone meeting or a video meeting or just being asked in general what items from someone's trash are good for DNA. What? Are we dumb? Like, obviously like a drink bottle or like, you know, shit that clearly would have DNA on it. I don't know. Question. Did you give advice? Answer. I don't know if it was me specifically or another member of our DNA unit, but we did offer suggestions on items that are good for DNA. Ooh, good. Please name them. Don't say you can't remember. Come on. Question. Did you receive items to test? Answer. Yes. Question. What instructions were you given about those items? Answer. The discussion was a person of interest had been developed and to analyze the items from the trash, determine if they could be inclusive of the DNA profile that was developed from the knife sheath, unknown male A. Please, for the love of God. I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, let me keep reading. Question. What was the date you received the trash? Dad trash. Answer. The dad trash was received into the laboratory on December 28th of 2022. Question. So you're looking for a male profile. Answer. Correct. Question. All right. Did you find male profiles? Answer. I didn't perform the actual testing, but yes, there were male profiles developed. The thing that's funny is like, I don't even know why they did the dad trash because like, I don't understand because even I guess what they did the dad trash for maybe was so that they could try to make it seem like that's like, I think that it seems like the goal all along here has been how do we hide the IGG and how much of it do we hide and, you know, and all that. And we've talked about this, the Christmas present analogy, right? I always give. So I wonder if initially the thought was, let's do this just in case we're going to try to pretend that literally was never even used at all. I wonder if that's part of this. Because the thing is this, let's just say, imagine in a world where they hadn't done the IGG Okay. If they had some other way, again, this is like, imagine they had somehow, you could say it could be any suspect, right? So any suspect, right? Let's just say that they had other ways that they had a suspect, right? Then they would do, but they didn't have like DNA, right? Like they had DNA at the crime scene, like how they got Rex Heuermann, right, guys? Remember that? Remember the pizza box? That type of thing. And then they do a trash pull, right? And then they connect it to the suspect, right? Probable cause for arrest. So that's when you would normally do that, right? What's odd though is when you already have the IGG tip, that replaces the dad trash. Even if you pulled the dad trash and it wasn't dad trash, but it was suspect trash, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. You know what? Trash daddy is really smart because then it's like crash daddy. But then it sounds like we're talking about a person and not the trash. So thanks, Denise. I'm getting it. I'm just saying that I'm going to keep reading, but I'm just saying that I don't know. Yes, it's, I still think that they really want to, we're trying to keep this from coming out, right? The IGG, we know that. Okay. And what's funny though, is just no one's questioned them about why they did the dad trash, right? Like but anyway, I'm asking the question now. Maybe it'll come up. I'm gonna keep reading. Okay. All right. So question. All right. Did you find male profiles? Answer. I didn't perform the actual testing, but yes, male profiles were developed. Oh, from the dad trash. Question. How many? Answer. I don't know. Question. Do you know anything about either male profile or any of them? Oh boy. Answer. I believe one of the male profiles designated as E was determined that they could be a biological parent or child of the profile. Okay. So that's the dad trash, right? Question. And are you aware that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was in the trash? Answer. I was not aware. Question. Did you become aware? Answer. I became aware later. We didn't have his name at the time. Question. You didn't know his name on December 28th? Answer. I did not. Question. Okay. Were you on December 28th? Were you aware that not male E, but another male profile had been identified? Answer. From, oh, come on. The trash. Duh. I knew there were some mixtures of DNA that were also included. Question. One of the mixtures, did it have a male DNA profile? Answer. I believe it did. Question. And wasn't that profile the major component of that profile with a minor female? Answer. I believe that sounds correct. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, what? Is this like a trans, like what? Hold on. Are they saying that the mixture that's the other component? That's the wording is confusing. I think that's what they're saying, is that this is one of the mixtures, right? As in there's more than one profile. So a male, and minor, I don't think means underage. I think this means a minor contributor. I don't know. Well, guys, what is, or maybe it is underage, or like by underage, I mean a child, like, you know what I mean, right? Like what is happening? Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. So, but, and it's talking about the mixtures. Okay. Thanks. So, okay. I believe that sounds correct. Question. And later didn't that return to Bryan Kohberger? Answer. I would hope that she's referencing here with this question, the male DNA profile. Answer. We actually did not perform that comparison. What? Hold on. Don't freak out yet, me. What? Wait. Maybe I need to just keep reading. I'm going to keep reading. Okay. Question. Did you and I have a discussion a few days ago? Answer. We did. Question. Did you tell me that you knew that to be Bryan Kohberger's DNA? Answer. I said I thought it was, and I could not find the report where we had done that comparison. I've since looked through, and we did not make that comparison. So I cannot say that he was included in the mixture. Our laboratory did not do that comparison. Question. But a DNA profile was made for that mixture. Is that right? Answer. Yes. There's a minor female and a major male. Aha. Answer. That is my understanding. Question. You could by eye look at that and tell that's Bryan Kohberger. Couldn't you if you wanted to? Answer. If I wanted to, I could probably look. I did not. Question. Okay, you could still do it today if you wanted to. Let's do it right now. Like, we can do it right now. Answer. If there was a request to do the comparison, again, we don't do a visual comparison evidence to evidence. Our procedures don't allow us. You just said you could do it, though. You just said we could look. If I wanted to, I could probably look. Eyeballs, right? I could look by eye, look. And you could by eye look at that and tell, could you, if you wanted to? If I wanted to, I could look. But then why are we now weaseling on it? Like, we can't do it. Oh dear. Question. I need you to help me to understand that a little bit. Yeah, me too. I'm having that question because I understand there's an unknown male B found in lab item 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? Answer. No. Question. Okay. Well, I understand there's a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case investigation. Are you familiar with that? Answer. I am familiar with that. Question. And that was compared to the DNA on the knife sheath. Is that right? Answer. Yes. And that was found to be excludable. Am I using the word right? Answer. It was exclusion. Correct. So you compared something that was taken from somebody to an item of evidence. Is that right? Answer. Something that was so the reason right. I see why she's asking that question. It's like, did you not take this other DNA that wasn't the dad and compare it to the knife sheath? Right. I'm holding off on imagining a world where they didn't do that. I'm holding off. I'm waiting. Something that was a secondary reference, as in someone identified it as they saw that person using that item. They saw that person dispose of that item. That item was collected and used as a reference sample from that person because there was someone who said it is from that person. Question. Okay. When you got the trash to go through in the lab, you knew that you were looking for a male, right? Answer. Correct. Question. And you knew that that male and his family members lived in a house that produced that bag of trash. Is that right? Answer. Yes, but not who produced each individual item in the trash pull. Question. Okay. It wasn't labeled. Right. Thank you. This is well-deserved here. Quote, this water bottle is from a person of interest. This tissue is from a sibling. Hilarious. This is great. This Q-tip is from a parent. Fucking hilarious. We didn't have that information. It was just, I thought that was Ann Taylor being snarky in her question. Now it's not as funny because it's snark coming from the lady, Rylene. We didn't have that information. It's just, here's some items from a trash pull. Question. And each of those items you took out and developed male E? Answer. I did not. So why are they? Oh, right. Male E is the dad. Right. Okay. Do you want, wait, I can't tell if I'm supposed to actually go back and read something again. She's explaining it like, okay. Male E is the dad though, right? I think that's right. Okay. So in general, the lab developed male E. Correct. Question. And compared male A and male E. Answer. There was a paternity statistic calculated. Right. And that's the other thing, right? Because why would they? Okay. The point is this. They didn't know, right? Like she said, it wasn't, they don't know. So they have these items. There's something happening because here's the problem. Oh no, hold on. Let me hold on. Pause real quick. I'm going to pull something up. Hold up. Hey. We don't play. Yeah, I'm just singing while I do this. I'm not going to do the real song. Hold up. Hey. You take a seat. Ready for the next episode? Hey. Smoke weed every day. Okay, let's see if I found what I'm looking for. Yep. Okay, it's as bad as that. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want this to be what it looks like. I don't want this to be what this looks like, though. I don't want this to be what this looks like. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. You guys, I might throw up. I knew what this said because I've only read this document a bazillion times, but I was like, hang on, don't panic yet. Oh no. Oh God. Okay. Let's take a look at the wording careful here. Okay. Look, guys, look. I think it would be normal to assume that clearly the dad trash DNA that we knew existed from the dad, right, would have been compared to the knife sheath, right? Like that's what, right, we would think. And, you know, but also, right, this is brand new news that maybe there was additional, right, that then also, like all of it would have been compared, right? Obviously, right? We didn't know if there was other, so look at the wording here, though. Okay, on December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash in the DNA profile obtained from the knife sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. Identified a male Wait, what? Okay, a DNA profile obtained from the trash. Wait, what? Hold on. What is happening? This is what it's like. I feel like, are they trying? Okay. Let me read it again. The lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and a DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. Now let's break this down because it's compound. So there's the way this is worded, there's two things. There's a DNA profile from the trash. That's one profile. There's a DNA profile from the sheath. That's another profile, right? Could be the same person, could be different people. I'm just saying there's two profiles, right? It doesn't say which one identifies what. And I never really noticed that before because we all were under, it seemed like we knew what it was, right? We don't know which one is what, but it says it gives two different profiles here. And the thing is if they're not the same profile, well, shouldn't we specify? And why are we making compound bullshit? So I just made a new thing. It's not a compound question anymore. This is compound bullshit, new thing. Identified. Now here's the thing. Identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect. So here's the thing. So when you read that, then the next logical thing is like, oh, okay, well, then clearly let's do their job for them. They must have been referencing the trash, right? Unless the knife sheath DNA is the dad. Wait. What? Hold on. What? Wait. Hang on. Do not tell me. I'm just trying to work through how this is going. Don't tell me, please, people. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Hang on. Am I wrong? Someone help me out here. Because I know you guys have some of this. Some of you guys know have the DNA on the snap. That's not the dad's DNA, right? Like, it's not Bryan Kohberger's dad's DNA. Am I? Because well, okay. Remember, this is compound, right? 2 profiles. Again, starting from just scratch, take the people out of it, just in terms of just a profile, right? They could be the same, they could be different, right? One of them, they don't specify who, identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father. So dad, right? It doesn't say what the other one does. We don't know which one this is referencing. If it's referencing the trash, though, then if it's referencing the trash, then the other male DNA in the trash is Bryan, right? If this right here is referencing the trash, because it doesn't say, then the other male contributor in the trash would be Bryan, right? Or these are the possibilities. Or if this is referencing the sheath, then the DNA, that's what that is saying, is the DNA found on the knife sheath is the dad, but that the dad's not the suspect. Like, as if it was Bryan Kohberger's dad's knife sheath, right? And then if that's the case, I'm just working this out from process of elimination. If that's the case, then the male trash DNA would be swapped, right? With what you see what I mean? Like, but what I'm saying is there's a distinction. It could be the dad's DNA on the sheath, right? But that's like mind ball. Like, is that what it is? Is that what it is, though? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Because that would still be okay. Imagine, just for the sake of the example, imagine that if the DNA on the knife sheath is Bryan Kohberger's dad, okay? Let's just say it was, this is a hypothetical. I'm working this out in my head. It was his dad's knife or whatever, right? Somehow that was the dad's DNA on the snap. Then this statement here would still be true, as in the dad of the suspect profile, because the dad's not the suspect, but the son is. At least, and then when they go to this part, this is the part that was supposed to be really important, right? At least 99 blah, 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 of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the. So all of this, though, it matters. Why? It's a workaround, though. Like, there's a workaround of trying to match Bryan with that. Dude, wait. There's a workaround. They're trying to make it, they're trying to not say, oh my God. Okay. Hold on. That, oh dear. They would, it's clear that this would have happened. Like, they would have, because again, they don't know what trash belongs to. It's clear that they would have pulled out some trash with male DNA and without knowing who it is, right? Yeah, they would have compared it to the sheath. And that one of those men would have been Bryan, right? But they're trying to not say that. They're trying to not say that they took Bryan and matched it with the knife sheath, right? And why would that be? Well, because it would not have been a match, potentially. I'm just working this out in my head again. Because is all this weaseling worse than we thought to try to hide the fact that maybe it was the dad's DNA on the knife sheath, right? And then, but again, the suspect profile. So in other words, what you've got is the DNA from the crime scene is not the DNA of the suspect. You guys following me? It's the suspect's dad. Maybe. Am I right on this? Hi, Kane. So, okay, let's go back to this. The problem, though, is this, right? Because fuck. There would have to be a lot of retooling going on in how we understand this. If we have to understand this to go back and be like, hang on, it doesn't matter if it's Bryan Kohberger or the dad or anybody, right? If we have to go back and rethink this as in the DNA found at the crime scene potentially is not the DNA of the suspect. Wrap your heads around that, guys, right? It's like if the state is trying to say that the DNA at the crime scene is not the DNA of the suspect. It's the DNA of the suspect's dad. But the dad's not the suspect. The son is. You guys following me? Okay, let me keep reading. Oh my God. Okay. Compared male A and male E. Right. As in DNA on the knife sheath and male E. Answer. There was a paternity statistic calculated because they were both single source profiles, meaning only from one individual. Question. Okay, there's another male profile. Answer. That was part of a mixture, to my knowledge, meaning more than one person's DNA present on that item. Question. Again, only one male, though. Is that right? Oh, boy. Answer. So when there's a mixture on an item of evidence, I don't know if you want me to explain the process. I do. The first step is determining the number of contributors to that mixture. Then our laboratory utilizes a software program to help break out the components of that mixture. When one individual is male, it's not always possible to say the gender of the second person. Males have an X and a Y chromosome. Females only have an X. So if there's an X and a Y present, it can only be one male. It could be one male. It could be two males. It could be a male and a female. Without comparing to known reference samples, I can't say that. And I haven't seen the profile to my knowledge. Well, you're not allowed to look at it, according to you. You have to do your job without looking at things, apparently. Question. Okay. Did you tell me, though, on the sample, and I'm talking about 95.9.1, that's the mixture. That was a male and a female. Answer. I believe that. I don't know if it was designated as that in the laboratory report. To my knowledge, it was. I can't remember what, oh God, what the report said. Again, I didn't generate the report. I didn't do the work. I'm not even a human, is what she's saying. I'm not even a human. I'm just, so I'm not familiar with it as if it was my own work. Question. Okay, male B was also a mixture, wasn't it? Answer. I don't know. Oh God. Question. Okay. Answer. If it was designated as unknown male B, again, I don't know if it was from a mixed sample or not. Miss Taylor, Your Honor, if I may have just a moment, thank you for that. Just a couple other questions for you as it relates to male E. Was it compared to the sheath? Right. Please, we need to get answers as it relates to the male E. It was compared to the sheath. Is that right? Correct. A paternity comparison. That would mean you have to know it's the dad ahead of time, right? I'm so fucking confused. It's like they're trying to say that so you got a suspect, you got Bryan Kohberger, you got a dad. It's like they're trying to say that Bryan Kohberger is the suspect and also his own dad. That's what I'm getting from this. That's my takeaway. Welcome back, Amethyst. That's my takeaway. Question. Male E profile was compared to a lot of other evidence items in this case, wasn't it? Answer. Correct. Question. You are allowed to do a manual interpretation per your policy, right? Answer. If there is, so it's not black and white. So if it is a single source and we can look at it and say that person is excluded, they are not the source of the DNA, then yes, that can be done manual. And by manual, I mean a person looking at it. Oh, we're back to the eyeballs again. If it is a probative comparison, and how we define a probative comparison is if it's saying something about who could be on the source of the DNA on an item of evidence that's relevant to the case. What? Then no, we do not do a manual comparison and issue a statement about that, because all of our standards, we have to issue a statistic so that the trier of fact has something to gauge how unique that could be. What is the likelihood that that DNA could come from someone else? We provide that statistic, we just don't say it matches. But you never say anything. They can never say, they can't even say something is a 100% match. It's just not, you don't ever say something matches. They're always statistical calculations, aren't they? I'm confused. That requires a statistical calculation, which we use probabilistic, oh boy, genotyping software to do. Question. Welcome, Carla. Welcome back, my friend. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. This is a lot. Question. I apologize. I think I got lost in there. Yeah, join the club. Are you telling me that because it was a mix, you couldn't have done a manual interpretation on 95.9.1A? Answer. Sorry. Because it's a mixed profile, and because it was, if you're saying it was Bryan's DNA, she's not saying anything. She's asking the question. Okay, read it again. Answer. Because it's a mixed profile, and because if it was, you're saying it was Bryan's DNA, Bryan Kohberger's DNA present, that would be a probative comparison in the case, which we have to provide a statement in order to make that provide a statistic in order to make that statement, in order to deconvolute. Can you deconvolute this fucking thing I'm reading right now, somebody? Okay. Deconvolute a mixture. We are no longer allowed to do this manually. Deconvolute, as in separate the mixture into its components. We have a software. That software was not designed for, nor was it validated for, doing evidence-to-evidence comparisons. Question. Now you're speaking my language. Validations are important for integrity. Is that right? Answer. In forensics, our laboratory uses validations to ensure any new tool is working properly. Question. Now, at some point later, your lab issued a report saying matching the DNA on the sheath with the DNA taken from Bryan Kohberger. Is that right? Okay. Answer. That is correct, and a statistic was provided. Question. Now I want to talk about what we're talking about when we say the sheath. You're familiar with what happened with the sheath for swabbing. Is that right? Answer. I've seen the sheath, and I know how our laboratory performs swabbing of evidence, but I did not swab that item of evidence, nor did I see it being swabbed. Question. As I understand it, though, you've read the lab notes. Answer. At one point, I believe I did read the notes. I think I was asked a question, and the analyst was out of town or something. Question. I think you answered that question to law enforcement after consulting somebody else who was with the swabber when the sheath was swabbed. The swabber. Is that right? It's sounding familiar. Question. If I understand the lab reports as a single source on the knife sheath, is that right? Answer. Correct. Does that mean it's only one person in that area? Answer. Yes, that was detected through our testing. Question. Tell me what you think that sheath was swabbed for purposes, or where you think that sheath was swabbed for purposes of DNA collection. Answer. I believe the analyst swabbed there's kind of the snap or button that was at the top of the snap, and that's the area that was swabbed. There were other areas on it sampled as well. Question. For the purposes of unknown male A that you're telling us later came back to Bryan Kohberger, that's the only place I want to talk about right now. Are we on the top of the button, the outside, or on the inside, the socket portion of the button? Answer. I know on the top. I don't recall if she swabbed the underside or not. I'd have to look at her notes again. Question. Do you know if that sheath was part of that preserved for fingerprinting? Answer. The swabbing was done first. That's our laboratory standard order of processing. If DNA is needed and fingerprints, they will work together. Essentially, fingerprints will say, we can see some possible ridge details. So if you can avoid this area after DNA, we want to swab this. And then they come to a decision of what would best suit that item of evidence to determine where to swab. So the swabbing takes place first. The thing is the difference between DNA and fingerprints is that with fingerprints, it is a absolute match, which is what's crazy, right? Like, they're unique. So the thing is this, if you've got a snap, and that's why they were asking the question, right? If you've got a button snap or a snappy snap snap or a snippety fuckety fucking snap on a sheath or on anything, right? The first thing, like, so, okay, let me just back up. What she's trying to say here, or whatever, never mind her. We hear about this in other cases as well, right? Like, if you are one of these analysts, right, and you've got a piece of evidence, you don't know what the fuck is on it, and you have to make these decisions because one test can ruin another test, right? So you have to make a decision in terms of the priority of what's going to get done first. So if you've got a knife sheath or anything with a button like that, right, and there's a thing that has to be manipulated manually with a finger or like a thumb, right? Right. Okay, then and you have to decide what you're going to do first with that. Wouldn't the obvious choice be fingerprinting it before DNAing it? Because a fingerprint will give you a absolute match, right? And the thing is that they said they do swabbing first, right? But they work together. This is wild, right? So the people that do the fingerprints, right? If they see some possible ridge detail, they'll be like, can you avoid this area? Which would mean this. The DNA swabby people would avoid the snap, right? If they're working together and they're like, yeah, hang on, look at this snap. I bet somebody would have to use a thumb on this. Hey, hang on. Okay, so then don't swab that, right? Swab elsewhere, right? Let me take it and take a look for seeing if I can get a fingerprint off it, because it's a thing that would have to be manipulated, and a fingerprint is better than DNA, science-wise, right? And then I believe after that's done, then they can go back and do the DNA after, and then they can have both. Heather, did you have to do that weird thing again? I wonder, why does that happen to you with the having to do another thing? So, like, why would they not? Because what it sounds like, this doesn't make any sense. Because what it sounds like is, it sounds like we know if they want to take fingerprints, yeah, you don't want to do other testing because that's going to ruin your fingerprint. But it looks like if you do a fingerprint, you can test for DNA after, right? But regardless, if you're trying to say, like, let's make sure that the thing that looks like it would be the best place for a fingerprint, that would be the priority over DNA, and a button snap or any snappy snap would make sense. But like, oh, oops, like we didn't do it because we did the swabbing. But like, what? See, they come to a decision of what will best suit that item of evidence to determine where to swab. So why, follow-up question, and probably not for her, probably for whoever does fingerprints. Why did you decide that a snap that has to be manipulated with a thumb or a finger would not be a best place to not swab, but to do a fingerprint, right? Remember, like I said here, right? Avoid this area. I need to go back. So they did restate, right, that the DNA on the knife sheath, right, like we need to try to, okay, was a match to Bryan Kohberger, right? Let me just double check. Unknown male A came back to Bryan Kohberger. As in like buccal swab match, right? So the Idaho State Lab reported that DNA detected from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath like, why would you write it like this? Identified a male as not being excluded from the biological father of this. So then we know they are still referencing the male, this male being in the trash. But again, the problem you have there is this. Then the other male contributor, like I said, remember I said there's two possibilities. The other male contributor in the trash, right, with the one with the mixture would have to be Bryan. Like, we know that. And we know they did not compare it to the sheath. Why? Why? Yeah, and they briefly mentioned the cigarette. I don't even know what. Yeah, what was that about? I mean, there's just so much like, okay. I think the point of that partially was to point out how like they can take these different pieces of evidence and test them against each other. And that's what they do. And that's why it's weird that no one did that with the trash, the not dad trash, the maybe Bryan trash, probably Bryan trash with the knife sheath, right? That was the point of that, I believe. Because they're weaseling around it, trying to say that we can't do it. We can't do it for this reason, but you did it here with you. That reason didn't apply. Oh, we can't do it for this other reason. No. Yeah, but what about this thing, right? Does that make sense? So Nightbot has his own for his little signature. It's NB for like him, and then he's got like this one. I try to make them, if I can make it like a abbreviation, so it's faster to type. I try to do that. Right. A is sheath. Right. So see a cigarette butt. Thank you. And that makes sense because B and D, right? We know those. So, and then E's dad. Thank you. I'm going to write it down actually. Thank you, Denise. So A is sheath, A, B, C, D. B is rail. Thank you, Denise. Thank you. It's actually easier to have it in front of me because I've got so much pulled up on this screen, and to have it right in the chat helps. C is cigarette, D is outside glove. Thank you. And then, yeah. Yeah, we're going to say dad trash because that's the name. I'm glad I don't have to change the name because facts. George will stick. Shout out to George will stick. George will twiggle stick Higgins. What was the rest of the name here? It needs to get longer too. I said I would do that and we forgot. We need to make it longer. That's what she said. That's what she said. George Higgins, George will stick. Ah! Okay. Cross-examination. Question. Good morning. I have just a few questions for you today. So you talked a little bit about policies and procedures in the lab. Do you recall that testimony? Answer, yes. Question. You talked about that there are policies and procedures related specifically to DNA. Is that correct? Answer, correct. Question. As part of those policies and procedures, does the lab need to have a legitimate reason to test DNA? Answer, yes. We only test DNA related to criminal investigations or death investigations. It needs to be an item that will answer a probative question in this case. Right. Again, that brings me back to my original thing of like, why did they even do the dad trash? Or yeah, dad trash. Why did they even do that if it wasn't? I still think they're trying to hide the IGG thing. Because you don't need it, right? If you, okay. Sorry, my brain. Okay. Death investigation is an item that will answer probative question in the case. Okay. Question. So for example, if someone at the lab wanted to test DNA out of curiosity about medical information, that would not be consistent with that policy. Why is everybody so hung up on this dude? Okay. I've moved past this being relevant. Answer. We don't do curiosity testing, and none of our testing would provide medical information. I mean, I know why that is a thing for like the legal element of it, but like fucking hell. Question. You also testified that you were involved in maybe primarily responsible for developing the scope of work request for Othram. Is that correct? Answer. I was part of that. Yes. Question. And what is a scope of work request? Answer. That just goes with, and this was my first one I've done, so I don't have vast experience in this process. But when we're going to contract with the vendor, just going through and outlining what we expect them to do as part of that question. And what do you recall about this request specifically? What were you requesting Othram to do? Answer, specifically, we were requesting them, if necessary, to perform DNA extraction, pulling the DNA out of the cells of an item of evidence. If necessary, our laboratory typically did that. We were requesting them to generate an SMP profile. What's that? Okay. Using either an SMP array or whole genome sequencing. We were requesting them to upload that to all public databases that allow law enforcement samples. We were requesting them to generate a report. We were requesting them to notify us or to complete the lab portion of the work. Generation of the profile within 60 days, I believe. I believe there was also information in there about not publicly giving our case information to the public without our express permission, things of that nature. Question, was there anything in the scope of work request related to medical information? Answer, no. So you weren't asking Othram to determine if this DNA, the person whose DNA this had, for example, cancer. Answer, no. This is dumb. Question, now in your position and in this case, you testified you didn't actually do any of the testing, but you've read a lot of the reports that were involved. Is that correct? Answer, I've seen a lot of reports. That's correct. I'm going to drink some water. Okay. Question, and one of the reports, of all the reports you read, have you seen that kind of information? Answer, no. The testing our laboratory doesn't generate any medical information. Question, and you also talked about in the scope of work, Othram was required to provide you with at least one report. At least one report, correct. Well, where the fuck is it? Question, and did you have a chance to review that? Oh, okay. So it does exist. Answer, I've seen that report. Yes. Question, did it contain medical? I mean, I just remember, again, I can quote it verbatim. And Taylor saying in the hearing, we've been told it doesn't exist. So anyway, question, did it contain medical information? No, it did not. Question, now you also talked a little bit about Ms. Taylor about an MOU. Do you remember that? Answer, yes. I just want to be clear. The memorandum of understanding. Who were the parties to that MOU? Answer, the parties to that MOU specific to this case were the Moscow Police Department, Ladog County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and the Idaho Public Forensic Services. Question, so Othram was not a party to that MOU. Answer, correct. Question, and the FBI was not a party to that MOU. Answer, correct. Question, in another part of your testimony, you spoke with Ms. Taylor about the trash pull. Oh boy, do you recall that testimony? Answer, yes. And that one of the samples that was pulled from the trash, that was a mixed sample, your lab did not compare that. Is that correct? Answer, correct. And can you explain why you did not compare that? Oh boy. Answer, so initially we did, Keen, did you ever want a custom command? I know I've asked you before, but let me know. Let me know if you want a custom command. Initially we did not compare that because it was a mixed profile. We did not know the source of that profile, so it could not be considered a secondary reference. So we deemed that to be an evidentiary sample, and we can't make a manual comparison of evidence to evidence, especially when there's a mixture. And if the analyst, again, I was not the analyst, if the analyst did the comparison and determined that unknown male A could have been in that mixture, it would have been inappropriate to compare those two samples together per our analytical methods. Question, so the decision not to compare that, who made that decision? Answer, that would have been the analyst that worked on the case. Question, so you weren't, to your knowledge, no one at the lab was advised, for example, by the lead investigator on this case, which of those items to test? Answer, no. Huh? Question, you also gave some testimony about the knife sheath and the swabs on the knife sheath. Do you recall that? Answer, yes. Question, and you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies. Do your policies or best practices suggest where a knife sheath or an item like that should be swabbed for DNA? Answer, no. It would be impossible for our analytical methods to cover how to swab or where to swab every single item of evidence. We receive quite a wide variety of items into the laboratory, so it's the analyst's job as a scientist, as a practitioner in forensic biology, screening, and DNA analysis to know what they're targeting. Right, and obviously fingerprint you would want to go for on a snap, right? So on this item, I believe there was also blood, and they would have been targeting that separate and then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on an area that whoever handled it would have touched it, maybe touched it repeatedly. Right. Like a fingerprint on a snap, right? Question, why do they hone in on those areas in particular? Answer, because that's the question we are trying to answer. In forensic DNA analysis, and hold on, let me just see. Is she saying, I don't even know. Are they saying that there was blood on the snap? Because like, okay. So on this item, I believe there was also blood. Where is the blood? No, I know, but where on the sheath, Heather? Where on the sheath? I'm saying because it doesn't say, it's not saying on this item there was blood, and then it doesn't say where on the item. Just on this item there was also blood, right? So does that mean there was blood on like the bottom of the knife sheath, or like, you know what I mean? Because what I'm saying is, if that's where it is, it doesn't make any fucking sense that they didn't do fingerprint on the button snap. And what they're saying is they didn't do fingerprints because they swabbed it first, and you can't do fingerprint after swabbing, right? You guys see why that matters? And it doesn't make any sense. Okay, go back some pages. Okay. No, I now that you say that, I remember that. I remember that. Okay. Okay. But I want to know where the blood was, though, right? What I'm saying is this. Remember, they have that whole, they said we work together, make decisions about what order we're going to do things, right? Generally, we swab first, right? But if they look at the item and it seems like a place where they might get a fingerprint, such as a place that is manipulated with a finger, like, oh, a snap, like you snap, unsnap, right? Oh, they swabbed it all but the snap. Okay. Are you sure? Hold on. I don't know. I didn't. Hang on. Okay, perfect. I scrolled right to it. Do you know if that sheath was part of that preserved fingerprinting? Okay, hold on. So the button. Do you know if the sheath was part of that preserved for fingerprinting? The swabbing was done first. That's our standard. They swabbed it all. I don't know how where does it say they didn't swab? Hold on. Let me just. So here they're talking about the button. They swabbed. Yeah, that's not true. Look, so Heather says it tells you they swabbed it all but the snap. This says, I believe the anal swab, there's a snap or a button that was at the top of the snap. That's the area that was swabbed. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Heather. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. I'm going to keep reading. There were others on areas on it sampled as well. Are we talking about the bottom, top, where on the thing? I know on the top, I don't recall if she swabbed the underside or not. I'd have to go look at her notes again. Do you know if that sheath was part of that preserve for fingerprinting? The swabbing was done first. That's our laboratory standard order of processing. DNA is needed for fingerprints. They'll work together. Fingerprints will say we can see some possible ridge details, so if you can avoid this area. After DNA says we want to swab this, and then they come to a decision of what would best suit that item of evidence to determine where to swab. So the swabbing takes place first. There's nothing about anything being done twice. You guys. Okay, it's in the redirect. Okay. Oh, that's all crossed still. Okay. That was the cross. That was supposed to be one question. Jesus. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, that was Mr. Nye. Sorry. Okay. So. Okay. Okay. Refreshes the recollection. Okay. Well, I hadn't read this yet. That's why. I hadn't read this yet. That's why. You guys, I hadn't read this yet. That's why I didn't see it. We hadn't gotten here yet. Guys. No wonder. Okay. I hadn't even read this part yet. Hold on. Jesus. I probably stopped after. I hadn't even finished cross. Y'all are confusing me. I hadn't even finished reading cross. We were in the middle of cross, and so that's why I hadn't. So I'm going to go in order. So, okay. This is where I left off. Right here. Okay. So you weren't to your knowledge. So no one at the lab was advised, for example, by the lead investigator, because I would have remembered. I was like, how did I miss that? No, I hadn't read it yet. For example, by the lead investigator on this case, which of those items to test? Answer, no. Question, you also gave some testimony about the knife sheath and the swabs on the knife sheath. Do you recall that? Answer, yes. Question, I know you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies. Do your policies or best practice suggest where a knife sheath or an item like that should be swabbed for DNA? Answer, no. It would be impossible for our analytical methods to cover how to swab or where to swab every single item. We see a wide array of items. So it's the analyst's job as a scientist, as a practitioner, to know what they're targeting. So on this item, I believe there was also blood. Oh, this is where we got deep, right? Also blood thing. Okay. So on this item, I believe there's also blood. So they would have been targeting that separate and then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on an area that whoever handled it would have had to touch and maybe touched repeatedly. And why did they hone in on those areas in particular? Because that's the question we're trying to answer, right? In forensic DNA analysis, the questions we're trying to answer is, can we link the assailant to the victim to the assailant, or one or both to the scene? So in this instance, my understanding, the sheath was found at the scene. So trying to link the possible perpetrator to the scene, trying to link them to the scene. You wouldn't have to try anyway. Question, why in particular do you hone in on the areas where the person may have handled the knife sheath? Answer, because so DNA is found in the cells of our body, and that includes the skin cells that are sloughed off on our hands, right? So looking for any touch DNA is the term that is most often used from someone touching or handling an item. And my brain goes immediately to, wouldn't that also be a place to look for fingerprints? Anyway, question, so if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing the places that most likely contain touch DNA. Answer, correct. No more further questions. Redirect. Now we're on to redirect. Ms. Taylor, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to start by sharing a computer screen that I have approved with the prosecutor for refreshing her memory. The court, it's just for refreshing. It's not an exhibit. Ms. Taylor, yes, it is. May I approach the court? Go ahead. Have we established she doesn't remember, or are we just going to stipulate to it? Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, I can ask the question to the court. We can save time if you're going to stipulate to it. Mr. Nye, that's totally fine. Okay, they're going to share the screen, and then here comes redirect. And okay, Ms. Taylor, where we were talking at the end of my questions and where Mr. Nye just left off with you about where the sheath would have been swabbed. Reading the email that's been placed in front of you, does that refresh your recollection about what you believe to be the place the sheath was swabbed? Answer, very much so. Okay. Question, where was it swabbed? Answer, the knife was swabbed the entire canine. The court, did you say the knife was swabbed? The witness, sorry, the knife sheath. Am I allowed to read it? By Ms. Taylor. You're supposed to read it and let it refresh your recollection and then not read it, but just tell me a summary of where it was. Answer, the entire leather portion of the strap, both top and bottom, and then the underside of the button. I misspoke. She did not swab the top of the button. Right. Well, like I said, there you go. That's what I was saying. Did you guys hear me say, that's what I was harping about. You don't swab it twice because a fingerprint is oh my God, is Adobe freaking out? A fingerprint is actually more, like Runkle was talking about this with Bob Mott, I believe, actually, that it is actually better than like DNA because it is 100% for the individual. And like, there can be issues with the DNA with like the mixtures and shit. But like, if they get a fingerprint, it's like, you know, like that would be the priority. Right. So she did not swab the top of it because it was most likely, and that's what I was saying. That's the normal thing you would do. And the thing is this, is if you get a fingerprint, see, then you can match that directly to the person. But you would still need a way to get to that person. And that's where the IGG would come in. I'm just speaking about like in terms of just the order of things, but who knows what the fuck applied here. So, okay. So the underside of the button, was it the part that the sticky out part would go into, or the sticky out part, or both? Answer, I can't tell from this. I would have to look at our notes. So I can tell you for a fact, so the Casey Anthony trial, right, that I've been covering, makes this make more sense. Okay, let me explain. So we learned a lot about this in the state's case in chief with, okay, so remember, the only DNA found on the duct tape in that case, and this matters, right, was left inadvertently by an FBI analyst, right? Now, here's the thing. Okay, Denise saying, but the part they did swab. So my understanding of how this order of events happened is they would have swabbed the leather part of the sheath, but not the snappy part, right? I guess the top of the button or whatever. And then that would have been left so that they could go, and then they would go do the fingerprints, right? On that thing. So at that point, the brass or the button thing has not been swabbed at all. And the rest of the knife sheath has been swabbed once. Then they would go and look and see if they can get a fingerprint. And then it would go back to DNA, and then it would swab the entire thing, including the snap. Now, here's the thing. So again, with Casey Anthony, that duct tape, right? When they examined that duct tape, it was in a sealed container of some sort. I don't know if it was plastic or glass, but it was in a sealed thing for examining. And the analyst is wearing all the stuff. This is an FBI agent, okay? Or FBI analyst, rather. And they don't know how, but somehow that person's DNA got onto that duct tape. It's the only DNA. So the reason that it's actually really helpful because they go through, Jose Baez goes through with the DNA or the FBI people, the steps, and it's crazy. We were actually joking about it. It's like it goes to place A, then B, then C, and then there's question documents, question fingerprints, and then at the very end, and we counted, it was like 16 things, and it was really funny. And then the very last thing it does is it goes back to DNA. And then at that point, everything else has been done. So then they swab everything. And the reason for that, as I learned, is in case any DNA is left from any of the testing processes, which is what happened in the Casey Anthony case, where once it went back at the very end for another DNA test, they're like, oh, now we've got new DNA. Right. And then they can be like, and then they know it was left from the, from testing. That's how they figure that out. That was what was explained there. So, So that's what happened here. Does that make sense to you guys? Like that, this would be this actually, believe it or not, looks like the correct, that, because I was complaining about it. I was like, they should have fingerprinted it first. So this actually, I think, was in case there's a fingerprint, right? In other words, and then on that second swabbing, right, where they swab all of it, would have been when they got DNA from that snap. I guess, right? That's what we can glean from this, right? Right. I know. Yeah, that's wild because the I'm Back is the shit. So you're saying I know this is going to sound like a stupid question. It's going to sound like a stupid question, but bear with me because I don't think we want to ever. There's a lot of things where it's like the information would make you believe something's the case, right? Like propaganda-y, or the state, you know, where it's like, oh man, like they wanted us to just go ahead and assume. So I need to ask the question, so don't hate me. Where did we learn that it was touch DNA? Don't like where did we learn from like a reliable source? Like where did that come from? I remember hearing about that in the media, which is why I'm asking. But what I'm saying is this, like they've not said touch, right? I don't think that was even said at all in any of this. I'll double check. Well, we were on page like 76. I'll do a control F myself. And then we'll come. Okay. Adobe's just, okay. So please work. Oh, right. There was the part about the sloughing. Okay, there it is. Never mind. Just kidding. There it is. Just kidding. So we're looking for any touch DNA. Okay. So I'm touching or handling an item. Okay. I see. Okay, I've got it. So never mind. It's there. It's there. It's there. Okay, good. So I mean, what you mentioned, Denise, about the touch DNA only lasts for 12 hours, guarantee you that's going to be a big thing that they will bring up with the different experts at trial, for sure. That's what that will be, right? That's how that they will grill her on. I mean, maybe there's even some of that in this hearing. I don't know, because I'm going in order. Yep, okay. So, do we even... Okay, yeah, no, we were here. Okay, right. So in other words, again, it looks like they did this actually correctly in terms of waiting to do the snap, right? But then I understand that if, again, that will be a thing, the 12-hour thing, right? The touch DNA. Because, yeah. Right. I figured for sure.
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
Right. I know. We still didn't get any answers. Well, of course we didn't. On why those answers were dumbest. That was back with Payne, wasn't it? Jesus. We can only test one thing. And stop. CODIS will blow up if we don't know. That's just bullshit. No. Okay. So question, if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing please that most likely have touched DNA. Answer correct. Mr. I know further questions. Redirect. Thank you. Okay. Oh no, we read this part, refreshing the memory. Correct. Okay. Right. Oh, the email. Okay. 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 So she's refreshed. The knife was swabbed. The entire canine. Yes. Knife sheath. So to read it, let it refresh. Okay. The entire leather portion of the strap, top and bottom, the underside. Misspoke. She'd not swab. Okay. This is where we were, right? Because of the likely place for fingerprints. Okay. Question. The underside of the button, was it the sticky out part? I can't tell from this. I'd have to go through our notes. And then, yeah, a couple follow-up questions. Mr. 9, the medical information. Okay, is that because you do STR or YSTR testing, not SMP testing? Answer correct. Our laboratory performs both STR and YSTRs. Those don't yield medical information. Question, the MOU that you reviewed and that remembered the Department of Justice, the DOJ interim policy applied to the circumstances in this case. Do you know who else the interim policy applies to? Answer. Oh, based on what is stated in the interim policy, applies to all public or to public laboratories like ours that receive federal funding in cases where federal funding is being used. Question. In Mr. Kohberger's case, there was federal funding being used. Answer. To my knowledge, I don't know if we did any federal funding in this case. Oh my God. Oh my God. Question. Do you remember talking to me a couple days ago? Answer. Yes. And do you remember telling me that you did? Answer. I do recall telling you that we had a grant in place, but again, I authorized payment of the invoice. Oh God. But which fund the funds come out of, I don't know. And I apologize if I misspoke. We know it's federal money. Question. Are you aware that, right, there it is. The FBI, FIG unit, I guess, took over and the FBI finished the genetic genealogy after Othram was stopped. Answer. I'm aware we were authorized to turn it over, but as to what happened after that, I don't know. Question. Okay. One more question for you. You talked to Mr. Nye a bit about not comparing the sample 95.9.1 to the sheath DNA, and I asked you a little bit about your policy, right, that allowed you to do the hand search, the manual search on that. Your policy does allow you to do a comparison, like it's either excluded or not excluded, though. Is that right? And I'm looking at policy 4.5.6. Answer, no, we can report an exclusion. They aren't from the same source, but in order to say they are from the same source, considering they're completely different areas, no, we would have to provide a statistic and we can't do that. Question, but you could have looked at it and said it's not excluded. Well, she said she could look at it a bunch of times and then she walked that back is what happened. Answer, that would be an indication that it's possible and we would have to provide a statistic for that. And we have, so our biology section, you may be looking at our analytical methods. Biology section has their, oh my God, their own quality manual that further discusses this. Wow. Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, if I can have her shown this document to see if we can refresh her memory, the court for the record, identify what you're showing her. Ms. Taylor, what I'm showing her are a couple pages out of the manual or biology manual for the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab is available online. Questions. So Ms. Nolan, if you look at the very bottom line, that's the one I'm having trouble squaring with your testimony, if that refreshes your recollection or helps me understand. Answer. So what this is talking about is it may be beneficial to make a qualitative statement about evidence-to-evidence comparisons. However, there's another section of our biology quality manual that specifically states if it's a probative comparison, a statistic must be provided. But what this is saying, so for instance, if you're in one room in a scene and there's multiple swabs that are tested, we can say that these are consistent or appear to be from the same unknown individual. Now, if I'm going to say these are from John Doe, I have to provide a statistic for each item and do a comparison of each item. Question, did I hear you say if you could compare if they're probative? Answer, if it's, which that wouldn't be in my mind, a probative comparison. We have multiple items of evidence in the same room in a scene. We can say they appear to be consistent with the same unknown individual. That's not making any statement about who the individual might be. If I'm making a statement about who might be the source of that, then that is a probative comparison and I need to provide a statistic. Question, before you make the comparison where you maybe write the exclusion, you don't know if it's excluded or included though, is that right? Answer, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Yeah, let me try to explain what I'm getting at. What I'm not understanding why 95.9.1 couldn't have been manually looked at. Right. To do a manual comparison. Yes. To the sheath DNA. Just to say excluded or not. Absolutely. When male E was compared to multiple items of evidence. Yes, this is what I was saying. Right. But you don't know until you do the comparison. Is that right? And she says correct. So you can look at it. Well, there she's saying you can look at it again. You can look at it manually, but if we're now making a probative statement, then we need to provide a statistic. And male E was also a single source, which is different than a mixture of DNA from multiple people. What a mess. Question. All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you. Maybe I can take those pages back from you. The court. Okay. You may call your next witness. Matthew Gamut, whatever. Runs the gamut. Wow. So guys, I hate to say this. We're going to pause it here at this next witness. I know Heather says, I am looking really forward to it, but I don't want to skip anything because I'm very thorough, right? And I'm not going to read ahead. I have not looked at, I'm going through this. I mean, I maybe before tomorrow, I assume we'll pick up with this tomorrow. Maybe before that, maybe before then I'll read over some more of it too. But like, I'm not going to skip anything. So, you know, and to get to page 108 to 111, even if we didn't stop to go or stop to talk about other things, that's still a ways away. We're on page 84. So I think it's a good stopping point though, because we have a new witness. So they do. That's really funny. I'm not stopping here permanently. I'm stopping here until tomorrow is what I'm saying. Because the thing is it's a lot when you're only talking for, right now it's like almost 4 hours when you're talking the entire time. That's the thing. You know, a lot of time when we're covering documents, we're also looking at some testimony or whatever. And it's just, the screen is a lot on the eyes. And I feel like, you know, I'll be able to do better for you guys if I have a little break. Before reading for another 3 hours. You should have done, what do you mean? Yeah, well, she read it. I'm not. I mean, reading the whole thing is different than saying it out loud. I mean, it's just a lot. I can keep going. If y'all want me to keep going, I'll keep going. I'll keep going. I'm not trying to disappoint anybody. I'm not trying to disappoint anybody. I mean, the whole thing is 175 pages. So, like, you know, you got to draw the line somewhere. And, you know, if we think, I don't even know, to finish the whole thing, maybe another like 6 hours or something, probably, maybe more. You read it out loud, Heather? Because, I mean, I don't think you do. I mean, on your videos, I don't usually hear you speak. I don't think you speak, do you? Right. Yeah, I figured that out eventually. Are you reading out loud to your two pitbull-potamus? I'm just wondering who you're reading out loud to. See, I if I'm not live streaming and I'm reading a document, I read it not out loud. You know. You're reading it to Wendi? Okay. Is it the same witness, the part that you guys are talking about? Is it the same, this same witness? Oh, and the other thing too, I forgot. God, that was hours ago. Frodo was looking at me like he needed to go out. Let me do this. Let me, let me put on some music for you guys, and I'll let Frodo out, and then I'll come back. Okay. It'll just take a second. I just don't have anything because we're not watching a trial or anything. It's nothing, you know what I mean? So I'll just put some music on. I'll be right back. Go let Frodo out. We'll do some night driving. Okay. I'll put a banner. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm back. Oh my God, 36 comments. Holy shit. Okay. All right, let me pull. Wow. Okay, you guys are sticking around. Cool. All right, let me pause the music. 37 comments. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, it's y'all are so funny. Well, that's a fact, right? We all know, like, when people get acquitted, it's, yeah. Good Casey Anthony. Okay. Yes, Frodo is all taken care of. So, all right. I am cold. Hold on. Let me look at my heat on here. Yeah, the temperature dropped. It dropped like 10 degrees since I started this live stream, which is pretty crazy, right? So, okay. Actually, I think it was, yeah, 10 degrees. So, anywho. Okay, so now we are on to Matthew. Do you guys know, is it gamut? Well, I don't know how you could possibly tell me which one in the chat, but gamut, whatever it is. All right, so. All right, so we have Miss Taylor. So question, good morning, blah, blah. Okay, state your name, great. Question, how are you employed? Answer, I'm employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, and I'm a laboratory system director. What does that mean to be the laboratory system director? Answer, I oversee, oh my God, operations. Oh, you know what? Let me just zoom in a little bit. Be better. I must have scrolled out and it zoomed out. There we go. Okay. Answer, I oversee the operations of the laboratory system. I oversee everything from purchasing, procurement, contracts, human resource type issues, and hiring terminations. I also oversee things like just how the laboratory operates day to day. Question, how long have you held that role? I've been with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services for just about 16 years, and I believe I've held this current role for about 10. Oh my God. Question, do you have prior experience in a similar line of work? I do. Prior experience working for Idaho State Police, or prior to working for Idaho State Police, I worked for Washington State Patrol as a DNA analyst, or yeah, I'm sure that it's missing a T, analyst, and also a crime scene responder. Question, how are you educated? Look at the difference. Remember how I said how normal people answer the question about their degrees? It makes me wonder if Rylene Nolan has any degrees, because she answered that really weirdly. Look at this answer. I have a bachelor's degree from Brigham Young University. Remember how I said how normal people answer this question? I also have a master's degree from Brigham Young University. Then I have continuing certificates from both West Virginia University and UC Davis. Question, are you involved in the collaborative group NTVIC? Answer, I am. Question, what is that group? Answer, so that is the National Technology Implementation Collective. So currently my role there is to chair that group. Question, as it relates to forensic FIG, what's the group's role with that field? Answer. So currently what we're working on, we have several different subcommittees in our FIG group. What that group is focused on is anything from policies, procedures, contracts, things of that nature, looking at the implementation of that technology into public forensic science laboratories. Question, why is that important? Answer. Why is the work of the group important? Question, let me ask the question better. Why is it important to have policies and procedures? Answer, in any public forensic science laboratory, we want to make sure we implement technology well, that we implement it in a robust way that it can be relied upon for such things such as courts. And so we want to make sure that when we're implementing a technology that we take a look at how that technology is being used and how that we apply it well in the public laboratory space. Question, is that important for public trust? Answer, I believe so, yes. Question, are there other organizations that you're involved in the course of your work? Answer, yes, I'm involved with several other forensic science organizations. Question, how about ASCLD? Answer, yes. Question, what is that one? Answer, ASCLD, the American Society of Crime Law Directors. Question, what is the purpose of that group? Answer, so that's the group of laboratory directors. It could be laboratory managers, quality managers, laboratory leaders, in essence, are members of that organization. Question, what is your role with that group? Answer, currently I report to the board of directors at the CFSO, the Consortium of Forensic Science Organizations Liaison for the organization for ASCLD. Question, do you have a role in deciding that did you have a role in deciding that Othram Labs should contract with Idaho State Police Forensics Labs? Answer, I did have a role, yes. Question, what was your role? Answer, my role will be as the laboratory system director making a decision on contracts that would be awarded. Question, did you decide that Othram would receive the contract? Answer, I did not. Okay. Question, did you work on the contract with Othram? Answer, I need to answer that question in a little bit different way than you asked, if you'll give me some leeway. Why? Why is this needed? Question, sure. Answer, I did not specifically work on the contract with Othram. However, I worked on the specifications that led to a contract being awarded to Othram. Why is this? Nah. Who's relying on mainstream media? Don't do that, people. Okay. Question, specifications you worked on, did those end up being part of the contract with Othram? Answer, yes. Question, what were those specifications? Answer, so there were a lot of specifications within the scope of work that we developed to send out for general bid process. As we bid as a state agency, as we bid for contract, we send out specifications that anyone has to comply with as they give us their documents and responses back on those things. Then we have the ability to look at and make sure that they are compliant with those specifications that we have set out. Questions, what are the specifications for Othram? Answer, there were a lot of specifications sent out on the request for proposals, intent to bid. There were a lot of different specifications that were sent out. Again, I have a recollection of some of them. I don't have a full memory of all of them. Of course you don't. Question, will you share with us what you do recall? Answer, so the things in that contract would specify that they use the interim policy. We also would put things in there about them following environmental protection type provisions the federal government requires us to abide by. It would also have other things like reporting requirements back to us, billing procedures, and a lot of different conditions we put in that to specify how long they're going to work with us. Question, when you say interim policy, are you referencing or referring to the DOJ policy? Yes. Question, did you care if they were an accredited lab? Answer, so at this time we were looking for a forensic or for a FIG vendor or company to provide these services for us. We were not aware of any companies at that time that were accredited. Question, since that time though, are you aware that these companies do become accredited? Answer, absolutely. Currently, there are definitely companies that are accredited in these services. At the time the contract was the bid, there were none to my knowledge. Okay. Question, did you look at the procedures and protocols of Othram before you decided? Answer, so I don't recall specifically myself reviewing those criteria. I know that there were manuals, protocols that were provided back to us as part of that bid. Generally, I would provide those to others within our laboratory that were more qualified than I was. How is it that everyone's more qualified? Like, who's doing the things then? Then I was looking at specific technology and I am not qualified in FIG analysis. Question, do you recall if their instruments were validated? Answer, I do not recall. Question, would that be important to have their instruments validated? Answer, validation is up to each laboratory and how they accomplish that. That is why the other shit's necessary, man. I can't speak to the working practices of Othram laboratories. Well, then they're going to have to, dude. Question, does Idaho State Police Forensics Lab validate their equipment? Answer, yes, we do. Question, is that important to do that? Good answer. Elves, maybe they have elves. Yeah, good answer. Jesus. Let's see. To answer, to us as an accredited laboratory, yes, that is an important part. Question, how about retention of data or the ability to be able to rebuild the work or go look at how this work was done? Answer, so we retain in our cases, we retain electronic data, retain any other notes and things that we make as part of our case records. Yeah, you retain your work, you save your work. And if you use Othram, same, funny thing, right? Same, right? As the FBI. The whole thing is, right? It's like, well, if they use Othram and Othram doesn't have these things in place and right? And then further, then it's like, oh, FBI, right? Well, guess what? They don't save their work. So What's funny is, remember that stupid propaganda video we watched like 2 weeks ago that was just put out by the by this lab? And the video was like talking about how they do all this stuff at the lab and how we're so great. And one of the things they were bragging about was the IGG, that they do it in-house. That's what the thing said. And I was like, what the fuck? Because A, it was stupid, and B, it was dumb, and C, it was really fake looking. Anyway, it was funny. D, it had like 12 views, and like 6 of those were me watching it on the live stream with you guys because it was that bad. We had to keep going back. And then I don't remember which letter I'm on, but anyway, whatever the next letter would be, it's like, well, then what? Like the timing of it, it was right after those hearings, first of all. And then it's like, well, if you do all the, I didn't think they did all the stuff in-house, like on their website, it wasn't on there. But then in this video, it was like, it was weird. It was real weird. But all that being said, if they did it, then why, and they sent it out and did all to Othram and then to the FBI, right? It's like, well, then they don't have to show all their shit, right? But I still don't know if that they do that shit in-house. The video wanted to make it look like they did, but it was clearly propaganda anyway. So, okay. So yeah, let's see. We retain any other notes and things we make as part of our records, case file, provide those, right? Provide those to investigators into the court as normal business practice. Yep. To Othram do that. Answer. In this case, I believe they gave us a report, what was identified as a preliminary report. Oh God. The contract specifies that they would keep any data or other things associated with that for our purposes. We were most concerned that the data or that data or anything else not be released to other parties. And so our concern was more about data security, data privacy. And so in this case, what about things that you need to be able to turn over for discovery? Anyway, and in this case, I don't know if they have any other data or other records that they've kept or retained. We had asked them as part of their termination in this case of our work that they would preserve those things or that they would communicate. Okay, you said you asked them, right, to preserve it, it says, with both the prosecutor's office and with Moscow Police Department, if any of that information was to be disposed or whatnot. So he's like telling them to save stuff, I guess. Looks like. Question, okay, keep it or tell somebody before you get rid of it. Am I understanding that? Answer, our specification was that it stopped our process with them, that we are no longer in a contractual obligation with them in this case. Essentially, we were transferring ownership of anything on this case between them and the Moscow Police Department You're not answering the question. She wants to know specifically what the direction you gave them for saving their shit, and you didn't answer it. Fuck. Like, it does seem like she's understanding that. Like, her question, keep it or tell somebody free. That's what that sounds like. We just read that. But then when he answers her here, it's like not even related. So, I mean, of course, Heather, and that's what I was saying. So I don't know. I mean, does anyone in the chat have any thoughts are they actually doing it there? I don't know. I mean, again, I remember Tonka was looking that up and like, it wasn't on the website, but then there was that video and the video had just come out. Okay. The report that you ended up receiving from them, are you aware that the report doesn't provide details of how long or of how they did their work? I've seen the report. Yes, I have seen what was in the report. Question, would you agree? Yeah, you have no answer either way. Yeah, I know. It's so weird, right? Okay, I've seen the report. Yes, I've seen what was in the report. Question, would you agree that what's in the report is far different than what the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab produces by way of notes and photographs in connection with its work? Answer. We were not provided with analytical notes. We were not provided with data, to my knowledge. We were provided with what was identified to me as a preliminary report which contained some of the genealogical work on the case and other things such as potential nationalities. Nationalities? Question, is that different than what you produce when you produce a report at your lab? Answer, it's hard for me to answer that question because it's a different report. Fucking hell. It's a different type of analysis, so I can't make a qualification there. I can tell you in our DNA reports, we release the report, we release the analyst notes. As a general practice, we have the electronic data and other things available for disclosure, but that's our general practice. And I speak to the process. I can't speak to the processes Othram Labs and what they disclose, nor can I speak to what is normal for release in a FIG case. Question, are you familiar with how you come up with a SNP? With what the process you get from DNA sample to a SNP. In general, yes, but I'm not qualified in FIG analysis. That she's not asking that right now. Question, okay, I won't go too far with that. Are you familiar with how you get a DNA sample from an STR profile for the lab's purposes? Answer, yes. Question, are there similarities between the two processes from getting pieces of DNA to an end result profile that you can use? Answer, similarities in process as far as extraction and quantitation of DNAs, but as far as instrumentation used, methods and those kinds of things, very different processes. Question, so some of the documents the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab produces that show us those results, those would be similar to what you would expect to see with an SNP. Answer, I would assume. Again, I'm not qualified in fake analysis, so I can't speak to what documents they may or may not produce. Question, let's move from there. Thank you for that. And let's talk about Othram being involved in this case that winds up being why we're here today. What communication did you have with Othram on the early end of that process? Answer, to my recollection, our early communication on this case was providing them with DNA that they would be able to develop, hopefully, an investigative lead for us on the case. After that sample, to my knowledge, had been, and again, it's like, if they can do it all in-house, wouldn't they be doing it all in-house, right? Anyway, after that sample, to my knowledge, had been that we had followed our processes through and that we had put a sample into CODIS. Huh. Interesting. Because you guys, you've seen the tree, right? From the state's motion for a protective order from June of 2023. And in the state's own like tree flowchart, whatever you want to call it, they put IGG to Othram before they even submit anything into CODIS. And it's like, it's interesting that he gets kind of caught up here about this part. We followed our processes through and that we had put a sample into CODIS and that we had not received any hits off of CODIS and that we would proceed with the next step of testing. We did have a contractual relationship with them since early in, I believe, 2021. What? So we did have a contract with them in place. So they already had a contract with them in place, but then they also did a bid on top of that for this thing. Question, was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract? Answer, no, I don't believe so. Question, so how did they get the DNA? Answer, the DNA sample itself. The DNA sample was delivered by MPD in person to them at Othram Labs. Question, did you have any role in that part? Answer, I did. What did you do? I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to the Othram laboratory. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. Who was that? Question, after that sample was delivered, did you have communications with? After that sample was delivered, did you have communications with Othram further? Yes. What were those? Answer, so I had communications to my memory them about the type of analysis we were asking them to do. Also, what type of searching. I remember them asking, they asked specifically for consent to do certain types of searching. We had to authorize things through memos and whatnot of them doing certain searching. Specifically, I believe it was family tree DNA that they needed an authorization for. I remember having significant discussion with them about YSTR testing and if or how that would be accomplished. Question, why did you want Othram to do YSTR testing? Answer, so the reason for YSTR testing is to utilize different investigative databases that might be out there. I don't believe in this case we ever did YSTR testing. A lot of discussion was around the preservation of the sample or as much of the samples we could preserve. And so our recommendation to them was not to proceed with that type of testing at this time, to kind of see where we were able to go with the traditional SNP testing with the whole genome sequencing, and then maybe potentially revisit YSTR testing. Sounds like that would take a long time. I do remember some discussion with David Middleman at Othram about if they were able to bootstrap, oh dear, some of the whole genome sequencing in order to develop a Y profile that could be searchable. Oh no, I don't like the sounds of this. Does anybody know about bootstrap? Okay. Bootstrap some of the whole genome sequencing in order to develop a Y profile that can be searchable from the data that they had already developed instead of using additional sample to specifically develop a Y. Okay. Yeah, right. There it is. Question, what does that mean, bootstrapping? Bootstrapping. Yes, thank you. This doesn't sound good. Take me back. They have this DNA sample, and then have they done those steps to get their S&P before you want bootstrapping done, or at what stage are you talking about? Essentially, answer. Essentially, it was our understanding that they were in the process or had already obtained a whole genome sequencing profile. And so our question to them was, is there a way to develop a YSTR profile from the genetic information that you already have through another method of testing? Question, that's what you mean by bootstrap, add a different kind of analysis? Answer, correct. Question, why would you want to do that? Answer, again, to see if there's potential to search Y databases that might be available out there to identify genetic lineages. Question, what does that mean, genetic lineages? Answer, so a Y chromosome is passed down from father to son. So we would be looking to see if we can identify a family line through tracking the Y chromosome Y chromosome DNA from father to son, to grandfather, all the way down to grandson, and potentially over multiple generations. Again, doesn't that sound like that would take a long ass time? I mean, we know it does. I mean, it's not even. So it would tie us into a family line that could be investigated further. Yeah, and it would take like a year. Question, did Othram bootstrap and get the YSTR for you? To my knowledge, they never did anything with YSTR testing. Okay. So he wanted this to happen, but it looks like it didn't. And to my recollection, with my discussions with David, that wasn't possible with the data that he had at that point. Question, it was impossible? Answer, that it was not possible. Correct. Question, thank you. Answer, I do believe that was attempted. My God. I do not believe that was attempted. Again, I'm not familiar with the technology that he would have had used to do such a thing. So I'm not aware that if that was possible, if the technology didn't exist, I just don't know. What? Question, okay. At some point, did Othram talk to you about the work they were doing? Answer, yes. And did they have a recommendation? Answer, they did. They had, maybe we're to learn more about that middle DNA party people. Middle party people. They did. They had at least one recommendation that I remember. Question, what was that conversation, or when was that conversation? Answer, I don't remember exactly when that conversation happened. Question, well, let's put it between, well, when did they get the DNA to start with? Oh, good. Answer, they got the DNA November 22nd. Huh? What? Okay, well, I'm going to write that down. I'm really confused now. Okay. I'm going to write it down. They got the DNA November 22nd, I believe. Question, and when were they notified to stop work? Answer, I believe the official notification was on December 10th, if I remember correctly. Writing that one down too. Which is funny because December 10th, a lot of shit happened on that day. If you guys remember the fucking calendars, timelines that we've done. Question, so when they came back to you with some recommendations, where was that in relation to the stop work? Answer, probably early in December, I'm guessing. The actual work, the laboratory, what I would call the wet work in the laboratory, okay, would be the first couple of weeks, probably before. Oh, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Who got it that day? I mean, he's referencing Othram, right? I mean, he's talking about Othram. So far, they have not named the middle party or whatever that was brought up at the hearings. No one's talked about that today so far, like in this transcript. It's not been talked about yet. Yeah, I believe the notification, that official notification, was on December 10th, if I remember correctly. So when they came back to you with some recommendations, where was that in relation to the stop work? Answer, probably in December. I'm guessing the actual work, the laboratory, what I would call the wet work in the laboratory, would be the first couple of weeks, probably before they would have turned it over to a genealogist to do the searching, the databases, and those sorts of things. Question, to make sure I'm with you, wet work means DNA sample where we get the whole genome sequencing, and then where we get to an S&P. I know I'm skipping steps, but that's the wet work. Answer, correct. The laboratory work. So anything that would be done in the physical laboratory, handling the sample, putting it in tubes, adding liquids. Oh, okay. The wet work is making a distinction between, I think where he's going with this is the shit that's done with the science, right, versus the family tree shit. That's basically what I'm thinking he's saying. Yeah, sequencing, that would all be done in the first week or several weeks. Okay. Question. So after that, they have a recommendation for you. Answer, correct. What's the recommendation to you? The recommendation, to my memory, to my recall, was that they had several individuals that had the potential to be of interest in this investigation. Those have got to be the 4 brothers or whatever. Again, I haven't, because I was covering the other trial. I haven't read through. I know there's so many other documents. I've only looked at like one page or whatever, the first page of like the IGG motion, which happens to be the one where it mentions the brothers, right? So that's like one of the only things I know. And I've heard people talk about a vacuum. I haven't seen that yet. Again, we'll go through all of it, but that's got to be what they're talking about. Where it says there's the 4 brothers or whatever. Okay. So several individuals that had a potential to be of interest in this investigation. They asked us if, to further their family tree building, if we could be in contact with individuals to see if they're willing to contribute information to the databases. Like help you with your what? Why would they do that? And further the geological work. Question. We're in a closed setting here, so I'm going to ask you to give me the last name. Answer. Oh, interesting. I don't recall the last name. I'm sorry. Question. Was it your understanding that these were 4 brothers? Ah, yes. Wonderful. Okay, yes. Okay, what did you do in relationship to these 4 brothers? Answer. So we did some cursory work just looking in publicly accessible information, literally Google searches and things of that nature. What our approach was is we didn't want to be approaching people. That's weird phrasing, especially with an investigation of this nature that really had nothing to do with anything. It had nothing to do with anything. We just wanted to make sure that there was some reason why Othram Laboratories was asking us to go and ask these people to put their DNA into the database that law enforcement could search. What? So we just did some work to build that very cursory family trees to see what the connection these individuals might have and to verify they were 4 brothers, things of that nature, or were indeed brothers. Question, did you verify that they were 4 brothers? Answer, I don't know that we would use the word to verify, but we believed that the information was reliable that they'd given us based on the publicly accessible information. Question, now I know you said you can't remember the last name of these brothers. Now we're here today and Bryan Kohberger's name has been on the news for 2 years. You know his name. That wasn't the last name. Answer, that was not the last name. Question, after you did the cursory work in the family tree, what was the next thing you did in relationship to these brothers? Are 4 brothers, is this like, they could be like, Five Guys, like the fast food chain? 4 brothers, 5 guys. I mean, it's just, the 4 brothers is just hilarious, right? Like, I couldn't believe it when I read it in that document because I was like, it just like, you got to be kidding me. It just sounds like a restaurant or a movie or a brand, and it's just really funny. Answer, we at some point, I don't remember exactly when, we asked our investigator, Detective Vicky Gooch with the Idaho State Police, to reach out to one of the brothers we believed had put information into a genealogical database. Ask him if he would be willing to upload that into one of these databases so they could further build out and use that information. She was, I believe, initially able to contact the individual. He was skeptical about her contact. Don't blame him. And so there was another contact. Great. Like, harassment situation, right? A 3-way call made between myself, Vicky, and this individual for purposes of trying to validate this was indeed a law enforcement investigation. This was indeed a legitimate request. And at that point, the individual requested not to be contacted again. Good for him. Was not interested in participating. Good. Question. During the time leading up to that phone call when you were building your family tree, I know none of the 4 brothers had the last name Kohberger. That name didn't come up when you were building the family tree either, did it? No. Interesting. Because remember, this whole family tree thing is fucking shenanigans still, as far as I'm concerned. That's true. I was there. He did say that. I think Twiz fell asleep though. Twiz, are you still with us? Okay. So after that brother said, don't contact me again, what was the next thing you did? So I don't remember again exactly when the time frame was with that, but I know that there were active discussions about having a phone call with the agency and the prosecutor's office about the work that was being done. I will say my read on him so far, could change, is I feel like he's not as weaselly as the other lady, Rylene. And at least he's actually giving, it sounds more honest, but again, this is just what I'm thinking now because I haven't had to goat yet. There you go. There's one example. I have not had to goat yet. And I also haven't had to do weasel command. So that's a good sign. Doesn't mean it's not, going to change, right? And the thing is remember, he could be giving accurate information and honest information. And it could be that the information itself is really, messed up, fucked up, whatever the case may be. But that he's at least giving the information versus, Rylene was a mess. And so was obviously Brett Payne, but that goes without saying. Okay. And the reason, what made me think of it is like, oh yeah, he's actually saying they spoke with the prosecutor's office. Good. They're requesting updates from us of what is the lab doing, where are you at in the investigation, those types of things. We were giving them updates via telephonic conferences with them, just giving them updates on, we've delivered the sample, we've done this sorts of updates. And then they requested a meeting with us to talk about testing. These conferences, who participated in those? Answer, most of the time to memory, it was usually Idaho State Police detectives. The prosecutor's office might have also been privy to some of those discussions. Again, just general updates about where we were in the process. Tell me about this meeting. It sounds like there's a big meeting that happened. Answer. There was a meeting, to my knowledge, and I don't remember exactly when, probably the morning of December 10th. Right. When we had a meeting, telephonic meeting is my memory, with representatives from Moscow Police Department. I believe FBI had representatives on the phone call. ISP, I believe, myself, ISP legal counsel, and I believe the Colonel of State Police was also on the phone call. He seemed to do a better job answering that question than Brett Payne did with all the people. Question, what happened on that phone call? Answer, in that phone call, we were asked to turn over any kind of investigative records that we had, any information that we had to the FBI team. Oh boy. They provided me with the email address to be able to provide what they were requesting from us, which was, to my memory, it was the login information, essentially. Did they do the consumer profile thing? Fuck. And it might have been other things I'm not aware of, like packets and things. I'm not aware of the technical terms, but basically they were asking us to provide that information to the FBI investigator. Did you do that? Yes. Do you know what you provided to the FBI investigator? So we answer. So what we asked for to be provided were the 2 database searches or information so that those could be independently searched. And we also asked them to cooperate and provide any information that they needed to be able to further investigate. Question, when you say 2 databases, do you mean the 2 genetic genealogy databases that allow, hang on. Okay. The 2 genetic genealogy databases that allow law enforcement to search. Answer, yes. To my knowledge, these samples were searched in 2 genealogical databases that allow searching by law enforcement. So GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, I believe, were the 2 that were searched, and we were asked to provide those credentials, that information to the FBI. Question, did you know that GEDmatch has 2 different databases, GEDmatch and GEDmatch Pro? Answer, yes. It is because one of those allows law enforcement and the other doesn't. Answer, I believe that is correct. Question, okay. Idaho State Police Forensics Lab's direction to Othram was to look only in the databases that allow law enforcement search. Is that correct? Answer, our direction to them was to follow the interim policy per contract with them. And any other communications we would have had with them would have been to follow the interim policy. Question, does that mean, yes, you expected them to only search the allowed databases? Answer, I believe that is what would have been communicated. That's our understanding of what the interim policy means, that they would search the databases that they are allowable to be searched, and by us as a law enforcement entity. Question, after Othram turns over whatever they turn over to the FBI and you get the report and they get paid, is at the end of it with Othram for this case? Answer, so they provided us a report. Is this the preliminary report? Oh, okay, there it is. Yep. After we had asked them to turn over all the information to the investigating agency and to the FBI, they provided us with what was identified as a preliminary report. I believe they titled it that because it was not a final report. Well, that would make sense, but then where's the final report? The testing, we'd asked them to terminate the testing, but they were not at a final result of a name to provide to us, an investigative lead to provide to us. And I'm looking at the next question, which is literally what I was going to say. Why was this decision made, right? Question, why was the decision made for the FBI to take this over and not let Othram finish? Answer, I don't know. I can't speak to that. Whose decision made? Who made that decision? Question, that meeting, there was nothing stated about why we were going to do this. Jesus. Answer, I don't recall specific reasons, but they had asked us to transfer everything to the FBI. Hold on. Let me do this.
The FBI! The FBI!
I forgot. I could have been doing that this whole time. Okay. So, question. Okay. Did you take a look at the 2 profiles, the FBI's SNP profile and Othram's SNP profile? Have you ever looked at those? Answer. We did look at those, or I did look at those. Oh, he's trying to get clarification. We or I. Question. Did you? Answer. I did not know. Question. Have you seen them? Answer. No. Question. Would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was, yay! I've been waiting for this moment. So long. Sorry. Who's lying? Oh, Wendi. Or not. I just called you Wendi on accident, Heather. So there you go. Dude. Just called you Wendi on accident. Wow. There you go. That's that. Now it's official, right? You really did turn into Wendi. That's insanity. I'm just so excited. Okay. So it was over twice as big. Yay. Answer, again, I have no knowledge of what the FBI did or didn't do. I had no knowledge or, yeah. Are you kidding me? Question, how involved were you with the FBI's process of their genetic genealogy? Answer, I was not involved, other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples to. And then from that point, I was not involved in the process. Question, have you become aware that they searched databases that they are not, or sorry, that are not allowed to be searched by law enforcement? Answer, pure speculation is all I know, but I have no, what? I mean, while, here's the thing, when he says this, I'm like, why do I feel like that actually, like, obviously that's not, you shouldn't be relying on that. But the fact that whatever that thing is, because like wherever he's getting this information from is important in the sense that either it could be accurate or it could be false, right? And anyway, it's like, I want to know the tea. Okay, question, fair enough. Thanks for that. Miss Taylor, Your Honor, if I can just have a moment. Okay, I have a couple questions for you about some documentation. Sure. Question, the document that gave recommendations for you to call some of the four brothers, where is that? Oh boy. Answer, so I believe that was provided to us telephonically. I don't think there was like an official report. I don't think there was an email. I think it was names provided telephonically, and then those names were actually provided as part of the report that came several days after the conclusion of testing. Question, okay, so you recognized those names from that report? Answer, yes. Those had been provided to us before. Question, the work that you were doing before trying to call one of the brothers, where did you keep the documents or your documents for that? Answer, as far as the records that, I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question. Why are you confused? Let me ask it better. You did fine, Ann. You did some research work before you and Detective Gooch made the phone call to one of the brothers and kind of built out a family tree and some other research. Where did you keep that? Answer, those were paper copies and those were just retained and then sent to Othram as part of us. Oh, great. So then Othram can get rid of them and then they don't exist. Is that what's going to happen here? Sent to Othram as part of communicating back to them, essentially basically saying, this is the work we did. We're providing these back to you. I am so okay. This is the most confusing, convoluted. I know they're doing, I mean, it's like, what? Now I'm like, wait, remind me who found the brothers again? I don't even fucking remember now. Was it Othram? Was it them? The brothers. Huh. Okay. There's the brothers. Verified them. So it looks like, hold on. Okay. So the four brothers came from Othram. And that was their recommendation that they would be potential people of interest. And then that they wanted Othram, apparently, according to this dude, Othram wanted them to contact those people and see if they would contribute shit for them to help them. And then they were like, fuck no, go away. Okay. Okay, so that is that. Okay, and then I forgot to remember what page I was on. Forgot to remember. Okay, this is about where I was. Okay, so Okay, so now I just wanted to make sure. So, hey, Kat Randall, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was very generous. Thank you, and happy to see you again as well, as always. Never heard the song, but I will definitely check it out. I can't play it on the live stream because I'll get in big trouble, but yes. Yeah, Othram, right. Because yeah, so they provided, this is so whatever. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. So the work that you were doing before trying to call one of the brothers, where did you keep your documents for that? As far as the records, I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question. Let me ask it better. You did some research before you and Detective Gooch made the phone call to one of the brothers and kind of built out a family tree and did some other research. Where did you keep that? Answer, those were paper copies, and those were just retained and then sent to Othram as part of us communicating back to them, basically saying, this is the work we did. We're providing these back to you in case they're helpful as you continue to build out the family trees. And like the reason it's weird, right, is because it's like, anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna keep reading. Question, do you still have a copy of those? Answer, yes. Did you document your attempt to get a voluntary sample from one of the brothers? Answer, I do not believe so. Question, do you know if Detective Gooch wrote a report about that? Answer, I don't know. Question, did she provide any of her notes to you, her investigative notes? Answer, not to me. I don't know if she kept notes. What? Well, I guess I can't be mad at him. She doesn't keep notes. It's just, yeah. Question, okay, did you watch her write anything down? Answer, I did not. We were telephonic, I believe, at that point. Question, it would be hard to see then. True. Have you seen any documentation from that December 10th meeting? December fucking 10th. Not to my knowledge. Question, okay, any documentation that's come your way from the FBI's work? Answer, not to my knowledge. Yeah, right? Where are the papers? Question, have you turned over your work with the genetic genealogy, the help you were giving Othram? Have you turned that over to the prosecutor? Answer, I've not turned over physical copies of anything. I believe our agency complied with the discovery request. I don't know exactly what was provided as part of that discovery request. Certainly it is an email. It is in an email document from me to Othram Laboratories. And as such, I would assume that that would have gone as part of the discovery request. Question, are you talking about the discovery request that the defense made? Answer, I'm not exactly sure. We were just asked to comply. We know that at any point our emails are discoverable. And I believe that the way the agency, the way ISP handles discovery requests, large discovery requests essentially is to do a quote email poll of anything that might be related to a case. Question, I think that's the area I'm concerned about. And I do have a lot of emails, so thank you for that. The procedures and protocols from Othram that you know about, that you've read, where are they? Answer. So those protocols would have been back in 2021, I believe, from when we initially did the RFP. I believe it's the RFP process. I'm not completely familiar. It might be an intent to bid. I'm not sure what to call the process. Regardless, when that process was going through, they would have provided those documents to us at that point, and I believe those documents likely exist. Oh, so something exists. Well, that's progress, I guess. Question, okay, any of the work that Othram did is getting from DNA sample all the way down. Weird question. Hold on, let me read it. Okay, any of the work that Othram did any of the work that Othram did in getting from DNA sample all the way down to S&P profile, where are they? Answer, where is the documentation of that? I do not have the documentation. That was not provided to us, to my knowledge. And I don't know anything that was provided, of course not, provided back to the laboratory potentially, but to my knowledge, we were not provided with that information. Question, would Othram have it? Answer, potentially, I don't know. Question, the work that they did to come up with a name to give you for further investigation, where are those documents? Answer, I don't know. Question, and your documents, some went to Othram, but you still have a copy of those? Answer, I do. At least this dude has some things, it looks like, some documents. Ms. Taylor, I think that's it. Thank you so much. That's all the questions for me from now. Mr. Nye says no questions. You can step down. And then Daniel Hellwig. Who's that? I wonder, Rollo, Heather, you hadn't seen Rollo either, right? Are you talking like in the live chat? I mean, this is what I mean? Because I remember actually you came up a few, like, I don't know, maybe a week ago or something. I remember Heather was and I think maybe Twiz were like, we haven't seen Rollo here in a while or whatever. I remember Heather saying that. Heather, do you remember saying that? Or did I dream it? So but yeah, so I don't know, unless some people have trouble with the chat, right? Like some people are like wondering if people can see them in the chat. I don't know if it's a YouTube issue or what. So if you've been in the chat, I haven't seen you, and I don't think anybody else has. So then you just might want to, somebody was saying they were having issues, and then they like uninstalled and reinstalled the YouTube app, and it seems to fix it. Anyway. Oh, you're saying in someone else's chat? Okay. Okay. Yeah, Meg P. And then, but Kane had some issues with that too. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have had issues where they're like, you know, oh, the Adelson. Yeah. Wendi. Yeah. Yep. Stuck on it. Yeah. Yep. Adelson's. It's a good one.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys, Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening? Sudi, welcome back. Also, commands are what you tell Nightbot, and the Nightbot it sends him a little message, and then Nightbot responds. And the commands are available here. And if you'd like a custom command, let me know, and I will pass the note along to Nightbot. And we've got plenty of custom commands for, like, you know, again, here's an example, but there's tons. So everybody that wants to be here and hang out, you know, if they want a custom command, we can make one. And but we have lots of other things, you know. So thanks, Heather, also for another example. Blunt force trauma. Okay, so now we're on to this Hellwig dude. Does anyone else? What is it? Hedwig? Isn't that the owl from Harry Potter? Okay. Let me move this over here. Okay. Just rearrange a couple things. Okay. So Daniel Hellwig. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Question: what do you do for a living? Answer: I'm currently the forensic director at Intermountain Forensics. Oh, is this the third party people? We are 501c. Yep, I bet. Nonprofit. Oh, well, maybe not. I don't know. Keep reading. And our main mission is pushing forward new and cutting edge DNA technologies, assisting with different agencies, law enforcement, and otherwise with education, training, and consultation on those. Our main focus right now is to help fund these cases specifically, and most of our mission is revolved around fake. Question: when you say help fund these cases as a nonprofit, what do you mean? Answer: a variety of different. We actually allow people to submit cases that they may be having problems getting the revenue and resources to move it forward, and then we evaluate it. So this could be, we've worked and tried to assist in, mainly, I think most of our work is in smaller agencies that don't have nearly as much resources to further their case work with this technology, but we've done work with law enforcement, medical examiners' offices, and the defense, especially the Innocence Project. Question: what did you do before you worked with this nonprofit? Answer: I've been in forensic DNA for 20 plus years. I have a bachelor's in biology. Again, great. Another example of how people normally answer this question about their degrees. Bachelor's in biology and chemistry from Viterbo. Never heard of it. University, and a master's in forensic science from Marshall University. Never heard of it either. I started my career at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory as an intern there and moved on to various public laboratories. I worked in forensic DNA at New Mexico Department of Public Safety and at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I then started in the private sector. I worked for Sorensen. Why does that ring a bell? Sorensen Forensics in Salt Lake City, Utah, a variety of different jobs there. Initially, I was the DNA technical leader, essentially the quality manager of the DNA section. But moved into executive management as the laboratory director. In 2019, I began with Intermountain Forensics as a founder. I'll refer to that sometimes as IMF. We were, up until July of last year, our mission was not only funding cases. So Interesting. Oh, we also, wow. Okay. We established and operated a fully functioning forensic DNA lab. Our mission in that realm was to, again, continue with cutting edge DNA technology. And specifically, we sought out to operate and utilize a forensic FIG support laboratory. Question, what does that mean? Answer. So our goal in this, we had a fully functioning laboratory in that we did what I call traditional forensics STRs, as previously mentioned. But we also wanted to implement this new technology, FIG technology and laboratory processes behind it. Specifically in this case, you're talking about forensic SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, the court reporter. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Okay. The court, you need to slow down a little. I'm going to keep reading fast. That's not very nice. I wonder what he sounded like. You don't enunciate particularly well, because for someone to say that, I wonder if he has like a speech problem. Okay. Question. Let me see if I can understand your work before the 501c3 getting the forensic investigative genealogy world. Do I understand that your work was to do the part, all the long steps until you get to the SNP, and then it would be handed off for a genealogist to do the other part of the work? Answer, beyond just identifying SNPs, it is to generate an upload file, an end product that would be handed off to the genealogist to continue that research. So essentially, our laboratory had the ability to start from sample, from evidentiary item, do DNA extraction, which is essentially popping cells open, popping DNA out. Oh God, that doesn't sound good. And washing all the residual material away. That does not, okay. And then traditional forensics, where you're doing short tandem repeats, repetitive DNA that repeats over and over, and you simply count them to our specific targets, which was SNPs, where we did DNA sequencing, looking at all the different letters within that genome and pulling out the relevant single nucleotide polymorphisms that were specifically associated through genealogy, generating through a pretty extensive process, what I'll call an upload file. These are files that contain all of these SNPs, and that contain information that's needed. So this is the mysterious third party people. Nightbot is so sweet. Did you decide, Sudi? Did you only look and see? Sudi, let me know if you wanted a command. I'm just trying to see. I don't remember. Anyway, and anybody that wants a command that doesn't have one, just let me know. Okay. So cool. Question. Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit with you. So in the traditional SDR, we've heard some of that today. You said splitting the DNA open and washing it. Yeah. And I was like, huh? Answer, yes. That's essentially the very simplified version of DNA extraction. You can think of this biological material, these cells, as little tiny water-filled balloons with nuclear material. I've never heard it explained like this, by the way. Have you guys? DNA extraction, similar to previous testimony, is just popping these cells open. It's very odd. Pulling the DNA out and washing out the cellular garbage. What the fuck? He's rude. This is rude. Like, don't be hating on garbage now. I mean, after all, dad trash is a huge part of this case. If you will, says then he's saying, if you will, out to generate an extract. It can then go down several different pathways depending on what you need. STRs is taking the DNA and looking at repetitive sequences and counting how many repeats there are. The best way I can explain this is if you had the word cat and that was the specific DNA letters that you were looking at, you could repeat the word cat 8 times. That would be a short tandem repeat. Cat repeated 8 times. I mean, in a way, that is a helpful description. I would call that an 8. Interesting. You have you have DNA from your mom and dad, so you could have copies of this. You could have an 8 and then maybe another 8 from mom and dad. The problem there is that you're not looking at the specific letter. So it's like a 3-letter word like dog could be completely different. We've got an 8-word STR and interesting. And we've got an 8 repeat STR and an 8 repeat STR that have different sequences, but still have the same short tandem repeat number. Okay. SNPs is actually looking at the DNA sequence. So if we were to look at an SNP, let's say we were particularly interested in the A in cat. This is a very helpful description. What do you guys think? Right. And that's the thing. You know what's really funny, Heather? Is the state said as much, right? The IGG flowchart, y'all were there, right? When I freaked out, when I was like, well, looking at the state's own flowchart, they put it into CODIS after. And I was like, And then that seemed to get sorted out. Like at the hearing on the 23rd, I remember being like, oh, okay, well, because then Ann Taylor actually said, she said something, she put CODIS first. And I was like, okay, I guess we're just going to accept then that the flow chart is, they didn't think about it. They just put it wherever, although that kind of matters when it's a flow chart and it's like what came first. But anyway, you know, can't assume that the prosecution wouldn't just be sloppy, right? So, but I just wanted to note that even though I thought to myself, okay, note to self, that closes that loop. That's okay. Don't worry about that anymore. Like initially, that was something that I was really pointing out that I don't know if anyone noticed it, but like it was above the part where it was like putting it into CODIS. That was above in terms of steps. That was above S&P going to Othram. And I was like, what? But you guys, I think we're all there. Okay, so if we were looking, yeah, right. Particularly interested in the A and cat, we would sequence that DNA and then go into that sequence and say at this location we have an A, and then we have an A from mom, and then maybe we have an A from dad. Well, A is not in the word mom, but anyway, this is the generation of an S&P profile. Same concept, but we're dialing down to the specific letter in question. Question, have you done both kinds of work? Answer, yes. Before IMF, I worked at several different laboratories, all using traditional forensics, STRs and YSTRs. In my work at Intermountain Forensics, we did that, but we also focused on forensic S&P testing. Question, if I understood the part about the water balloon, right? It's one water balloon, same process of popping it open, stripping out the stuff you don't need, and then it's where you go from there that makes the difference between STR and S&P ultimately. Answer, correct. It's all associating to the same DNA extract, and that's similar to what the Idaho State Police Lab does as well. Okay, well, Heather, there you go. They're saying in the lab they do it. Then why didn't they do any of this? I don't understand. The only reason for that would be because then you have all this, well, we don't have to save our work, and we don't know this, that, all of the shit that we've been seeing, right? It wasn't my job. I don't know where they had it. We don't have any policies. They don't have to share. I mean, just because, and that's why this was so interesting, right? It's like, well, we don't, there it is. He says they do it. Question. So the process of getting that DNA water balloon open so that you can strip things off, does it matter how you do that? Answer. Well, there's a variety of different ways to do it, but in forensics, there's some specific kind of common tools that we use. That's the process to get there. That can be the process can vary somewhat. However, it's fairly standard practice to use some of the same tools within the forensic DNA community. Question. I think I understood the repeats as looking for patterns, but the S&P is looking at the individual characteristic. Answer. Individual letter nucleotide. So if DNA is made up of billions and billions of letters, SDR is looking at the repetitive sequences and counting the repeats. And S&Ps is looking at specific letters, specific nucleotides on that genome. This is helpful to understand how this works if you're not a person that understands how DNA works, like me. You know, at least in terms of this business here. Question. All right, I want to talk about that whole process. How do you get from an S&P to splitting the water balloon open? I'm with you there. So what do we do after we get that stripped off? Answer. If we're going down the path of forensic S&Ps, there's a few there's a few different ways you can do that. There's one way that is essentially targeted practice. We're looking at S&Ps in question, and we're going to focus on those S&Ps and do what is called an amplification PCR, basically a DNA photocopier of that sequence. Here's the doubling, people. The doubling. It's doubling time. Does anybody play Magic the Gathering? Because there's a really expensive card or valuable card called Doubling Season. The first deck that I ever built was a scroll deck. So I had a couple doubling seasons in there. Anyway. Okay. So where was I? Okay. A photocopier of this. Right. Okay. That specific letter and a little bit around it to specifically target an S&P in question. The other technique is something more attuned to the whole genome sequencing. Again, there's a variety of different ways you can do this. But the idea here is we're going to sequence the entire genome, the entire length of the DNA on this particular extract. And then we are going to pull out the S&Ps that we need, the relevant ones that we're going to look for. This can be done, I'll refer to that as whole genome sequencing, acknowledging the fact that there's a couple different ways you can accomplish that. Once you sequence the DNA, it comes off the instrument in question. I mean, I have a question because instrument in question sounds like we should be asking more questions about it. And there's several different instruments you can use. There we are. That's exactly why I was wondering. Yep. But for the most part, it turns into raw data, and the raw data is typically found in a file called a FASTQ file. I don't know. This raw data is massive. Okay, here we go. This is the part. This is what she really wanted to know. It has an insane amount of information and it's not refined in any way that we can actually utilize it. So the steps from taking that raw data to actually getting that upload file, that end product for upload into the databases is bioinformatics, essentially a software that goes into these massive amounts of data and pulls out the things that we're looking for. Oh my God, this is a lot of steps, first of all, right? There's a lot. What he's describing, we didn't know they existed, right? We didn't know anything about this. This was a mystery third-party people, right? But what he's describing alone is like a ton of shit, right? And the other thing is, why were they utilized in the first place? Like this place that he works for or founded, I guess, it's like they're relatively new. And they mostly do, it's like a nonprofit. So it's like he mentioned working with like the Innocence Project and stuff. I don't know. And why were they, again, this dude just confirmed essentially that Idaho State Police can do all this in-house, right? I don't know about the family tree part, but at the very least they can do the SNP profile. So like instead it's like it goes to Othram. I guess at some point, we haven't really heard the specifics yet, but at some point this goes here. We have the question hasn't been asked yet of how they got involved. She's just learning about this process, I guess, at this juncture, right? In general, like what they do. So but my point I was going to make, so you have Othram, you have this place, whatever, I forget what they call something P, not ISP, but IMP maybe it was. Anyway, this place. Then you have the FBI. And I wonder if the culmination of it is like, we already know with Othram, we don't have things that they can turn over. We already know with the FBI, don't save their work. I wonder what's going to happen with this one, right? But all that is so interesting when ISP as an Idaho State Police could have done at the very least the sciencey part of it. You know what I mean? And then maybe needed help with the tree. But again, according to their own propaganda video, they can do all of it, including the tree. So, okay. Wild. Love that you guys are meeting each other. Those of you guys who hadn't met each other, love it. Squirrel friends. 19 degrees here. Okay, so that was my understanding, but this dude, I mean, I don't know. We don't know. I don't know if he's like, he said it like, and the only reason I'm hoping it's trustworthy is because he's not actually a member of law enforcement and he's not even in Idaho. So I'm wondering, as far as an like maybe if he's more trustworthy than some of the other witnesses. I don't remember where it was, but he said at some point on here that they do all the stuff. That's page 122. Let me just scroll up a little bit. It was after this, I believe. Right here. And that's similar to what so it's all associating to the same DNA extract. So the, he's referencing here, it's the one water balloon, same water balloon, blah, blah, and then it's where you go from there that makes the difference between an STR and an S&P ultimately. It's all associating the same DNA, and that's similar to what the Idaho. So again, it's not like all the stuff. So far, what he has confirmed is that the Idaho State Police does like preliminary stuff with the DNA. Let's just be more specific. Not even everything with DNA versus DNA and family tree building, right? He's confirmed that they've done this initial step with the DNA. Which that honestly, I think probably that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you might have asked that question before I just went back and revisited this part here. But Yeah. So again, what is he saying? He's saying, the water balloon, this is from Ann Taylor. So it's one water balloon, same process, popping it open, stripping out the stuff you don't need. And that's where you go from there. That makes a difference between an STR and SNP ultimately. Answer correct. It's all associating to the same DNA extract. And that's similar to what the Idaho State Police Lab does as well. Okay. So now let me go back to where we were. Which was on this page. Right. The software. Okay. So pulls out the things that we're looking for. That's where I was. Okay. Question. Is all software the same, or all bioinformatics programs, is all that the same? I knew he was going to say no. Answer no. Each, as far as I can tell, each laboratory has their own version. And this is where it gets really hairy, right? This is where this third party right here is where it gets into literally even less oversight and even more, like, what's the right word? Artisan, if you will. Versions that people just literally, and remember the way that I'm thinking about this is like, they want to be like, these are the way that I'm thinking about this, right? Is that, like, I'm imagining this guy, and I don't know what he looks like, but I'm imagining like scientists that just love DNA, and they're trying to, the thing is, when you have science, it's on a new frontier. And that's the thing. When you have cutting edge science, they're still figuring out where the limits are. It's a good thing. And I love it. Scientists get really excited and they're trying to figure it out. And so they're trying different things. Like, in other words, doing everything the same way is not the goal. You want to do it all differently and see what happens, right? It's like exploring, right? It's like when you think along the lines of like research and explore, you want to push the limits. You want to see what I mean? So like what you don't want is just do it the same way and get the same result, because then you're not learning, right? And that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like the point is kind of like to learn, not to really necessarily provide a service, but you can see why, well, it's really important in terms of like seeing, that this is how new things are discovered, uncovered, developed, invented, whatever, that's how things happen. But is this the standard you want to use for law enforcement? Absolutely not. It's the opposite, right? That's kind of what I'm viewing about this and what he's describing, because he's not trying to even like, if this was police, right, or law enforcement, you better believe they would be weaseling the fuck out of this question, because they can't be like, this is terrible for this type of thing, right? Every lab has their own version of how they got to it and their own program. Like, literally everyone's doing it differently, right? But he's just like, yeah, no, of course. He's just, here's the information. And that makes sense, right? Because it seems like with his line of work, the artisan or proprietary element is part of how this is even happening, if that makes sense. But again, not what you want for law enforcement, right? So artisan, proprietary, maybe proprietary is a better word. That's so funny. Well, I guess at this point, I'm going to read the entire thing. So if no one's done it, I'll be the first in terms of on a live stream out loud, because at this point, may as well. And I'm doing it because y'all asked. So, I mean, exactly, Heather. Right. I know. It is awful. It's awful. So, that's the thing. Like, this is a problem. And again, remember, and this dude so far, again, he's just seems like he's in another state. He's just answering the questions. You better believe that part of the things when it was all, they didn't want the IG to come out. In other words, what we are learning is this. There were reasons why they didn't want, well, okay. There's more reasons than we even knew of. As we go along, we're learning of only additional reasons why they didn't want the IG to be involved in terms of coming out, right? And they tried to keep it secret, keep it safe. It's like, there's more reasons than you even imagined. And like, this dude is probably one of them. And this dude is just like, this is what we do, and da-da-da. And thank goodness, right, that he doesn't seem to have an agenda to like, but like, you could see why, because of that they would want this, what's happening here, to like never happen. This is a problem. This should have been a fucking problem, and that's the thing. The fact that this was not a problem for Judge Hippler, it's going back to what we said hours ago about how he was going to make his decision no matter what. There's nothing that would have changed it. And that's a fucking problem. This is not okay. Not this dude's fault. You know, it's like using dude, it's like using Othram, and then we still don't know why yet. We will hopefully learn, but then you involve this group and then the FBI. It's just like, what is going on? Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. So every lab has their own version. Okay, question. If I understand where we are, we popped open the balloon, we put in the DNA in a sequencer, created a raw data file called a FASTQ file, and now we need bioinformatics to get an S&P. Answer, right. Question, okay, what happens from there? Answer, so in the bioinformatic pathway, you're doing multiple things. And you can think of this as a DNA sequence that the sequencer has given you a truckload of information. A truckload. They're essentially puzzle pieces. Oh, not puzzle pieces. Anybody having PTSD from Charlie Adelson's trial on that one? Oh dear. The first thing we're going to do is re-emerging. So we're going to take all the puzzle pieces that are the same. We're going to use them to paint the best picture of that information. You can think of this as we're sequencing this DNA, this human genome multiple times, hopefully 10, 15, 30 times. Our samples in forensics are typically difficult, so we don't tend to get that much level of. Essentially, we are trying to sequence this entire genome multiple times to add more context in what we're getting. Oh dear. In merging, we're taking the DNA sequences that we have multiple copies of, and we're combining them into one, the best fit for that particular fragment of DNA. Well, we still have puzzle pieces to put together. This dude is good at explaining stuff, though, right? The way he explained it with cat and dog earlier, and then the balloon, which seemed kind of silly, but honestly seems to be a helpful way to describe it. And now I understand how that makes sense that he said it that way, because he's not describing it in a way for other scientists, right? And then this whole thing here, right? The puzzle pieces, although again, while it's a shame that it reminds me of Dan Rashbaum, it's a good analogy. And then he's got the what was the last thing here? He's talking about maps. Anyway, it's just, he's just good at explaining this. So in merging, we're taking the DNA, next, we still have the puzzle pieces together. Next thing is mapping. The bioinformatic pathway will map all these puzzle pieces and put them into the human genome in the way they're supposed to be. That takes multiple fragments and lines them up in the right manner. Oh dear. Once it's mapped. Okay, I'm going to read this part again. Well, we still have puzzle pieces to put together. You guys see where the puzzle pieces matter? The next thing is mapping. The bioinformatic pathway will map all of these puzzle pieces, and this is the proprietary software he's referring to, and put them into the human genome in the way that they're supposed to be. Put them into the human genome the way they're supposed to be. That takes multiple fragments and lines them up in the right manner. Well, one would hope. We don't know. We don't know. Oh God. Oh God. Once it's mapped, we're going to start to be able to find the particular S&Ps that we're looking for. We have a human genome with a whole bunch of different letters in different positions. We can say they're playing around with DNA, which I understand. It's fun. It's cutting edge. It's sciencey. It should not be done here. Do it for a hobby. Do it to just see what you can learn. Shouldn't be happening here. And it's not his fault. Law enforcement, I can't fucking believe this shit. This is insane. We can say, all right. And remember when Ann Taylor was like, for each step, we need another search warrant. Can you even imagine? 50 bazillion search warrants just for like what he's describing here. We can say, all right, these are the relevant S&Ps that we're looking for, genealogy-based informative markers. Now we want to pull these S&Ps out, see what the call is there, and send that to an upload file. My God. In some cases, we don't have all the information. We're missing some sequence data. Great. Let's just fill in some more puzzle pieces to make up for it. Oh God. Oh, this is just, maybe we've gotten 80% of the genome. Oh my God. And some of the S&Ps are missing. There's a process to fill in those gaps called imputation. This is insane. Imputation is in most bioinformatic packages. Essentially, we know what the letters are in front of this particular spot, and we're missing, and we know what the letters are behind that particular spot is missing. So we can look at all the human genomes and estimate the most. Okay, hang on. Again, while this is really interesting and I'm gonna say this. We don't know yet for sure that this has been done here. The questions he's answering are not like, what did you do in this case specifically? However, looks like that's probably where this is headed. Essentially, we know what the letters are in front of this particular spot we're missing, and we know what the letters are behind what this particular spot that is missing. So we can look at all the human genomes and impute, estimate the most likely letter in the position that we're looking for. Once we're through imputation and allele calls, we're going to use, there's more? This bioinformatic package to pull out SNPs that we're looking for and put them into a format that will be usable for upload into these databases. At IMF, we actually generated 2 files. Oh, are you now saying specific to this case? One specifically to the GEDmatch Pro database and one specifically to the family tree FT DNA database. In these files, GEDmatch Pro, we typically got around 550,000 plus SNPs that we were looking for. Okay, no, he is talking about in this case. He was talking about in this case. Sorry, that wasn't clear because, I mean, I appreciate it because we're getting more information, but like she's asking a question and like literally he's been talking for like however fucking long, right? So I don't even know that she made it clear. Like, okay, let me find the last time we had a question. Like, this is crazy. The questions she's been asking were like not in a specific way, right? They were like in a, what happens from there? Not what did you do from there? But now this is interesting. Now it's clear he's talking about that's what would happen here because look, now he's gone through all this stuff. And now that we're into the part to upload, this seems to be specific to the case. Insane. Is Ann Taylor going to fall over? Oh my God. Wow. Okay. In these files, GEDmatch Pro, we typically got around 550,000 plus SNPs that we were looking for. And the family tree DNA database, upwards of 600 to 650,000 SNPs. The end product there, though, is a text file or some sort of upload file, which could be in text format or Excel format. But essentially what it is a file with all these SNPs. The calls of the SNP locations in a format that allows them to be uploaded into the database. At this point, we need to hand it off. We hand it off to an investigative genealogist to do the research. The upload databases you mentioned too, GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. Answer, that's correct. Question, why do you mention those? Answer, those are the 2 databases that will allow law enforcement searches. They have specific terms of service that they give a portion of that database. Those that they have consented to law enforcement to search in human remains in some cases and in criminal cases. Question, so in this lab process to get to the SNP to upload the file, it sounds like there's a lot of steps along the way. No kidding. Answer, it's a pretty complicated process. Yes. Question, is it important to keep lab notes or bench notes or have procedures or protocols? Answer, yes. So maybe I misspoke. I don't know. It was unclear. He made it sound like it was becoming specific to this case, but it sounds like Ann Taylor didn't get that impression. And maybe it was the type of thing. Remember how she said it was hard. He doesn't enunciate well and stuff. Maybe it was one of those things where like you kind of had to hear it to figure out what he was referencing. Because I don't know. It started to say anyway. Maybe that will become clear later. So. Okay. Right. Okay. Typically got around. Okay. Okay. Let's keep reading to make sure. So I'm sure she's going to get to the specifics here. Okay. So, it's a pretty complicated process. Right. Okay. Is it important to keep your shit? Yes. Okay. Well, good. Finally. See what I said? I like this dude. Finally. Oh my God. Look at this answer, guys. Holy fuck. Let me read the question again. Question, is it important to keep lab notes or bench notes or have procedures or protocols? Answer, yes. And I think that it is pretty standard practice amongst forensic DNA testing laboratories in general. You're going to adhere to a quality management system. You're going to have procedures, protocols, and policies that tell you what to do, tell you how to do it, tell you what samples to use, what personnel can do the analysis and technical review, and so on and so forth. It's a whole quality structure that gives support and credence to reliable results. This is awesome. This is awesome. At least, you know what? Okay, fine. At least the dude, finally an answer that makes sense here, right? Because you should. And that would include protocols, SOPs. It would include case documentation, laboratory notes about what you did, how you did it, chain of custody documents, electronic records as needed, and hopefully at the end of it, a report that includes, wow. I wonder, was this somebody that she called in? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe he didn't do anything in this case. Maybe she's bringing him in as one of those witnesses that explains that, A, it wouldn't make any sense that they don't keep records and documentation. And like, I guess that's the main thing, right? Like, and how important it is because there's so many steps. I wonder if that, well, let me keep reading and then we'll figure it out. Okay, question, why do you want to do all that? Answer, first of all, within the forensic DNA community, yep, it's part of our accreditation process and some of the standards that we adhere to as a community. Second, it's just best practice. The holding of records, using them, creating them, and retaining them, you never know if you're going to need to refer back to them in your own notes, or we mandate a technical review of this data so a second quality analyst will look over your laboratory notes and be able to check their work, right? All the work you did in your reports and make sure that they agree with it and come to the same, okay, to duplicate the same result. Yep. At IMF, we have typical documentation that we would send to our clients that would include a report and all the case notes and laboratory documentation associated with that. So now I'm wondering if this actually is, somebody that the defense called in on purpose because it's good for them. Like not someone who worked on the case because, and if that's true, then we still don't know who the mystery third party party people, right? Because everything that he's saying is like really good for them, right? Like, here's what, remember, and think about back to her other questions earlier. It's like, what did you receive? What reports did you get? What was turned over? And it's like nothing, or I don't remember, or whatever bullshit, right? But like, he's like, here's what we would normally send over. So, okay. Outside of that, we oftentimes get requests for more than that information. What is our validations? What is our quality manual, competency test for our personnel, their training and education, a whole list of support documents that are within our quality management system that are also important in accreditation of our laboratory. Question, before you became a 501c3, what was your laboratory accredited? Answer, even before becoming a 501c3, that's not, a nonprofit. Since the inception of the company in 2019, even before we no longer did laboratory operations, we got accredited by ANND, and that was on our accreditation scope. So it's like, yep. So again, Othram should have been accredited, right? And remember the other thing too, dude, hey, remember Rylene Nolan? She said that none of the people had accreditations, like of their options, like nobody was accredited at that time. They were. This little place, mountain people, whatever, they were accredited in 2019. That was on our accreditation scope. I wonder if he's going to say that they were in the bidding. Anyway, let me keep reading. Accreditation scope included traditional forensics, SDRs, YSDRs, and eventually we included within our scope forensic SNPs, massively parallel sequencing. That encompasses accreditation for this whole genome sequencing in support of forensic for FIG. Okay, FIG that we did. Question, is there a set of guidelines or rules that apply to work with DNA to split the DNA water balloon open? Yes, and I think that you've heard testimony to that. There's accreditation standards. ISO 17025 is the big one, as well as the FBI quality assurance standards for forensic DNA testing laboratories. Those are common. I would say more so almost required within the forensic DNA community. Okay, wow. And those are standards that dictate our quality management system as a whole, what we do, how we do it, how we support it, how we document, how we report it. Question is that important so there's public trust in what you do? Answer, more so public trust for sure, but reliability of reproducibility of results, transparency, and just ensuring a full quality behind your conclusions and reports. Question, Mr. Hellwig, you mentioned the size of the two S&P profiles for GenMatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. 550,000 or 650,000 seem to be the maximums. If you had a case where you produced, okay, yeah, I think this is not someone who worked on this case, I'm thinking now. Because if you had a case where you produced a file to upload, an upload file, and it had, say, 600,000 in it, could you take the text file and turn it into twice that big? Oh, boy. Oh. I'm not sure how we would do that, no. Is that how big the file was? Uh-oh. An important note here, that was just IMF's policy. We generated upload files specific to each one of the databases, and that's the number we had within our bioinformatic package. That's not necessarily what would be true of others. That being said, if theoretically we were to develop our upload files to our client and it had, say, 500,000 S&Ps on it, I don't know of a mechanism to add S&Ps in that manner without going back to our raw data. Question. Okay, yeah. In this particular case, I know you haven't gotten involved in all the ins and outs, but we did provide to you what we've received, okay, in regular discovery, the Othram file and the FBI file upload files. Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I was thinking earlier and it seemed like that this would have been the third party people. This is not. This is a witness that the defense has called to show essentially how everything was done wrong in this case as it pertains to the IGG. That's what this is. So they would have probably had to pay him, although they're a nonprofit, so maybe they did it for free. Okay. And that does make sense because there was reference earlier to a witness that they had to pay. I bet it was this dude. So unless they got another, like, you know, witness after him that they also brought in. Okay, so I know you haven't gotten involved on the ins and outs, but did we provide to you what we received in regular discovery, the Othram file and the FBI file upload files? And he says, yes, I did receive 2 upload files. One was a text file that came from Othram Labs, and one was an Excel file that came from the FBI. Question, is that also an upload file? Yeah, both of them are upload files. They contain exactly that, a listing of S&Ps, the call, and their location in a format that would allow them to be uploaded to databases. So they're ready to go. Okay, ready to go into the databases. What was the difference in size? Answer, the FBI upload file had significantly more S&Ps than the Othram file. I wasn't able to go that deep into it, or to go deep into it. I don't know exactly how many more, but there was more S&Ps within the upload file for the FBI than there were in the Othram file. Question, and since the Othram, oh my God. Adobe. Question, and since the Othram file is smaller and it's a text file, can you tell how the FBI got so much more data? Oh, I'm dumb, right? This is how they learned, how she, wait. I'm just saying, it's crazy because we still haven't heard anyone talk about the third party. Maybe that's still to come. Okay, the Othram file is smaller and it's a text file. How can you tell that how the FBI got so much more data, so many more S&Ps? Answer, no. That's kind of the important part here. There's no documentation to say how this happened. And that's the really, okay. And that's really important part, right? I have no reason to believe that Othram Laboratories did anything wrong to obtain their profile. I just don't have the documentation to show me how that came to be. Same with the FBI file. There's no documentation or notes or bench reports to say, or report to say, this is what I had, this is what I did, and this is what I now have. So I'm unsure of how that came to be. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ms. Taylor says, thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment to check on my team. That's all I have. Oh boy. Cross by Mr. Nye. Mr. Helwig, I want to start with your accreditation testimony. Did I hear you correctly that your lab was accredited since inception in 2019? Answer, our laboratory was accredited for traditional forensics. We began accreditation in 2019, and I believe the first accreditation scope we received was in 2020. For forensic S&Ps, our accreditation was January 20th of 2023, I believe. Okay, well, that is a bit of a distinction. Question, so you weren't accredited back in 2019. Okay, for forensic S&Ps, correct. Okay, we weren't actually doing forensic S&Ps at that time. Okay, but you were working on forensic S&P cases prior to your accreditation, correct? Answer, no. We specifically reserved working on these. Oh, this is coming out on Cross. It's awesome. We specifically reserved working on those S&P cases until we received our accreditation. Awesome. Okay, good answer for the defense. Question, okay, do you recall describing the accreditation process as a chicken and egg problem? Answer, I don't. Are you trying to get him to say that it's really difficult and so people just shouldn't bother doing it? Question, you testified you work at or work for Intermountain Forensics. Answer, that's correct. Question, do you post on their website? Answer, sometimes, yeah. Question, do you post in your name, Danny Helwig? Answer, certainly. Question, you don't recall posting in June of 2020 about accreditation being a chicken and egg problem? Answer, I don't recall. I'm certain that that statement is on there. I would need to recollect, certainly. Question, I'm happy to show this to you. Answer, that'd be great. Ms. Taylor, may I also see it? Documents handed. The witness, yeah, I recall that. Mr. Knight, okay, so do you recall describing all this, describing accreditation as a chicken and egg problem? Wow. Absolutely. It was several years ago. I appreciate that refresh of memory. Question, sure. In that same post, you talked about how you appreciated the trust of those who were using you before you were accredited, right? Answer, correct, yes. Question, do you feel like your work before, well, having said that, again, he wasn't doing work for forensic stuff for law enforcement. So, you know. Question, do you feel like your work before accreditation was a lower quality than after accreditation? Answer, no, absolutely not. Doesn't help you, state, shouldn't be doing it. This is sad and pathetic. Sad and pathetic that you think that you can try to make it seem like it's okay. Question, I want to also talk to you. You mentioned that Intermountain Forensics does, or at least used to do some cases like this, right? Yeah. Answer, yes. Question, assisting law enforcement. Correct, yes. Question, roughly how many cases did you assist law enforcement in? Answer, that's a good question. We have a running total there, but I'm guessing in the hundreds. Question, okay. And what was your role personally in assisting law enforcement in the cases? Answer, I had several. I did consultations up front. I was qualified as an analyst for forensic S&Ps. I did some technical review, and in some cases, I distributed files to our clients. Question, and when you say in the hundreds, you mean you went through the whole process and talked about with Ms. Taylor in hundreds of cases? Answer, yes. Wow. Question, developing an S&P profile? Answer, I believe so, yes. Question, okay. In all those cases, we were successful in developing an S&P profile? Answer, no. Question, roughly how many cases were you successful in developing an S&P profile? Answer, we were at the end of laboratory operations at about 80%, somewhere in that range. Question, so 80% of hundreds? Answer, yeah, I believe so. Question, in the cases you developed successfully in an S&P profile, did you learn medical information? Oh, dude, crazy, right? Crazy. Nope, great, no medical information. Wonderful. Stupid. No, when you develop, I believe you called it an upload file. Is that correct? Correct. What does an upload file look like if you open it on a computer? Answer, it's a text file. It's very big. Again, it comes in different formats, but essentially what it is a text file. It's a big text file. There's hundreds of thousands, in our case, of S&Ps that have a position, a name, what chromosome they're found on, and the actual letters that we're looking for. Question, so if you provided that upload file to someone and they didn't have any training or experience in genetics, would they be able to read it? Answer, no, not in so much words. There's some headers on there, I guess, that you could, that would be narrative, but the molecular biology would be pretty complicated. Question, so let me ask it this way, I guess. If you were to hand the upload file to your average police officer and ask them whether or not the person whose DNA you're looking at would have cancer, who gives a shit? They wouldn't be able to do that? No. What additional steps would you need to take to learn medical information from an S&P program above and beyond what you were doing at Intermountain Forensics? Well, S&Ps are informative to a variety of different things. So what we're looking for is genealogy informative markers or ancestry link informative markers. To find health information or phenotypical, like hair color, eye, you need to look at different ones. And this is dumb. I'm not even going to waste my time, honestly. It's like the defense was only including that because there is some case law and stuff to support that this is where the privacy shit comes in, and it's not even fucking relevant here. So fine. Okay. So why didn't you develop S&Ps related to medical information? It's not part of our scope. We're a forensic DNA laboratory. Okay, fine. Wouldn't be relevant or appropriate. When you helped these law enforcement agencies, did you ever follow these cases to see if there were successes at the end? Sometimes we delivered files to partners. In some cases, we had an investigative forensic, a FIG team that worked on the cases on the law enforcement side, on the investigation side. But in some of our cases, our clients would come back to us, let us know they've gotten a result or they have a case resolution. Do you participate in the FIG community? I guess, yeah, there's a number of different groups, message boards, Do you ever hear about other people's success stories? Absolutely. Have you ever heard of a FIG case that was successfully solved using medical information? Oh my God, I swear. No further questions. Any redirect? Yes, thank you. Okay, redirect. Question, full genome sequencing is the whole genome, everything. Is that what that means? Answer, yes. The whole genome sequence is the attempt to sequence the entire genome if possible. Question, now I heard you talking to the prosecutor about what you didn't look at with medical information, but I thought I heard you talk about when you got down to the S&P, those S&Ps weren't from the whole genome. Did I hear that right? Answer, I would have to rephrase that a little bit. Question, please do. Answer, when we're dealing with the whole genome sequencing, we're attempting to sequence the entire genome, and it turns into that raw file, that FASTQ file that I mentioned before. Now, the next step is the bioinformatic pathway. The bioinformatic pathway is going to be targeting specific S&Ps in question that we want to solve the question for. We want to answer the question for. In our case, these are genetic genealogy or ancestry informative markers. Those S&Ps that provide information for genealogy and ancestry. The bioinformatics that we would use at IMF would be specifically targeting those particular S&Ps. But the raw data, the sequence data, still has the entire list of S&Ps. We just aren't pulling that piece of information out. Question. So if you handed me a case with your notes, protocols, and procedures, I could look at what you did at whole genome sequencing and know you are targeting only genealogy S&Ps. Would that be fair to say? Answer, with the right knowledge base, yes. The list of SNPs are included, where they are, and the name on the upload file are all there. You can do the research to look at that and say, okay, these are genealogy or ancestry informative markers. Question, if I had a file with notes that talked about how bioinformatics was used, what to produce, what kind of S&Ps to produce, and handed it to somebody like you, could you tell me that these are the ones that go to ancestry issues, that go to genealogy issues, if I had the notes from somebody else? Answer, I'd have to do much research, to be honest with you. The S&Ps in question there that we're using all derived from these genealogy databases. So it's the GenMatch Pro, Family Tree DNA. Stevie B, welcome. Family Tree DNA, Ancestry.com. These are the ones who have decided which SNPs to use, and we just use them as a tool. So what is the SNPs that best upload into Family Tree DNA Law Enforcement DNA Law Enforcement Database or GenMatch Pro? And so when we were bioinformatically pulling out the SNPs, we're doing so under the direction of what they want from us. Could I determine if there's medical information within them? Yes, but it'd be a lot of research. Question. I just have a couple of questions for you about what the prosecutor talked about. Besides that, the chicken and egg. He asked you about the chicken and egg problem in different cases you've done and the hundreds of cases you've done before. And you told us that's important to have protocols and procedures and keep your information, keep your notes. Did you do that in those cases? Answer. Oh, yes. He's like, obviously. Within the quality management system as a whole and adhering to our procedures and protocols and the accreditation standard that we derive to, it's all that. It's case documentation, laboratory report, and then the foundation behind it, validation summaries, competency testing for personnel, their educational requirements. All that has been done in those cases and adhered to our own internal policies. Thank you. That's it for me. You can step down. One other witness. And they're back. And here comes Leah Larkin. Woo! Party Central. Party Central. All right. Let's go. Leah Larkin. I think this is going to be the last witness, looks like. All right. Good afternoon. Yes, excellent. What do you do for work? I'm a genetic genealogist. Question. What kind of background and training do you have? Answer. I have an undergraduate degree in biology from Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, and I have a PhD in biology, specifically in the field of botany from the University of Texas at Austin. Question. How long have you worked in genetic genealogy? Answer. I started doing it as an amateur in, move my mouse here. Okay. I started doing it as an amateur in, I believe, 2013, and I started taking professional clients in 2016. Question, what does that mean you take professional clients? Answer, most of my clients are people like an adoptee or somebody with an unknown father who's trying to identify that particular relative. So I can use their direct-to-consumer genealogy DNA test, build family trees, and work to identify their biological family. Question, so what happens after the SNP is produced? Or sorry, your work happens after the SNP is produced. Answer, yes. Question, do I understand that right? Yes. Do you know what the whole genome sequencing is? Answer, I do. I have not done it myself, but my training in biology, I understand what it is. Question, based on your work in genealogy, are you aware of what kinds of things are contained in the whole genome sequencing file? Answer, right. As few of the earlier witnesses have said, the genome is basically the blueprint. It's the instruction manual for your body. So it, first of all, makes you human. But it can also determine your hair color, physical traits, eye color. And there are a lot of genes that are going to be associated with other things, like whether you might have Alzheimer's or your height or weight. Basically, all of these traits that make us unique for the most part are coded in our genes, our DNA. It's funny because, people's weight changes, right? Anyway, question, is there any aspect in your field where medical information can be known? Oh, okay. Now we're back to this. God damn it. So the DNA tests are used for genetic genealogy are called microarrays. So when you spit in a tube and send it off to one of these companies, they're going to do what's called a microarray. A microarray test was designed for biomedical research, and they weren't designed for genealogy. Genealogy was like an afterthought. These are tests that were created specifically to target physical traits, health traits, and just happens to be useful for genealogy as well. So even if I do a test and I don't look at these traits, they're still in the data file. Question, when you get the work, do you have to make a choice as to what kind of database you're going to do your research in? Answer, yes. So I'm taking a client who is, for example, an adoptee. I'll have them test at Ancestry and 23andMe. So these are two companies where you actually send in a spit sample to get into their databases. They don't take data files from other sources. The most cost-effective way to do this for an adoptee is to test at those two companies and then take one of the data files you get from, say, Ancestry and upload it into the smaller databases. That way you don't have to pay for a whole new test, and you don't have a whole new test, and you don't have to wait to mail it off to have the lab run it and get the results back. You can only get your results back in a day or two. Okay, after you have the upload. Interesting. So if you already have your file, again, I've done this process. So I don't know how I get my file, but if I wanted to get it, I guess I could. And then basically it's like, if you've already got your shit, right, then you can just mail it to the lab, I guess. And then you get your results. Or sorry, you don't have to wait to mail it off. You just upload it. Right. Yeah. See, when I did it, I wasn't doing it to see who I matched to. So it was immediate. Like once the DNA was done, I just wanted my ethnicity. But what they're saying here is if you've already got your file and you're trying to load it in and look to see for family shit, you can get some results in a day or two if you already have your sample done. So for an adoptee, there aren't really restrictions on which databases you can use because they're all generally created for amateur genealogists. Question, we've talked a little bit about databases that have restricted use. Answer, yes. Question, what does that mean? Answer, so forensic genetic genealogy, which is also called IGG, and then there's the combination FIG, just because we can't decide that is restricted to two main databases. That's family tree DNA, which we call FTDNA for short, and then there's GEDmatch. Those are the only two databases that of any significant size that allow FIG searching. Ancestry forbids it in 23, and me forbids it, MyHeritage forbids it. Question, does GEDmatch have two sides to it? Yeah, actually, both GEDmatch and family tree DNA have a specific upload process for forensic kits. That's interesting because they must have changed it. Like when I did I used MyHeritage and it gave you that option to opt in or opt out at the time. But I know it's changed, and anyway. I have a list. Let me show you what I got. So I wrote this down earlier. So A was the sheath, B was the handrail, C was a cigarette, D was outside on the glove, and E was the dad trash. Yeah, that's a good point. So I think the blood on the sheath was from a victim. Yeah, that's a good point. So that's we were talking about this earlier, and then there were so many crazy things that we were reading that I forgot the initial question, or one of them. But now I'm remembering one of the initial questions was, where was the blood? Remember when I was asking, where was the blood on the sheath? So, right. The blood on the sheath was from a victim because it wasn't one of the unknown people. So you're saying, nor is it the victims. What? It has to be. It has to be the victims. G is Georgial stick. Thank you for following. Yes, that's correct. It has to be the victims. It has to be. I don't, well, we're still finishing this. I don't know that I don't remember. Do you remember where that was, Heather? I don't know. Should I go back and look for it? I mean, the thing is why I'm saying it has to be a victim is because if it was not a victim and it wasn't and it didn't match any of the other people, right? That they already have A, B, C, whatever, then they would have given another number, right? So I mean, I don't recall seeing in this document, I don't recall them saying the blood on this knife sheath was identified as fill in the blank. I don't think that was in here, right? So I think that where it might be helpful is to go back to the redactions. Let me look at that real quick. Inquiries. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't have anything in here about victims, I don't think. So interesting. Like they didn't. So we're on page 145. Hang on just a second. Wait for it to load. Goes further. Okay, we're in the right territory. We're going to get to that part. Right. If I understand the lab reports, it's the single source on the knife sheath, correct? Yes. And we went through this a bunch earlier, but the swabbing, for the purposes of unknown male A that you're telling us came back later, Bryan Kohberger, there's only one place they want to talk about, and that's the snap. And then we talked about this at length too, the fingerprinting. They come back to it again on redirect, which we'll go and take a look at in a sec too. But so the swabbing takes place first, okay, and then cross. Okay, here we go. Knife sheath again. I know you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies, they're talking about how they make the decisions of what to swab. Okay, so on this item, I believe there was also blood. So they would have been targeting that separate. And then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on an area that whoever handled it would have had to have touched and maybe touched repeatedly. And why do they hone in on those areas in particular? Answer, because that's the question we are trying to answer. We want to link an assailant to a victim to an assailant, or one both to the scene. So in this instance, my understanding was the sheath was found at the scene, so trying to link the possible perpetrator to the scene. And then this is where they start talking about the touch DNA. So far, you guys saw the part about the blood. Doesn't say who it belongs to, doesn't say anything about it. It says it was, it was there, it was swabbed. And then redirect. Did you say the sheath? The knife was swabbed. Sorry, I meant the sheath. Okay. So here's where it was swabbed. The entire leather portion of the strap, both top and bottom, underside. She didn't swab the top of the button because that was determined to be the most likely place for fingerprints. That would have been swabbed on the second round, as we described earlier and explained. Unless it was earlier than this, it doesn't say anywhere whose blood that is on the sheath. Oh, yeah. Well, that's because I started almost 6 hours ago. So. So I don't know if Heather got booted out again or what, but yeah. So I don't know. It is odd. I mean, I don't know why. That's why to me, I think it has to be a victim's blood. And I think that they just, you know what I mean? Right. Yeah. And actually it would be F, because E is the dad trash. So, yeah, they did. They tested the sheath. Hang on. They tested the sheath to, oh my God, this was frying my brain so much earlier. There was like so much crazy shit. They tested the sheath to the dad trash, as in that's unknown male E. There's, you guys, there's two different, okay, let's just find it again. Hold on. You guys, it's so, we're going to find it in here. It's confusing when if people weren't here earlier and going off of things that were maybe previously known. We learned a lot of information in this document, and I've been reading it for almost 6 hours. And I would rather it not be confusing. Like, instead of people, like, let's just go back to the part where it's in the document instead of like trying to guess or whatever. And even for me, I was there reading it. It's hard to, I don't want to misspeak or get it wrong. And it was also very confusing because there's a lot of confusing answers in this. So, okay, male E. Okay, here's some, so this is trash. Right. There's another, look guys, there's two male profiles from the trash. Okay. This is new. We did not know this till today. I'm going to say it again. We thought there was just the dad trash. No. There's two. There's another male profile, different male. Okay. That was part of a mixture, meaning more than one person's DNA. Again, only one male though. So when there's a mixture of an item, and then they go through reasons why they say they can't, it's weaselly on why they can't test it or whatever. I'm just waiting for Adobe to catch up to my scrolling here. Okay. Right. Okay. Now here's the thing. Male B was also a mixture, right? So this is crazy. Okay. Did you tell me that on the sample, I'm talking about 95.9.1. This is the new sample. We didn't know about this. This sample contains a different male in the trash. Essentially what it comes down to is it sounds like one is the dad and one is the son, maybe, right? And so it's a male and a female. Remember, we don't know what item of trash it's from. So this was new. Answer, I believe that I don't know if it was designated in the laboratory report. Again, I can't remember. I didn't generate it. I didn't do the work. I don't know anything. Question, okay, male B was also a mixture, wasn't it? So the point, okay, and then answer, I don't know. If it was designated as unknown male B, again, I don't know if it was from a mixed sample or not. Miss Taylor, okay, yeah. So male E was compared to a lot of other items of evidence in this case. So male E, by the way, this is what's crazy. So male E is the dad trash, okay? Male E is the dad trash, where it's not a mixture, it's just the male, okay? And they compared it to a lot of other evidence items, right? Okay, because it's a mixed profile, now they're going back to this one, This one wasn't given a name because it's a mix. Whenever you see 95.9, you could think of it as F, okay? But that's probably the best way to think of it. They're not naming it because it's a mixture, but we could think of it as F. So when you see this one, 95.9.1, that's what it is. Because it's a mixed profile. And because if it was, if you're saying it was Bryan's DNA, Bryan Kohberger's DNA present, that would be a probative comparison in the case. And okay, and then they go down that road again. Okay, now at some point later, your lab issued a report saying matching the DNA on the sheath with the DNA taken from Bryan Kohberger, so that would be a buccal swab, right? Is that correct? Yes, and that was provided. Now I want to talk what we're talking about when we say the sheath. And then they go on about the sheath again. We went through this. Swabbing. On the knife sheath, it's a single source where they swabbed. For the purposes of unknown male A that you're telling us later came back to Bryan Kohberger, that's the only place I want to talk about right now. And then, yeah, at the top of the where they swabbed. Do you know if that sheath was part of that preserved for? Oh, we already went over that. Well, I mean, this time around. So I think, let me see here, page 60. Word, yeah, Stevie, that will be more helpful for you, definitely, if you go back to the beginning. Okay, I'm going to page 60. So you were looking, I don't know what the context is. Okay, the trash was received into the laboratory. Okay, right. So you're looking for a male profile, correct? All right, did you find male profiles? I didn't perform the actual testing. There are male profiles developed. Right, yeah, how many? I don't know. Did you know anything about either male profile or either of them? One of them was designated as E. Right, was determined they could be a biological parent or child of the profile from the knife sheath. And are you aware that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was in the trash? I was not aware. Did you become aware? I became aware later. Okay. What this is about here with the December 28th is because they want to be able to use his name. And right here, if it'll load. What this means is it's because she didn't have his name. Are you aware that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was in the trash? I was not aware. When did you become aware? I became aware later. We didn't have his name at the time. This is one of those things where it's like, we saw this, we've seen this in other things, right? Where it's like, they don't know, they can't say it's his DNA if they didn't know it at the time, right? So when this next part happens, oh my God, Adobe's not. It's loading so slowly on this that I don't even know where it's at. Okay. Please work, Adobe. Okay. We'll be there in a sec. Sorry. Almost there. Okay. Right. So this is where we were. So I became aware later. We didn't have his name at the time. So on December 28th, were you aware that not male E, but another male profile had been identified? And so the reason she's saying this is because this witness is pushing back on saying who it is. So she's saying she didn't know his name on December 28th, and she's asking about on December 28th what she was aware of. Because she didn't know his name yet, she's calling it another male in addition to male E. But she's saying it was his DNA in the trash. So it sounds like this is that the mixture. Like, in other words, it sounds like his DNA is in the mixture. We didn't know about this till today. His DNA was in the mixture, and then there was the dad who was isolated DNA. Right. The dad and Bryan are in the trash. And correct. Right. Yeah. I freaked out over this earlier. And then, and they didn't perform the comparison. Like there's the cigarette butt. So what it sounds like to me is they compared the dad DNA to the knife sheath, right? The dad trash DNA to the knife sheath. And they said, okay, we know it's the dad. We know it's the dad because it's similar to the suspect, but not exactly the same. Which assumes that the suspect is correct, and that's the DNA on the knife sheath. Like, there's a lot of circular reasoning with it. And then what they didn't do is they didn't take the DNA from the trash, right? That would be Bryan's, and they did not compare that to anything, because they said because of the well, there were a lot of different excuses, actually. Basically, it sounds like it had to do with the fact that there was a mixture, but there were other mixtures that were tested. And then as far as the other unknown males, the excuses there from Payne were that they can only have one thing in Othram at a time, which also doesn't make sense because they didn't actually get a result in Othram. And so what Ann is getting at here is, like, they didn't ever take the DNA from the trash that was Bryan's, right, and test it against the knife sheath. That's what I think it kind of comes down to. Yeah, I know. I've read that. Well, right. She did say that. I said that. We both said, I said that. She said that, and I said that. Right. I don't know, Heather. I've said that the dad and Bryan, I've said that hours ago, and I said it a minute ago. I don't know who you're talking to, if somebody's saying that that's not the case. I mean, you don't need to tell people because it's in the document. We just went over it again. So, but again, we don't, I would presume, right, that whatever blood was on that knife sheath, and it could have just been, it was a mixture of more than, I don't know, but it was not Bryan, and it was not an unknown male or, whatever. It wasn't given a letter. So, and it would make sense if it was found wherever it was. If it was found at that crime scene, right, it would make sense that it would have blood on it of a victim. Like, that would make sense anyway. But they did not say in this entire document yet, and we were almost done, they did not say point blank whose it was. They didn't. They just referenced the blood, and it was just left at that. So, yeah, I mean, I think Ann's point is she was saying, why the hell did you not take the DNA, the other male DNA from the trash, and actually test it against anything else? Like, that was right. That was what I think she was. I mean, it would only make sense, right? If they have DNA in that trash can, and it had to be Bryan's because it wasn't his dad's, and there's no other dudes that live there, right? Wouldn't you test that against the knife sheath, right? But then the other thing that I said earlier too is, like, the whole thing is, why were they even doing the trash pull? And the only thing that can make sense is that they were just hoping they could keep the IGG a secret forever. Stevie, are you talking to me? Sticking by my man? I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. You're probably talking to somebody else. I don't have a man. Okay, where did I say I was? 150 something? He said that they could only do the knife sheath in CODIS because, well, whatever the dumb reasons he made up for. Okay. We're way past this. Stevie's talking to somebody about having a man, but I don't know who. Okay. I think we read this page. Okay. It's supposed to go right. It's supposed to go through special upload process. GEDmatch, they call it GEDmatch Pro. Family Tree DNA does not have a special name for it, to my knowledge, but there is a special process you're supposed to go to. And those kits that are uploaded through the forensic portal are restricted in which other kits they can see. The idea is that if you don't want to participate in a forensic search, if you're a layperson and don't want to participate, you can opt out. And so a kit that is uploaded through the forensic portal should not be able to see a layperson kit that is opted out. Question, do you know why these databases have these different, I guess, abilities or rules? Answer, yeah. So I'm sure we're all familiar with the Golden State Killer case. At least we've heard about it. This was the first big criminal case that was solved using this type of genetic genealogy. There previously had been one doe, unknown remains, that had been identified a few years earlier, but the Golden State Killer case is the one that got all the media attention. On the other hand, there were people who were really excited about the prospect of capturing violent criminals using this method. At the flip side, there were a lot of genealogists who were really concerned that they might be drawn into investigations without their own knowledge or consent. And so the community split. There were a lot of Facebook groups. A lot of genetic genealogy is done just through Facebook groups. Oh my God. And some of these Facebook groups just basically forbid it. You can't talk about it at all because it was causing too much conflict within the community. Wow. I went to a conference shortly after the Golden State Killer case was announced, and I was a speaker, and they pulled all the speakers aside and said, don't talk about it at all. Wow. You're not even allowed to mention it. This is how contentious it was in the community. Interesting. So the database is realizing this was a problem. Ancestry, 23andMe, all quickly changed their terms of service to say, no, you can't do this in our databases. GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, over the course of the past few years, have kind of evolved these systems in response to public outcry about privacy and consent, and also in response to some breaches and missteps on the part of companies themselves and on the part of some of the genetic genealogists, so they evolved these systems to allow users to opt out if they don't want to participate. So the public outcry, that was people that didn't want their profile searched by law enforcement. Answer, right. Prior to this, there had been occasional discussions in the genealogy community, people saying, oh, the cops are going to get our data. And people were like, no, they only use CODIS. They're not going to use our databases. And it turns out they were. Golden State Killer was being investigated, and I'm not exactly sure when it started. I think 2017, and he was arrested in April of 2018. So law enforcement or genealogists working on behalf of law enforcement were in fact using the databases without the knowledge or consent of the regular person genealogists who were in the database. Question. So it was 2018 when the terms of service were used and people's privacy rights were recognized. Answer. So there's a whole series of changes to the terms of service. So I can't speak to precisely which dates and which databases and which changes. I recall that MyHeritage, within a few weeks of the Golden State Killer being arrested, changed their terms of service to explicitly say not in our database. Question. All right, let's talk about this case. Were you brought on to help us in this case? Oh, okay, he was. Oh, right. Well, just to interpret, right. I'm just remembering where we were at from a while ago. Right. I was brought on to help you interpret and understand what was done in terms of the genetic genealogy for this case. Question. What did you look at to do that? Oh, wait. No, we're on Leah Larkin, right? God, I've scrolled through this document so many times. Okay. We're on Leah Larkin. I was getting her confused with the previous witness, which was Mr. Hagway. Okay. We're on Leah Larkin. So what did you look at? Answer. Well, it's been a bit of a struggle getting all the material I would like to look at. So I've basically photos of a giant kind of poster scroll of a family tree that I built that I believe the FBI built at Ancestry. I've seen pictures of a whiteboard. This shocks me that there was any type of fucking family tree. I don't understand how that was done so quickly. I still don't get it. Heather, I know you also had the same thoughts I did with this. I don't understand it. Don't understand it. I've seen pictures of a whiteboard in which they have some sort of like hand wrote on a whiteboard a decedent tree. So I'm looking at some ancestors and mapping out the decedent lines leading to certain DNA matches. I've seen communications between, in some cases, I can see who the recipients are. In some, I can't, but I've seen a lot of email communications about the case. Do you want me to go on? Question, no. In the course of your work to try to help us understand what happened here, did you learn that first Othram worked on the case and then the FBI took over? Answer, yes. So Othram, I believe they were contracted, based on the invoice I've seen, they were contracted to do the lab work. So to actually generate an S&P profile, they were contracted, they were told to stop, I believe on December 10th. Yes. And I've seen the preliminary report they wrote. Question, all right. Have you had a chance to look at what happened after December 10th? So after December 10th, there was some email communications between the one I think the most interesting to me had the names redacted, and it contained screenshots. So just to backtrack a little bit, the Othram report contained 2 main DNA matches. One of them shared 70.7 centimorgans of DNA. The court reporter was like, can you help me out on that one? The other, I think, was 60. And Othram's report specifically said those are low matches. Othram figured out how those 2 people were related to one another. I believe the third cousins to one another. And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, they thought that the individual who contributed the crime scene profile was descended from the second great grandparent of those 2 matches, a man named, and then they have names. I can't believe it. This is shocking to me. Question, when Othram quit work, were they following a family tree that they could have led to come out to Bryan Kohberger? Answer, yes. So my initial review of what they did, the crime scene profile was most likely descended from blah, 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 or perhaps one of their siblings. It's hard to tell which DNA because it's not all third cousins share exactly the same amount of DNA. Some share more, some less. It's just a kind of statistics game you play. That couple had some number of children, and they conceivably could have been hundreds of descendants of this couple. I haven't seen the full tree. I've just seen that they had some number of children. Othram chose one of those children and tracked them down, I believe. So this is one of the 4 brothers, right? And there were 4 brothers. There we go. They recommended testing one of those brothers to get more DNA to get a closer handle on where their crime scene profile might fit into the family. Question. So when Othram stops there and the FBI takes over, you told us you saw something from Ancestry.com. Would you have expected to see any other kind of file with that file? Answer. So this was basically like a giant poster-sized printout of information from the family tree. A family tree, when you build one at Ancestry, is stored in a specific kind of data format. And you can download it, right? And so it's a universal file format for genealogy trees. So you could take a GEDCOM file and you could open it up in standalone software on your laptop. You could upload it to a different genealogy company. I have a GEDCOM file for every client case that I do. When I'm finished with my adoptee case, I basically give my client the GEDCOM file so they can record all of the work that I did. And then I would have expected the FBI to have that as well. But they did not turn that over. Question, you didn't see one of those? Answer, I did not see one of those, no. Question, knowing that Othram finished their work on December 10th and then the FBI took over, and we've heard that by December 10th, 19th, 9 days later, they made an identification. Is that significant to you? Okay, well, now we're getting back to my problem that I had, right? How did they do it so fast? Answer, yeah. Question, why? Answer, because Othram's matches were, as in their own words in their report, those matches were low. They were recommending testing these 4 brothers to get more information. If you went out and you approached these men, and even if one of them said, yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would take some time. Yes, getting a kit to a person, getting the spit, sending it to the lab, having it analyzed. It wouldn't have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong branch. So going from low matches to an ID, or at least a tip, whatever they're calling it, within 9 days. Yes, that right there told me they'd gotten into a database they weren't supposed to be in. Fuck yeah. Question, were there other ways that you were able to confirm or believe? Answer, yes. Question, what was that? Answer. So one of them, in one of those email communications, I believe is this one that had both the sender and recipient redacted. There were screenshots from GEDmatch. And I believe it said, so there were screenshots. How do I put this in GEDmatch? GEDmatch is a very open system. So if you are in GEDmatch and I'm in GEDmatch, and let's say we were cousins, I could go in and look at my kit, and I could also see your match list. Oh, we heard about this from Gabriel Vargas as well. Any kit in that system is public. You can see their matches. There's one exception, however. That is if there are forensic kits in the database. And I mean, I'm a layperson and I'm looking at a layperson kit. I can't see the forensic kits. They're invisible to me. But there's an email communication that has a match list from the perspective of somebody who only used the initials SC. I have no idea what that person's real name is. In the database, they're called SC. This screenshot is taken from the perspective of SC, and there's a match to a forensic profile from SC's perspective. That tells me the forensic profile was uploaded through through the regular GEDmatch portal and not the GEDmatch Pro forensic portal, because it should not have been visible to SC. And the email says, this one's ours. Oh dear. And the other thing is that GEDmatch will also tell you how many days a kit has been in their system. And for that kit, for the match to SC, had been in the database for 1 day, but Othram had uploaded it. Oh dear. I'm not sure exactly when, but I would say 6 to 7 to 8 days prior. So it should not have said the kit was only 1 day old. Oh dear. So based on that email and what you saw, it confirmed your belief the FBI used a non-allowed answer right. So that was one. There were several lines of evidence that one of them stood out to me early on that they'd uploaded through the layperson portal on GEDmatch so that they could see all the people that were opted out. Oh, hi, Meg. There were a couple of other matches. One of them was actually 250 centimorgans, which is something we got excited about get excited about in genealogy. And one of them was, I think, closer to 70 were not in the Othram report. If Othram had seen the one that shared 250 centigrams, that would have been in their report. Like, their genealogists are good. They know what they're doing. They would not have ignored a 250 centimorgan match. And based on those other 2 matches, at that point, I was pretty sure they'd gone into the MyHeritage database. Uh-oh. While you were reviewing this information so you could learn and try to figure out what happened here, did you have any ability to call anybody from the FBI and say, hey, what is going on? What's going on? Answer, I don't know who did the genealogy work at the FBI. And remember, I still have questions because it doesn't seem like they do it. Question, why is that? Answer, it's not in the information that we received. Question, is that the part that was redacted? Answer, I don't know if it was redacted or if we just never got it. So there was one email that had redacted, a redacted sender and recipient. Presumably these were people doing the genealogy work. But other than that, I have no idea who did the genealogy work at the FBI. Question, are there any other ways you know the FBI know the FBI went where they were not supposed to go? Answer, there was one piece of information in discovery material that I did review. I believe we asked to turn them over the match list, and they were like, we can't turn over the whole match list because it was 20,000 people. And that actually right there was a big tip off, because if they had only used GEDmatch Pro and only used family tree DNA, I think at most they could have gotten to 10,000. So that right there tipped me off. They're in a database they should not have been able to be in. Question, during the course of our work to try to understand what happened here, did you assist us with reviewing documentation and teaching us what else should have been there that we needed to ask for? Answer, was what specifically? Question, well, about the databases they went in the match list. Answer, right. So we've talked about what you see in a match list. We've talked about the fact that you can download the match list at Family Tree DNA. There's just a click button to download it, and you'll get a CSV file, which you can open in a word processor or you can open in a spreadsheet program. At GEDmatch, you can also get the whole match list. So you would have gotten that. I tend to do that for my clients, just so if I'm not online, I can still work through the materials and can report back to them. Question, and did you testify in a motion to compel hearing to get this information so we could tell them and confirm what you believed about the FBI going into a non-allowed database? Answer, yes. Question, and do you know if someone after that we received confirmation that they did? Answer, we finally did get a letter from the FBI in which, so we specifically asked to know which of the matches were in which of the databases, and they did not tell us that. But they did give us a list of the databases they had uploaded to, and it included Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro. Those are the 2 databases they're allowed to use, but it also listed GEDmatch, not GEDmatch Pro, but GEDmatch. They're not allowed to go into the regular GEDmatch portal. And then finally, they admitted they uploaded to MyHeritage. Row. And then Miss Taylor's got an exhibit. Will you thumb through that? It's towards the back page. Okay. Okay, there you go. Below are the genealogy services utilized by the FBI. And what does it tell you? It says Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch Pro, GEDmatch, and MyHeritage. There it is, right there. Thank you. And then their copy for the court. Another question. What is Prometheus? Answer, Prometheus is a third-party site. It's not part of Ancestry, not part of MyHeritage. MyHeritage owns it now. It's a site where you can take the SNP profile you get from any of these companies, and it will basically look for the stupid medical thing again, medically informative S&Ps in your profile, and it will do reports on them. I think it's like a nominal fee, like $12 or something. And it will do a report of all the S&Ps that you have in your profile. Question, if you had my S&P, could you do that and find out? Answer, yes, I can do it on, if somebody has done a genealogy test, like for $12, they can put it into the Prometheus system and get trait reports and health reports. Question, how extensive is that information you could get? And answer, it's pretty comprehensive. I mean, you could get reams and reams of reports. I should say that how do I put this? There are a lot of traits that are controlled by multiple genes. And so if a trait is controlled by multiple genes, I can't say for certain, yes, you're going to get Alzheimer's, but you can look at the multiple reports and see if they're, for example, giving you an increased risk of Alzheimer's or whatever other traits are in the system and other cancers, what have you, for $12. That's all my questions. Okay, on to cross. Okay. So question. So you testified that when people come to you wanting to do genealogy tests, you recommend Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. Is that correct? Answer yes. Question. And one of the reasons you recommend these two is because they have the most users in the database. Is that correct? Yes. And the reason that's important is because when you're looking for ancestry, really the best database for you is the one that has your closest relatives, right? Answer yes. Question. But you can't know that until you use the database. So you just use the one with the most users. Answer. There are two reasons to start with the largest companies. One is because they have the largest two databases. And then because you cannot upload into those databases, you have to test with them. You can test to Ancestry and get into the MyHeritage and other ones, right, with trivial amounts of money. Whereas if you tested at Family Tree DNA first, you're only going to get into the Ancestry DNA database. The only way you'll get into the Ancestry is by doing another test. So I always recommend starting with the biggest. And then if you want more databases, you can upload into the smaller ones. Question. And one of the reasons you might want more databases is you can get more matches, right? Question. Or sorry, answer yes. Question. You can gather more information that way. Question. And typically that's why people are coming and asking you about these databases is because they want more information about their family, correct? Answer. People generally come to me because they need help interpreting the matches that they have. Question. I want to talk a little bit about the number of users in these databases. So we've been discussing the ones that were on that list you read from the document that the FBI indicated they used in this case. Do you remember the list? On that list, do you know which of these databases has the fewest number of users? Answer. I believe Family Tree DNA is currently about 1.8 million. It's not an exact number, but I think that's probably where they are right now. GEDmatch is, I think, a little over 2 million. MyHeritage recently announced they were at 9 million. Question. When you say 1.8 million, you mean 1.8 million other people that have utilized their services and potentially you could match with if you utilize their service? Answer. Yes. Question. Is that correct? I have a couple questions for you on this Prometheus or whatever. You mentioned it costs money, $12, I believe you said. Answer. I think it's $12. Question. Why would someone utilize Prometheus instead of just reading their S&P profile themselves? Answer. The S&P profile is basically just a list of, there's a location code. It's going to be something like RS23744. And you're going to be like, I don't even know that number. I just made that up. You're not going to know what the S&P is. You're not going to know what gene is part of. Basically, you can't do anything with it. Prometheus takes your data file and references published literature on what those S&Ps might impact in terms of traits, and then produces a report from that. Question. So even you, for example, if you wanted to know your own medical information, your own S&P profile, you wouldn't just attempt to read it. You would use a service like Prometheus. Yes. Okay. No further questions. And then the redirect. No redirect. Oh, do we have another witness? Okay. Hold on. We have some more water. Well, I know. Okay. It is last. So last witness. It is their last witness. Okay. The court. Pardon me, defense. I'm used to the state going first on things. I apologize. Does the state have witnesses? Oh, okay. Mr. Nye said, no, we're not going to call Dr. Middleman. The court, I'm going to try to recall what I said about argument on this issue. Oh, okay. Whether I said we could do this publicly or not. Okay. Remember when they finally cut the cameras on and everybody was really confused about what they were arguing about? That's funny. I want the parties' input on how we make that decision, whether we can argue the Frankston suppression issue on IGG publicly. Ooh. I know your position is we should, but in light of my ruling, can you? Ms. Taylor, Your Honor, I'm going to refer to what the FBI did in here. I'm going to refer to the DOJ policy. I can probably not name the 4 brothers that the state lab tested. So she's, okay, so now we're learning what they didn't argue in front of us. The court, okay, can we avoid talking about the fact of the 4 brothers? They did. They did do it. They did do it. We only learned it today. I understand that's there, but I'm not gathering the import, or well, I guess it came out in one of the recent documents, but anyway, yeah, recently. I understand that's there, but I'm not gathering the import of the issues at hand. I think you could reference that there was some information that itself was insufficient to generate a profile. And I know what you're talking about. Okay. Ms. Taylor, I'm trying to think about how I could full scroll. I'm trying to think about how I could Adobe. I'm just trying to scroll to where we were because it's being stupid. Okay. This is where we were not there yet. Okay. Okay, here we were. Right. I don't need to reference the 4 brothers. I don't need to reference any name. Right. As I explained earlier, and as the court has seen, we didn't put on any evidence one way or the other to whether the policy was followed, for example, so that part of the argument is even assuming. From our perspective, I think we can probably do the argument publicly. The court, I thought I made it clear. Oh boy. What I've tried to do is to open up evidence, whether for the state or against the state in this case, that potentially is not coming into trial that could influence potential jurors. I didn't hear a lot of that today. I think the fact that there was investigative genealogy done in this case is not necessarily a secret, given we've publicly talked about what we're going to talk about that. I think the more specific things about what happened with it is best if we kind of refer to more generally in terms of like the four brothers and whatnot. I think, frankly, it's appropriate to discuss how law enforcement handled the profiles they received. I think it's appropriate to talk about whether or not those profiles, what privacy is issue in those profiles. I think that obviously the state is going to talk about standing and other issues about clients' specific privacy rights with respect to this, and I think that's generally appropriate. So I think we're generally okay staying away from some of the specifics, and I'm not sure that ultimately would be admissible at trial. Even if I were to say, well, admissible at trial, the whole IGG issue, I'm not sure that's going to be admissible at trial. I suspect the search, the trash pull is going to be admissible at trial, and that the match allegedly to Kohberger's father, as I understand it, and the lack of attempt to figure out, okay, at least that's what I'm understanding from the testimony, the attempt to figure out the mixed profile. There you go. So I think that's all fine. Okay. The preference is staying away from the specifics as to what. So we are getting now a clear idea of what is going to be a big strategy here, because it's going to be like, okay, you took all this DNA, you matched it to the other DNA at the crime scene, or, items of evidence, A, B, C, D, E, right? You matched everybody to everybody. But the one thing that could have, and this would be like what you would argue, right? But like the one place where you knew you had Bryan Kohberger's DNA, which referencing that mixed sample from the trash pull, right? Where they would have known it had to be him because of the fact that it was the only other male, right? And then you didn't match it to anything else, like you didn't test it, right? Now they could it's possible that there could be some sort of dispute over is it his DNA or not? Like Ann's calling it his DNA. And actually, I guess it was like, it's funny if you think about how carefully worded, right? So Ann keeps calling it his DNA. And then Rylene Nolan was like, I can't call it that because I didn't know his name at the time, which that's true, right? But like, the thing that never happened is like testing that, because that wasn't tested against anything, right? So it's, in other words, would it make sense that it's Bryan's? Yes. Anna saying it's his, okay. But like, could the state try to be like, okay, was there a friend over? I don't know, right? Like it could be another dude. But again, if you don't test it, you'll never know. I'm just picturing how this is going to go. And it's going to be really, really, really interesting. I think if they can communicate to the jury, like, okay, if they can make it compelling, like it had to be Bryan. And then it's like, you're so lucky you lucked out. That's what you got that. Like, why the hell would you not test it against the freaking knife sheath, right? Or other things. And then they could like kind of go that route, I think. Yeah, I mean, the way she's referenced to the sheath is she said, unknown male A, which was, what does she say? Which led you to Bryan Kohberger or whatever. Like, in other words, it was, what's the word she used? Like, in other words, she basically is like, yeah, it matched with his buccal swab, but she's not saying it's his, obviously, right? She's not saying it's his DNA, but she's like saying that unknown male A, right, was the sheath. And that's the one that they matched with the buccal swab, basically. But that's different than saying it is his, which she's not saying. So, okay. The preference is staying away from the specifics as to those, I mean, and I agree with that theoretically, but they cannot call DNA DNA of a person's unless it came from them, like with a buccal swab. You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying, but like just from a, like it's just like with any other piece of evidence, right? They have to, even if it seems like it has to be the same thing, you can only call something belonging to a person or whatever if it was collected from that person's person, if that makes sense. Cece, what are you? Were you here? I didn't see. I've been reading, so you'll see your way out. I don't understand what you're saying. But hi, and I guess bye. I don't really know. Okay, so staying away from, right. Okay, the specifics as to what those genealogy searches showed were specifically that we talked about the brothers, right, and the individuals who were testified to, if that makes sense. Miss Taylor, it does. We had, and oh, you snuck in. Okay, well, happy to see you. We had an affidavit attached to the back, I think, of our reply briefing on the suppression issue. I want to make sure the court looks at that. That's admitted as evidence, and I probably don't want to refer to that publicly. Would you like my copy? The court, what was the date of the filing? Miss Taylor, it should have been the 19th, of course, right? December 19th. Court, what was the name of the document? Reply to, objection to. This was the reply to the state's objection to the motion to suppress IGG material. Court, it's not showing the 19th. Oh, here we go. It's on the 20th. What is it you want to reference in argument with respect to this affidavit? Miss Taylor, standing, Your Honor, I don't need to reference that particularly. I just wanted to draw the court's attention to it. The court, in particular, the standing that the affidavit suggests that the unknown E was Mr. Kohberger. Ah, okay, dad, trash. Is that what I'm reading? Miss Taylor, no, there was a sample. Aha, here we go again, guys. There was a sample within the trash that was Mr. Kohberger's. The court, okay, I'm not sure the state's arguing there's no standing as to the trash. Interesting. Okay, so that's the other reason why this was important to her, because she was trying to argue. You know how the whole issue with standing, right? With the knife sheath. We know that was pretty much not going to work as an argument very well. But she was going to try to argue standing for the trash pull here. That was part of that. I think the standing, right, related to the genetic companies and to the objection of the testing materials. Okay, am I incorrect about that? Mr. Nye, Your Honor, we did assert in our briefing standing, it was kind of in passing in the sense that we think that the fact that it was a trash pull resolves the issue. The court, I appreciate the trash pull legal issues in terms of the privacy standing, but in terms of the standing of this is not Mr. Kohberger's DNA. So why am I... for it to load. So why am I hearing from him standing? Which is part of what you argued on the IGG information. Mr. Nye, correct. The court, there's that issue. I don't see that impacted here because it sounds like some of his DNA was in that trash. And then there's the standing issue, as I understand it, related to the extent that the defense is not conceding that the DNA found on the knife sheath was Mr. Kohberger's. Oh, okay. The defense is not conceding. They're not, right. Again, they're not saying, yes, it is, right? The defense is, and remember that the tricky part there was because one of the things that came up in the hearing is because they weren't conceding that fact, they couldn't claim standing as it pertains to the knife sheath, right? The defense is not conceding that the DNA found on the knife sheath was Mr. Kohberger's. He has no position to object to the testing of the DNA in the knife sheath. The court, I don't see there, frankly, is an argument as to the standing issue of not his DNA as it relates to the trash bowl. That's just how I see it. If you think that's different and you need to make that argument, you need to let me know so I can know what you're getting into. Mr. Nye, no, Your Honor, it's not different than that. What happened is in the opening brief, they asserted there was DNA found in there, including an unidentified male. In the response, I just said, well, there's not standing. You can't just say unidentified male. In the reply, they attached this saying, well, we looked at it and it was his. That's sufficient. I don't plan on arguing that point. Hold on. Interesting. They're talking about the DNA the other day. Again, it would be like unknown male F if you were to label it a letter, right? Because after the dad, we just learned about this today. So So I'm going to just read this part again so what happened is in the opening brief, they asserted there was DNA found in there, including an unidentified male. In their response, they said, well, that's not standing. You can't just say unidentified male. In their reply, they attached this thing. Well, we looked at it and it was his, as in it's not unidentified. It's Bryan's. That's sufficient. I don't plan on arguing that point. The court, all right. Are we all square then, Ms. Taylor? I think so. If you have a question of doubt, ask to approach, and then we can go offline real quick. I'd rather err on the side of caution than being not. Ms. Taylor might take 5 minutes. The court, we're going to take more than that because I need the public to be notified. We'll take 20 minutes. Mr. Nye, Your Honor, can I briefly ask? We have some of the victims in the hallway. Oh my God! Denise is not here anymore, but Denise was sitting with them. And so he would have been looking over and like seeing her sitting there. And that's really funny. And she would not have known he was saying this. I guess they've been told by somebody they can come in when the hearing was open. Yes. And you know what? So was Denise. That is hilarious. Oh my God, Denise. Oh my God, we need to, Denise, wake up or whatever you're doing, because holy shit. She was told that. They must have thought she was like with the victim, because she was the only person there apart from them. That is hilarious. That is freaking hilarious. Holy shit. So now this makes sense, because she was told that she could come in, and then they were like, who are you? And then she said but she was the only person literally from the public who was there apart from the Gonsalveses. So she was hanging out with them, and then the person, and then oh my God. And I was messaging with her this entire day, and I was like, there must have been a miscommunication. We were like, what's going on? This is so fucking funny. Now we're learning what happened. And so then Mr. Nye found out from whoever it was that they spoke with. Must have been somebody like a bailiff. I don't know. And then, oh my God, the court, I'm not sure who would have told them that. And that's literally what I said. Oh my God, that's literally what I said. I was like, what? He was telling, oh my God. Mr. Nye, I don't know either. That's what they're representing to us. Yeah, that's what happened. We didn't understand that to be the court's, the problem is I don't want to have to chase them out. Oh my God, this is insane. Denise, you almost made it in. Look, they're talking about it right now. Oh my God. Mr. Nye absolutely understood completely. This is insane. The court, Sandra can have a TV in the conference room. And that's what they did. That's fine. Oh my God. That's what they did. This is how the whole thing went down. Oh my God. And then my understanding is we can then go to the next evidentiary phase without a problem, and it can be public, correct? Yes, from our perspective, sure. Your Honor, I think our team might be a little confused about that. I think we thought Franks might be next. The court, no, after the Franks. Okay, I'll do suppression. And remember, like I said, then they were confused as they entered into the next thing when they put the cameras on. So we'll do argument on that. Yeah, she totally proved IGG is how they got to Bryan. That was clear. That was clear from Brett Payne's testimony from hours ago. Very much so. Okay, I plan to do that when I did to address the entire Franks. I think I'm confused. If you want to take more evidence today, if we're going to argue IGG and be done, and then if the court wants to finish with evidence today, and then I will do Franks tomorrow argument and the proper argument, the court. So my preference is, because I don't want to get into the evidentiary phase of Franks other than the issue of IGG, is to argue your Franks motion next, including the IGG and your proffer for the other Franks issues, and then we can go into evidence on the suppression issues. Does that make sense? That does make sense, and that's perfectly fine. I might need a minute to pull out the box. Yup, I remember. She needed a minute to get the box and shit. Or is it okay? So they're talking about how they're going to split it up. He says, sure, you can also have a minute when you need it. That's generous. She doesn't want to take the evidence out, right? And then they make all their, and then they take 20 minutes. So in summary, there was a lot. In summary, though, as far as it pertains to like the DNA, right? So A is the sheath, B is the rail, C is the cigarette, D is the blood on the glove outside, E is the dad trash, and then F presumably is Bryan, but that's the one that's in a mixture. And one of the big things is that the dad trash was compared against various other items of evidence. But the mixture that contains Bryan's DNA, which again, it was a separate profile. There were two male profiles. So E is the dad, and then F was not the dad, right? So it had to be Bryan. And that was not tested against other items of evidence, including the knife sheath. And then the knife sheath was tested against Bryan's buccal swab. Also, again, just to reiterate, they did not say whose blood was on the knife sheath, but the only thing that makes sense is that it's a victims or more than one victims. I don't know. Another thing of note is that potentially there could be some issues that we see in terms of how long will touch DNA last on a surface such as brass, like for the snap, right? Because Denise was saying something about how, only lasts for 12 hours. I guarantee you people are going to fight over that, and that there's things that can make it go quicker, things that can make it go longer. I'm sure that will happen. We see it in every trial. And then how long would it have taken for the testing and whatnot? And then we learned a lot from that dude, Mr. What was his name? Not Hogwarts, something. Hedwig, I don't know. So it sounded a lot similar to Hedwig or whatever. So that was very, very interesting. We learned a lot from that. The four brothers were brought up, still a lot of questions though about how, and the other thing, it seemed like we were getting to that mysterious middle party people, as I've been calling them, that was referenced in the hearing. I don't know. I don't really understand because this is what happened right before Ann said that. And we read this entire fucking thing. I don't know. It seemed like that dude who came in from, where was it? Like New Mexico or whatever, Mr. Hedwig or whatever his name. It seemed like he was going to be the dude and that's what it seemed like. But no, he was there as like basically an expert to argue that you can be accredited earlier than what Othram was, like that they got accredited earlier. B, that if you aren't accredited, like it would be normal, like the thing to do would be to not do forensic work, right? C, that it's normal and you absolutely have to show your work. Basically, he was a great witness for them. I hope they call him at trial. And there were other things. We learned a lot about that whole process. He gave some great analogies: cat, dog, water balloon, puzzles, other things. Hufflepuff. Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. And it did seem, I don't know. It's just wild. I don't know where the third party, middle party, I guess that's because what do you mean, no mas? If you mean in terms of my summary, we learned a lot more than that. But I read all 175 pages, and much of this I went through and read more than once. Well, like certain chunks. So there's some of these pages I read once, twice, 3, 4 times, but I read this entire thing. So summarizing it is not that easy. In fact, I'm surprised I'm able to even do kind of a summary because it was a lot of goading. And but I'm trying to think of what other things, but that was a lot. So that was me reading for 6 hours and 42 minutes straight, except for the 5 minutes when I was letting Fred out. And the timeline there were some differences in the timeline in terms of when I wrote the date down. November 22nd is when put the date down. I put it in a box and I didn't write down what happened on that date. Fucking hell. November 22nd was, I believe, when I think that's when they produced the names of the 4 brothers. Heather, do you remember? I would go looking for it in the document, but Adobe is just being really slow and stupid. I'll do a Control F myself. How about that? We'll see if this helps. Yay! Aha, perfect. There it is. Only one match. If only DNA were that easy. So this is the date I wrote down. Oh my God, what happened on that day? Where did it go? Okay, that's when Othram got the DNA. That's when Othram got the DNA. November 22nd is when they got the DNA. And then they were notified to stop working on December 10th. So that's why I wrote that down. So November 22nd, Othram gets the DNA. December 10th is when they were told to stop working. Why is the four brothers? Oh, thanks. I read some of this. I read pretty fast. Why is the 4 hour or the four brothers thing confusing? Yeah, they referenced at some point something about like maybe a third cousin or whatever. I mean, the thing that I can say is that they're brothers to each other, right? And now, oh, thank you. Hi, Julie Frew, happy to see you. So, I'll see if I can control F for that part, Meg, for you. There was something about a great grandfather. If it'll let me search for cousin, I bet I'll be able to find it that way. Not November. Okay. Get rid of November. Okay, here we go. Right here. Scared to scroll. Don't be weird. Okay, here we go. Here we go. They were low matches initially, what Othram got, right? Othram figured out how these two people were related to one another. I believe they said they were third cousins to another one. Third cousins to another one. So they're not actual brothers. They're just calling them four brothers. If it'll let me scroll, it'd be nice. Okay, they're third cousins to another one. And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, I thought that the individual who contributed the crime scene profile was descended from the second great grandparent of those two matches. Second great grandparent of those two matches. And then they had the names and then what year they were born and then they were redacted. Okay, perfect. Here you go, Meg, directly literally to your question about this, right? When Othram quit work, were they following a family tree that could have led to income to Bryan Kohberger? And she says, yes. And then she says, basically from there, it goes into the only way they could have done this is by violating all the rules in the databases and whatnot. Backdooring. So the couple, they had all this, they got this couple here, right? They had children, some number of children, it's redacted, conceivably hundreds of descendants of this third couple. She says, I haven't been able to see the full tree. But regardless, she gives, when we went through it already, but she gave a number of reasons how she knows for sure that they used the backdooring techniques. Yeah, this is new. Julie, for the four brothers thing is new from the recent documents. Great point, Carla. Why not just take his trash? That's funny. Yeah, the four brothers were first mentioned in a different document, but then we learned more about this one just came out. And we learned more about it. It was first mentioned in the where was it? Oh, I scrolled all the way back to the top of the docket. Let me fix that. It was first mentioned in the order on defendant's motion to suppress genetic information. That's, I think, where I saw it the first time, but it didn't say anything. It was just mentioned their names. It just said 4 brothers. It was like, okay. And then we learned more about what the fuck the deal is that in this one that I just read. We still don't know, by the way, guys. Another thing that is missing from this, and I can't remember if I already said this, is the unknown males, like B, C, and D. We don't know what came of those, right? C, it looks like the cigarette was also a mixture, but that the B and D were single source. We still don't know, unless I'm forgetting because I'm exhausted, what happened with that. Like, you know, the question everybody's been asking. No, wait, sorry. Hold on. We do know. Just kidding. Just kidding. We do know, but it didn't. Well, okay, we got an answer, but the answer makes no sense. That was at the beginning of the document with Brett Payne, and he was like, you can only test one thing at a time. That's going to be something that if he says that in front of a jury, no one's going to fucking believe it. That would be risky. They're going to have to do better than that, because tell you what, that would piss me off if I were a juror. Like, why didn't you test the other known male DNA that was there? Blood on a hand railing? Really? Why the fuck did you not test it? I mean, and then if the response is the way that he said it, it's almost worth going back and looking. It's so dumb. It's worth, oh my God. Okay, it's towards the beginning here. If it'll let me look. Okay. Heather needs donuts. Okay. I'll be able to find it here in just a second. Documents. Okay, trash pull. Okay, here we go. This is the part, you guys. Why did you not pursue that person? She's referencing unknown male B, right? Why did you not pursue that person? Answer. At that point in time, we had already received Mr. Kohberger's name. The thing is this, right? Like, if you have these different pieces of evidence that have unknown male DNA on them, and you don't, you test them all. Like I made the case earlier. What about when you've got multiple people that actually committed a crime? So what he's going to say makes no sense. We'd already received his name, and from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. What? What he's saying is completely, and it's impossible. Like, there's no, so if memory serves, the discussion was, we'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time. And you can unknown male B, it could be infinite number of unknown males. Basically what they're saying is we're not going to test any other unknown DNA, just this one. And that his reasoning is it would remove the previous one from the knife sheath in CODIS. What? He needs to come up with a better excuse than that. That's the dumbest thing I've literally ever heard. Probably. So we went through it all. So we will continue to chip away. I mean, this is the first one I've covered in the slew that's come out because I was busy with the insanity in South Carolina. That is the rose petal insanity. Heather can attest to that. Some of you guys also might Meg can attest to that. Anyone that wants to know what is so insane, most insane case of all time, there's a playlist. And it came and went like a fucking wrecking ball, tornado, fire, earthquake, landslide, nuclear bomb. I could go on. Came in and out like that, like all those things. And then some. It was an absolute utter insanity. And you guys have heard some people talk about it. I know Bob Motta started talking about it, I think once the defendant took the stand. Yeah, we covered it gavel to gavel. And I think all my timestamps are done. There might be one video I haven't done yet, but for the most part, they should be done. But we were watching it in real time and we were all learning all the craziness together. And I also cover in that, throughout the thing, I covered the lawsuits as well, including the lawsuit of the daughter to her mother's estate and Bradley Post. I'm going to do a follow-up because I still needed to finish some of the other court filings. And I want to also go, I just had some other follow-ups. So we're not done, and eventually we'll have Mello's trial, which looking forward to that. So yeah, it was a must. Yeah. So, that's hilarious. Well, hopefully your chores go well. And then I don't know yet what I'm doing. I'll have to take a look and see. We might do some more BK documents tonight, actually. That's probably what we will do. Although I'm so behind on the Karen Reed docs, but anyway. So yeah, but you guys, I think that's it for this one. That was a lot of reading. I made it through, still alive. Staying alive. Also, for anyone who hasn't seen the Discord, I finally updated recent pictures of my orchids, and I think Denise is going to join in with the orchid fun. All plants are welcome. We don't discriminate. All plants are welcome. But there's a lot of fun things in the Discord anyway. So also, I will say, because there's some people that maybe weren't here earlier, I'll just reiterate. Twiz asked me about like memberships. You know how like people have memberships and stuff. And, and I've had people ask me this before, but I just didn't have any. I don't know if it's anything that you guys want. But like what I told him is like, I just didn't know what I would be able to offer, like for a membership. And one of the things is like, you can have like, I guess YouTube will let you use custom emojis. Like you can't use them otherwise to my knowledge, or we would be using them already. But like we have the custom emojis in the Discord. But if you guys have any suggestions or thoughts for things that you think would be fun for perks for members, I don't have merch yet. I would love to have a stuffed squanguen someday. That would be amazing. Don't know how to make that happen, but that could be a merch thing at some point if I could figure that out. But anyway, if you guys have any ideas for things that you think would be fun, if you're interested at all, just let me know. Yeah. What is Plantarotes? Oh, you did? Awesome. Is this your first one, or I guess it's another new one, or but I can totally. Oh, I did have an idea too. Like for anybody who wants to, like, I don't know if it's something you guys would even care about, but like for anyone who's like, can you teach? If someone wants to learn, like, or if more than one person wants to learn, like basics of like things related to music, like reading music or shit like that. But I can also do like a whole orchid like class 2 thing, like if you guys want. Oh, thanks for the super sticker, Meg. I appreciate that. And y'all don't have to. And that's the thing, like again, I don't even ask people to like and subscribe. I'm not about like, self-promotion type of stuff. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you guys support, and that's why, like with the memberships, you know, that's why it's like, if it's something that you guys want because you want to be able to do other things, like that's, you know, that's the only reason. And I wouldn't have even thought of it except Twiz asked me. So, well, awesome. Yeah, I did. When I got my first orchid, I did a lot of research. It was like around Karen Reed trial time, maybe just before the trial started. I did a fuck ton of research because I was like, the only way to do this and do this right is to learn everything. So I have 17 orchids that are thriving right now. And that's the shower curtain. What? Am I supposed to be able to see a picture in that, Meg, or something? It just says... I don't know. I don't see a shower curtain. So yeah, so 17 orchids all doing well, different phases of their life right now. But yeah, but if there's anything else, another thing, you know, I was going to do this anyway, but like we were going to do like, we could do like some different like movie nights and stuff in the Discord, but anything that you guys have as an idea, y'all kind of know all the different things that I do and can do and whatever. It's whatever you guys want, whatever, you know, that's totally, you guys can just let me know. Oh, okay. A plant in this case. When you say plant and case, I'm looking at my orchids, and my orchids are on my right, and my violin is on my left in a case. And so plant, I'm looking at orchids. Case, I'm looking at my violin, and that's what I'm thinking of when I see those words. Yeah, and hopefully the link should be in the chat for the Discord. Did that go through? Yeah, it did. Okay. Yeah, it did. It's up there. So so yeah, but that'll be it for this one, guys. But love y'all. Thanks for being here. I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend, or, you know, for some of you guys, it might be slightly earlier than it is for me, and some it's later, you know. And so I think for everybody, it's probably Saturday. Are we all on a Saturday? I think we maybe all are on a Saturday. So yeah, so happy Saturday, happy weekend. And yeah, other than that, I will see you guys soon. Love y'all, and squirrel out.